morning, everybody. It's day 2 here at Donington Park. It's Convoy in the park, and as you can see, we're on a giant slide. There's absolutely no reason for this other than it's just a little bit of fun. Now, more truck racing action coming up today. We've got junior saloon cars back in action and CNC heads. We also welcome track action, and Kieran's here, and you're here with the Coupe Cup, Kieran.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be a really good day. Sun is out, less wind than yesterday, and got a really great package of championships, so should be a fantastic day all round, I think.
I think it should be. I'm a little bit terrified up here. We're here with Millie as well. Big thank you to the guys who've allowed us to go down this slide. There's only one thing for it, isn't there? I think we need to come down. Here we go. Are we ready? Millie, are you ready? Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Whoa! Well, I hope like us, nobody else slides out of action today. Let's go racing! Come on! Yes, hello everybody. Glorious sunshine here at Donington. In fact, it's even hotter than yesterday. And what is going to be super hot today is the on-track action for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Round 20 about to get underway. Now, yesterday we had a fantastic race, didn't we? Josh Salvadore took the win. In fact, he closed the gap down to about a point in the championship. Wilf Butler here didn't quite have the day he was hoping for. Did finish 5th, but car issues for him. I have spoken to him this morning, and the car has been sorted. It's in good nick, so we're expecting a feisty fight at the front between Josh Salvadore and Wilf Butler here. I've spied somebody. Come with me, everybody, because I've just seen our 2024 Junior Saloon Car Championship runner-up, Jonathan Moore. Jonathan Moore, come on, my friend. It's good to see you. Of course, racing Porsches this season, but you are doing a bit of driver coaching this weekend, is that right?
Yeah, first weekend properly coaching. I did a day with them at Alton, but not really enough time to really get anywhere. So it was just more giving advice than coaching, to be honest. But done a full weekend here with them. Obviously, I raced with MRM last year, so it's nice to kind of come back, and it's beneficial as a driver as well, not only to obviously get to tracks more often, but also to, even if it's a different type of car and a different way of driving, to see so many different types of driving and to actually look at it and try and find time, whether it's for yourself or for someone, you're still trying to find time. So I find it really beneficial as a driver, and it's been going well so far. This weekend, you know, they've been really, from Friday, they've been the class to the field pace-wise, and I did say to the team, and I said to their parents as well, I was like, look, I'm not going to be able to find them a second, because there isn't a second to find, but it's just been little bits here and there, you know. I remember when we raced here in 23 on GP, I was doing something at McLean's that no one else was, and I taught them that, found them a 10th and a half. I think they're about, Wilf's pole time was, I think, 6/10 quicker than the first time he did on Friday. Wow. So we've, I found them, between myself and them taking it on board, we found more time than we thought we would have, and we just need to keep it clean now.
Well, you're a good man to have in a camp, aren't you? A multiple race winner, of course, in junior saloons, but this season, a multiple race winner in the Porsche Sprint Carrera GB, aren't you? You're flying.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really good year so far. Obviously, you know, first year in GT4 machinery, first year on slicks. You know, I'd only ever raced these before moving into the Cayman, and I'd only ever done 2.5 years in anything before moving into the Cayman. So it was a big jump, for sure. It was a big jump, and it took me a little longer than I thought it would to kind of get used to the car, the Cayman. Anybody in Sprint Challenge or anybody who races it in British, European, ADAC, wherever, they'll all tell you it's a really specific way of driving because the electronic diff and the way the ABS works. But once you learn it drives really nice, and we're getting there now.
It's great to see you again, mate. I will see you a couple of weeks, maybe back here actually at Donington. I think so. Yeah, excellent, good stuff. Great to see you again, mate. Good stuff indeed. Yeah, I imagine it is quite a difference, isn't it, going from a Citroen Saxo to Porsche Cayman. Let's go over and have a quick chat with Matthew Swatton, shall we? Haven't seen him yet this weekend. Let's pop the microphone in and just find out how things have been going for him. How you doing? You all right? Don't want to disturb you on the phone. How you doing, mate? All right. Matthew, how are we doing? It's good to see you again, my friends. What do you make of the weekend so far?
Yeah, no, it's gone good so far. I think race 1 was a bit of a setback for me as I wasn't really involved in the right battle. I feel like I had the pace to be with Ollie and Louis, but after that race, I've learned of what the mistakes I've done and how I can improve on that. So hopefully I can just restart fresh today.
I love that. Once the race weekend is finished, then you obviously diagnosed race 1 from yesterday. You've had time to go over it, look at the data, look at where you think you can be better. Do you do that after every single race week? What happens on well, I suppose you probably normally have to go back to school or something, don't you? But how long do you spend after a race weekend going over the data and looking at where you think you can improve?
I do it quite a lot, usually with, because I've got a GoPro in the car, we always film the onboards and we send it to like my data coach and Alex and my driver coach, so I always have a look through that and seeing where things worked and where things didn't. So, and it's just kind of like I note down some stuff on what I think next time we're here, which is probably next year, what I can do better on.
Well, you know, I was just about to ask you, actually, we're in August now, aren't we? I imagine a lot of drivers starting to think about what the plans are for next year, but JSCC then?
Yeah, hopefully, if the budget holds.
How old are you?
15 now. It's
15.
It was my birthday a month ago, you weren't there.
Oh, mate. Oh, come on. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Matthew. Happy birthday to you. Nice one, mate. See, there you go. We got it in. Thanks, guys. Let's keep going. Then we've got Leon Holly. Let's jump in and have a quick chat, shall we? Haven't spoken to Leon this weekend either. I feel terrible. Leon, how are we doing? It's good to see you again as well. I'm trying to squeeze this round somewhere. How's your weekend gone?
Yeah, good. Thank you. Actually, had the best result I had so far with a P6 yesterday. So very happy with that. And yeah, solid 7th. Qualifying, so
nice.
See what we can do, eh?
What have you learnt from yesterday then that you're going to bring into this one to maybe just get a few places further forward?
Definitely the slipstream, because I got a little bit abused by slipstream by some other people the other day, so definitely going to try to use that today to my advantage, and yeah.
Tell me, why is it so good racing in the Junior Saloon Car Championship?
Oh, because it's so close and everyone always wants to win, so there's no people will let you off. Yeah, everyone wants to be at the front, so
pretty intense, huh?
Yes, yeah.
Top man, I'll let you crack on. It's good to see you, bud. All right, keep going. There we go. Let's move down a little bit, shall we? Let's go chat to Timothy Leonard. He's just behind us as well. He's just going through some of the checks. How are we doing, guys? All right, I'll jump in with Tim in a sec if I can. Hey to David. Good morning. How are you? All right? How are you? Very well, thank you. Very well. Right, Tim. How are we doing? What do you make of your weekend so far?
It's been really good. We had a few troubles in testing, but no, it's going super smoothly. The 4th testing session onwards has just been amazing, and I'm so grateful to all the guys at Oryx because it's just the setup is perfect.
What's been the biggest thing you think you've learnt so far in 2025?
Obviously, this has been my first season. I'm doing 3 races, but it's just how different this is from a kart. You know, you see, you just have to throw it in, but this is just so much smoother and gears. But no, I've learned a colossal amount this year, and just really excited to take it into next year.
How old are you, Tim?
14.
14. Wow. I feel really old right now. What's the long-term goal for you? Obviously JSCC next year, it sounds like, but looking sort of maybe 3 or 4 years into the future.
I don't know. It's so, the motorsport world's so varied. You have people obviously aiming for things like F1 or BTCC or stuff, but I love doing all this. I just want to be paid to race. Yeah. That's it. It's just be paid to do what I love.
Do you do sim racing at all?
Yeah, I've got a sim at home. I'm saving up for a PC, but I'm just on my Xbox. I'm preparing for this with a bit of Project Cars 2 and some onboards. So,
would you say that's a good place for people maybe to start looking at? If you know, you've got some youngsters maybe looking at it thinking, is the sim route a viable option to actually just get experience and maybe take things further? Because we've seen the likes of Deacon Fairclough actually went through the sim route, and now he's rocking it. Of course, F4 champion last year.
Absolutely. I mean, every year that goes by, sim racing just becomes more and more realistic, and it becomes more and more viable to get into real life motorsports. And it's not the route I've taken myself, but I know Louis Austin, he does a lot of sim stuff. Yeah. It's absolutely, it's really viable. Good
place to start, but it's no substitute, is it, for being behind the wheel right now?
Yeah,
right?
No, it's just loving it. It's just amazing. There's no place I'd really rather be than this. It's
Mate, it's great to see you.
Yeah.
Good luck out there. Yeah, enjoy it, won't you? Let's keep moving on. Who haven't we spoken to yet? Let's jump down there. Spoke to Sherry yesterday. We'll let her crack on. Let's go chat to Bailey, shall we, and find out how things are going. Bailey, how's things going this weekend? You enjoying yourself?
Yeah, it's been good, thanks.
What's the expectation for you in this race?
Well, I just keep it clean and just pick them off, really.
Excellent stuff. I'll let you crack on anyway, because I think we've got the International Truck Prix just finishing up qualifying. We'll just take a walk through the middle. Just watch out for these little signs. I'd hate for you to trip up. Yesterday, we have discovered that John, our cameraman, has 9 lives, although we used 3 of them up yesterday. Almost getting run over a few times in the pit lane. Fortunately, though, we managed to pull him out of danger. So we'll just make our way back up to the top. Little reminder of what we've got coming up today. Junior Saloon Car Championship, 2 races for them. We welcome Track Action and the Coupe Cup are with us today. Of course, we had that hour-and-a-half Brit Car endurance race. They've left, they're not here today, they've gone. As I said, we welcome Track Action and Coupe Cup. We've also got, of course, a British Truck Racing Championship and International Truck Prix, as well as we make our way up, and the CNC heads as well. A real toy box collection of cars in that one. So we are, the cars are starting to fire up. We're going to go racing very shortly. A reminder, of course, yesterday, Josh Salvadore took the race win. Oliver Kerr came home in second. Ollie Smith was third. Louis Austin was fourth. Wilf Butler, who was the championship leader, was down in fifth. Had a difficult day. In fact, his car had a few issues. I've spoken to him today. The car is absolutely fine. These 2 cars here, Butler, the number 70, the number 110, Josh Salvadore, they are going to be battling, going toe-to-toe. Kerr will be right in the mix, and Smith as well. So here we go. Round 20 of the 2025 Junior Saloon Car Championship is about to get underway. Here live on BARC TV. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. It's a glorious day at Donington Park. Thank you so much for tuning in and joining us. Who wants to see some track action? I certainly do. And for the first time today, although he might have already said some words, I don't know. But let's introduce the wonderful, the brilliant Dave Goddard. Over to you, my friend.
Thanks very much, Ian. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Donington Park, the home of motorsport in the Midlands. Day 2 of Convoy in the Park 2025. Yes, we've got 2 classes of truck action for you. The British Truck Racing Championship have 3 races here today, a couple of races for the International Truck Grand Prix as well. They've just finished their second qualifying session of the weekend. Celebrating everything HGV here this weekend. We've got hundreds of show trucks packing the infield area. All manner of other attractions as well. We've got funfair rides, we've got drifting, you can see there in the background just behind Redgate Corner, a variety of Japanese machines and some BMWs in there as well, doing some drifting, burning some rubber. We'll get some highlights of those possibly as the day goes on. Full programme of racing then. 4 races before the lunch break and then 7 afterwards. We'll see the Junior Saloon cars out first. Just seen them in their Saxos in the assembly area. The British Truck Racing Championship are up after that with race 3 of the weekend. We welcome the Track Action Racing Club here today. Didn't see them yesterday. A mixture of different saloon cars in action for them. We also have the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Championship, normally based at Anglesey and Alton Park, on a bit of an away day at Donington today. That's a series where you can use anything you like. Everything from standard small hatchbacks up to full-blown sports racers, kit cars, special saloons, anything you like can be raced in that series. We saw Simon Alloway, the famous Lotus Esprit V8, take a win in yesterday's race. The International Truck GP includes some celebrity guest racers, including Isle of Man TT legend John McGuinness, racing one of Stuart Oliver's team trucks this weekend. We also have later on today, at the end of the programme, a special race for the OT Publishing Coupe Cup in their Hyundai Coupes. Now, they have a longer race than usual, a 45-minute pit stop race with a 15-minute pit window in the middle. Some of the cars are shared by 2 drivers. So, mini enduro for the Hyundai Coupes here today, and a good grid of over 20 of them. The CNC Head Sports and Saloons, we should see about 40 cars out in that one if they're all back from yesterday. The cars are on the grid then, ready for our first race of today. Race 2 of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. It's Wilf Butler who led the championship coming into this weekend. He's on pole in the number 70 car. Yesterday had some braking problems that dropped him down to 5th place, and it was Josh Salvadore in the car alongside him, the Lightning McQueen lookalike, number 110, who took the victory in yesterday's race, mirroring his win at the season opener here at Donington in slightly less clement conditions. It's a beautiful day here. We have somebody who's lined up in the wrong place, just being moved across by the marshals there. Who's that? I think that might be Tim Leonard towards the back there. We'll give you the grid for this one then. Unfortunately, one car has withdrawn after yesterday. We don't have Martin Wright, the Cornishman, number 14. He's not able to race today. So Wilf Butler and Josh Salvadori on the front row. This grid set by the second fastest time for each driver in qualifying yesterday. Second row, Ollie Kerr, number treble 2, alongside Ollie Smith, number 80. Row 3, 27, Matthew Swatton, we just heard from him, alongside 26, Louis Austin. Row 4, 87, Leon Holly, and 23, Max Scharfegger, who retired on the penultimate lap of yesterday's race. He stopped at McLean's corner. Row 5, Tim Leonard, number 29, and Lexi Powell, treble 3, had a long pit stop in yesterday's race, finished several laps behind, unfortunately, which is a shame because she was going well in qualifying. The final row of this grid, number 42, Sherry-Ann Powell, and 98, Bailey Roberts. Bailey's race yesterday spoiled because his boot came open during the race and was acting as an air brake. He had to go into the pits to close it. So it'll be underway shortly then. It will be a 15-minute race, identical 1600cc Citroën Saxo VTRs for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. As we've heard, drivers as young as 14 years of age in this championship. I could barely ride a bicycle when I was 14 years of age, never mind race cars. So the dozen get underway. Can I ride a bike now, says the director in my ear. Thanks, Elliot. I haven't ridden a bicycle since I passed my driving test, I don't think, and that was over 20 years ago. So we'll shortly get underway then. They're on their green flag lap, heading down the famous Craner curves. First right-hander is Redgate on this just under 2 miles in length Donington Park National Circuit. The Craner curves sweep down the hill into the old hairpin, part of the pre-World War II circuit where the British Grand Prix was staged on a few occasions. Then it's up to Starkey's Bridge. The circuit originally went through the stone arches of the bridge down there. Now they go alongside it. Then through Schwantz Curve, the left-hander, named after Kevin Schwantz, the motorcycle legend, and up into McLean's Corner, then climb up to Coppice, under the flight path of East Midlands Airport, just next to Donington Park. This is Schwantz Curve and into McLean's. Slightly different view from our camera up there this weekend. And then Coppice, the trickier corner at the top of this little rise. It's a double apex right-hander. You can't really see the apex as you turn in there. Very tricky to get right. It's down the Exhibition Straight and into the Roberts Chicane. The right and left. They don't use the Melbourne Loop on the national circuit here at Donington. The Grand Prix Loop is the left and right through the Fogarty S's, named after Carl Fogarty, of course, another motorcycle superstar. Then the Melbourne Loop and the final corner, which is Goddard's, not being used this weekend. That was used for the Superbike World Championship when they were here in July. So about to pull onto the grid then. It's the white and black car of Wilf Butler, looking to make up for a bit of disappointment yesterday when a braking issue dropped him down to 5th. He'll start on pole. The Lightning McQueen lookalike of Josh Salvadori alongside. On row 2 we have Ollie Kerr in the white car with the Simpson Race Exhaust sponsorship. Ollie Smith in green, blue and white alongside him. Row 3, Matthew Swatton in the Kersley Motorsport car, red, white and blue. We'll see their team boss Alex Kersley out in action later on in his Hyundai Coupe, making a comeback. Louis Austin in black and white with a bit of green trim starts alongside him. The green flag waves at the back of the grid then. The 5-second board is held aloft. Time to go racing here at Convoy in the park at Donington Park. When the red lights go out, the Junior Saloon cars will be underway. The lights are out, and here we go down towards Redgate for the first time on this Sunday morning. A decent start by the pole sitter Wilf Butler. Good start by Ollie Kerr on the inside as well. Sherry-Ann Powell on the grass there at the back in the number 42. The two front row men side by side. Ollie Kerr is in third place, then Ollie Smith. Louis Austin with a decent start around the outside as well. The car with the green boot lid there. But it's side by side down the Craner curves between the two front row men. Conditions today could not be better for motorsport here at Donington Park, and these drivers ready to go for it. Butler on the inside, on the outside Salvadori, and Wilf Butler leads at the old hairpin. They're all round the first half lap okay, to a chorus of air horns from the show trucks on the infield I can hear. Ollie Kerr moving up. He had his first couple of wins recently at Croft and Silverstone. Josh Salvadori who leads the way. Wilf Butler moving up to challenge him. These two battling for the championship. The other regular winner we've seen this season, Luca Maserati, has made the move up into senior competition. He's been racing a Porsche Boxster with his father over the last few weeks, so choosing to move on to greater things. certainly proving plenty of success. The Maserati family, of course, well known for racing Porsches in GT racing over the years. So down to the chicane for the first time. Salvadori leads. Are we going to see any slipstreaming here into the right and left? A little bit of a lock-up from the race leader. Tricky part of the second. Wilf Butler bouncing over the curb there. He could lose second place as a result of that to Ollie Kerr. Side by side over the line they come. Yes, Kerr's going to go through because of that loss of momentum for Wilf Butler. Ollie Smith's got through as well, up into third place, the leading rookie in this year's championship. So Kerr and Smith through to second and third. There's a little bit of a lock-up from Butler there. Are his brake problems coming back, I wonder? Louis Austin is fifth, Swatton in sixth, then Leon Holly, the man from Devon in the light blue car, is seventh. Max Scharfegger, the grey and Dayglow yellow car, is next. Then Sherry-Ann Powell, who started from the last row of the grid, a bit further back in ninth place. Tim Leonard 10th. Then it's Bailey Roberts as Wilf Butler takes the place back again through the old hairpin. And Ollie Smith slowing down, he's got a problem. That's a shame for the rookie in number 80. So Ollie Smith looks like he's out of the race. Towards the back we've got Bailey Roberts and Lexi Powell. Martin Wright, you mentioned, a non-starter, not racing today. So the leaders head up into Coppice for the second time. Wilf Butler back up into third place. It's now Louis Austin on his tail in the 26th. Second season in the championship, still looking for his first win. Matthew Swatton going well in the Kersley Motorsports run machine. Then Leon Holly, and then Max Scharfegger. Looks like Ollie Smith has pulled up and is out of the race. Something's broken on his saxo. Sadly, a big lock-up again there for Wilf Butler. Yes, I'm wondering if he is still struggling with the brakes on that car. Bit of rallycross there for Matthew Swatton. Citroen Saxo is a popular rallycross car. See it in the production class of the BTRDA Clubman's rallycross on occasions. Matthew Swatton having a good look there at Redgate, trying to take fourth place away from Louis Austin. Holly in P6, Scharfegger 7th, then it is Sherry-Ann Powell going well next in the order, then Bailey Roberts in 9th, Tim Leonard is 10th, Lexi Powell in 11th. Cacophony of air horns from the infield. Hopefully have a look at some of our show trucks a little bit later on. A huge display here as part of Convoy in the Park. Here comes Matthew Swatton on the tail of Louis Austin as they go up into Schwantz Curve. I think that's where Ollie Smith has pulled off, so there may have been yellow flags there. Yes, there's a green flag waving at the marshal's post there in the background, so the yellow flags were out coming out of the old hairpin because of that car that has pulled over. Swatton has a look again as they go into Coppice. It's Ollie Kerr who's on the fastest lap of the race so far, 1:26.057. He's in second place. The gap was 0.6 of a second as the two leaders crossed the line that time through, but it's closer now. Here comes Ollie Kerr. He wants a fourth win of his junior saloon car career. They're getting very late on the brakes in that chicane. It's Lightning McQueen, aka Josh Salvadori, who leads the way, going through to complete lap number 3. Another fastest lap for Ollie Kerr, 1:26.004. A couple of tenths of a second quicker than Josh Salvadori ahead of him, using the slipstream there. Into Redgate corner they go. Third is Wilf Butler. He's rather on his own now. He's over 2.5 seconds back on these two. Louis Austin in fourth, trying to hold off Matthew Swatton. And Leon Holly rounding out the top 6. Another winner at the Donington season opener was Lewis Stannard. He's not here this weekend. So a couple of leading players not out. So we're not sure we'll see Lewis Stannard again this season. Hopefully we will, with 3 rounds of the championship to go. Of course, you mentioned Luca Maserati, the other race winner this season, has moved on up to senior racing. 2 leaders pulling away from Wilf Butler slightly now. Through McLean's. Leader runs a little bit wide there. They'll have to be careful because I remember at the season opener here at Donington there were a fair number of penalties for exceeding track limits too many times. Your first offence is noted by the stewards. The second time you get the black and white warning flag. And then the third offence is a 5-second time penalty. After that, a further 10-second penalty. Far too many offences could lead to disqualification if you transgress too many times when it comes to track limits. But there were no penalties yesterday, I don't think. Just checking the results sheet. If you want to follow the live timing incidentally today, then the place to do so is TSL Timing, tsl-timing.com. 2 leaders still nose to tail. Ollie Kerr getting ready to attack for the lead in the Simpson Race Exhausts sponsored car. business owned by former British Touring Car race winner Matt Simpson. We've seen him out in the pickup truck racing championship the last couple of years. Former short oval racer, now concentrating on his son Ben's racing career in karting and on the ovals as well. Still running his very successful exhaust pipe business. Oh, that's Lexi Powell with a bit of an off. That's coming out of Redgate. We'll see her dad Steve out later on in the British Truck Racing Championship and possibly in the International Truck Grand Prix as well. We didn't see him in qualifying, but I did get a notification from the officials earlier that he might be taking over Graham Poole's truck for the International Truck GP races. There's a bit of dust being kicked up there. Josh Salvadori, I think, clipped the apex a bit too hard there going into Coppice Corner. There's Wilf Butler on his own in third place, and the battle for fourth place starting to develop a bit more now. Austin under pressure from Swatton, who might have a look here going into the chicane. Leon Holly, the man from Cullompton in Devon, is just behind them. Really, Austin holds the place through the chicane. Comes from Farringdon in Oxfordshire. Matthew Swatton from Buckinghamshire on his tail. Oh, somebody's off in the background. Oh, it's Lexi Powell. That's such a shame. She's had a strong run in qualifying, had problems in yesterday's race, had to make a long pit stop. She's beached it in the gravel at Coppice. That will be a safety car, I think, because she's stuck there fairly close to the edge of the track. So we may see the safety car while the officials extricate that treble 3 Saxo. Try and see again what happened. Yeah, just overshot the corner and into the gravel, and in a haste to rejoin, just bogged down. That's a shame for Lexi. She's had a fairly strong weekend so far. The marshals go to work. Big thanks as always to the Orange family, our volunteer marshals in their orange overalls. Pretty warm for them out there today. Couldn't go racing without our marshalling team. Still waiting to see if the safety car is going to appear. Daniel Blander is our safety car driver this weekend. The yellow flags will be out at Coppice. There's the car, the Alco sponsored number treble 3. Might need Stephen Powell's truck teammate Neil Yates for that one. He runs a recovery company. Yes, the safety car is going to come out. Daniel Blander driving and Kathy William, the observer, on board. It'll be the Hyundai, because all Motorsport Vision owned circuits have a partnership with Hyundai this season to provide their course vehicles. So this is going to work in Wilf Butler's favour, because he's going to be able to close up on the 2 leaders. The rest of the pack are going to close up. They go single file, no overtaking. There's the Hyundai safety car. While we have this safety car period, a chance to look at some of your comments. Big thanks for all your comments coming in on YouTube. Hi to Carl Brownsell. We mentioned him yesterday, of course. He and his daughter Holly, well known for their cycling exploits to raise money for motor neurone disease research for the My Name's Doddy campaign, supported by Jock Borthwick, who's here this weekend. Let's have a look again. A replay of some action up at Redgate. This was Lexi Powell just going in too quickly there over the gravel. That was her first off up at Redgate. She recovered that one. And then further round the lap, unfortunately, wasn't able to recover up at Coppice. See it again here. Yep, just too quick into Coppice. Maybe she was having braking problems, because 2 overshoots in a lap like that suggests possibly a car problem. So hi to Carl, Holly and Melissa we've mentioned. Back of the net 07 was at Donington yesterday, watching on the stream today, thank you. Hi to Thomas Bailey, Ghost of Turismo. Hi to Wendy Howell, says sat in the sun waiting for the trucks, let's do this. Hi to Caroline Lopez, supporting Lexi Powell. Unfortunately, Lexi out of the race. No, so is Ollie Smith. His car pulled over at the entry to Schwantz Curve with a problem early on. Just over 4 minutes of action left to go in this one. Hopefully we'll get some more green flag racing in. Hi to Andy Spates. Tom Justice 57 supporting Matthew Swatton. Hi to Jamie McEwen. Leon Lockwood says hello to Roy Lockwood. Hi to Ollie Law, son of the great Justin Law of Group C fame. We've seen him in historic racing with his dad this year in a Lotus Cortina, backing Wilf Butler for the win, he says. Hi to Karen Hollis, Amelia Hogan, Edward Presland as well. Thanks for all your comments coming in. So the safety car is going to do another lap. They're weaving to keep their tyres warm. We must mention a bit of unfortunate news that reached us from motorsport. You may have seen on social media, British Touring Car Championship team Power Maxed Racing, who run the Vauxhall Astras, their workshop and headquarters very sadly was destroyed by fire yesterday, and the team has lost pretty much everything. So we extend our best wishes, our sympathies to Adam Weaver, the team principal, and the Power Maxed Racing team. The very sad news that their HQ was very sadly destroyed by fire over the course of this weekend. Hope to see them back out racing soon. So Josh Salvadori with the lead. Ollie Kerr in second. Wilf Butler nicely placed here in third. Hello to James Sherrington, a name we've seen in this championship in the past, supporting Josh Salvadori. Blakely Joyner supporting Ollie Kerr. Jake Sylvester says, come on, Matthew Swatton. And there is Lexi Powell. Looks like some damage to the underside of the car. She's in pit lane. Now, will we see the safety car in this lap? It sometimes says on the timing screen. No indication yet, so we'll know for certain because the lights go out on top of the safety car. That means it's coming in this lap. But they're still on at the moment. There's just over 90 seconds left on the clock, so if we get the safety car in this lap, we could have a one-lap shootout. Just waiting to see if we are going to go green this time. With Lexi Powell's car in pit line, I imagine that we will. I can't see the safety car. That's already gone. So it looks like Josh Salvadori was backing the cars up, ready for a possible restart this time. Yes, we are going to go back to green flag racing. Here we go. It's going to be a one-lap shootout for the victory in our Junior Saloon Car Championship here at Donington Park, and it is Josh Salvadori who leads down towards Red Gates. It's at the inside. Here comes Ollie Kerr. He's got a run on Salvadori. That's a good move by Ollie Kerr. Wilf Butler might try and make it 3 wide here with a bit of luck. Kerr's got his nose in front as they head through Hollywood, down into the Craner curves. But look at Wilf Butler. They're not going to go 3 wide into the old hairpin. Surely you can't go 3 wide through there. Fighting back on the outside. Butler is going to go for it. Look at this. They are going to go 3 wide into the old hairpin. Oh, superb. And they've avoided each other. Salvadori keeps his foot in, and somehow he has held the lead. Excellent bit of driving by Josh Salvadori. I noticed Max Scharfegger bouncing across the grass there in the background. That was a sensational bit of driving from the 3 title contenders. Ollie Kerr's got through in a second. Butler's still third. Somehow, Josh Salvadori kept his foot in around the outside and held the lead. Louis Austin still 4th ahead of Swatton as well. Into Coppis, and if anything, Salvadori's increased his lead slightly with that run down into the old hairpin. Oh, that was nerve-jangling stuff indeed. Fierce competition. These young racers have got another race later on, of course. Now, what's going to happen into the final chicane? Is anybody going to make a move? Matthew Swatton's having a go for 4th place, but it looks like it is going to be Josh Salvadori for 2 wins out of 2 this weekend. Here they come up towards the checkered flag. Salvadori wins it ahead of Kerr and Butler. Now, who's going to be 4th? There's 4 of them together. I think it's going to be Louis Austin. Leon Holly's coming up as well. And Matthew Swatton lost out to Max Scharfegger. Where did he come from in the runs to the line there? Those next 4 covered by about 4/10 of a second. Well, the one-lap shootout certainly works. And Lexi Powell's come back out of the pits as well, so she's going to come round to finish, possibly a few laps in arrears. But that move through the old hairpin for the last time, that was brilliant racing. And no contact either. They avoided each other and managed to go 3 wide. You don't see that very often. Josh Salvadori, 2nd win of the weekend, and that will put him into the championship lead by my reckoning. Ollie Kerr in 2nd, Wilf Butler in 3rd, 0.66 of a second, covering the three of them. Louis Austin in fourth, and look how close it was for fourth place. Austin ahead of Scharfegger, Swatton and Leon Holly. Sherry-Ann Powell from the back row of the grid up to 8th. Bailey Roberts 9th and Tim Leonard in 10th. Lexi Powell still running but 4 laps behind in the end. And we lost Ollie Smith with mechanical problems early on. Martin Wright, a non-starter. That was brilliant. What a start to the week, to the second day this weekend. Next out on track, it will be the big rigs, the British Truck Racing Championship. Saying hello from Devon is Guy Martin. Not that Guy Martin, I don't think, of motorcycle and TV fame. Hi to Alessandro, Fish, and Kart 70. So, yes, bad news about the fire at Power Max Racing. We do wish them all the best, the BTCC team. I think that will finish their season, sadly. Thanks for all your comments. Do give us a like and subscribe to British Automobile Racing Club on YouTube. Plenty of action still to come over the course of the 2025 season. Our next action is the first weekend in September. We're up at Donington Park. Is that Lexi Powell off again? Yes, out the old hairpin. Look, she's gone off again, unfortunately. So the cars will shortly be in Parc Fermé and we can talk to our race winners. Yes, Lexi Powell losing it again down into the old hairpin. The rear wing coming off the Saxo as well. And she just stopped it before it went into the gravel this time. Lexi in her first season in the championship, possibly just trying a little bit too hard to get to the finish line there. Right, let's head down to Parc Fermé then after a brilliant race of the junior saloon cars and join Ian Waterhouse.
Oh my word, what a finish to that race. There is Josh Salvador, a second win of the weekend for him. We'll let him get his helmet off, but that, by my reckoning, also makes him the new championship leader as well. Josh, do you want to get your helmet off, mate? You get your helmet off, buddy, and take a drink. It is baking hot here today, but wow, what a race. Oliver Kerr pushing the whole way with Butler, thanks to the safety car, got back into the mix as well. Let's hear from Josh in a second. That was some fantastic racing, wasn't it? It really, really was. Josh Salvador, a two-time race winner this weekend here at Donington Park, and new championship leader. How does that sound?
Yeah, it's good, but I'm just like I suggested, just taking each race as it comes, and I was a bit nervous when the safety car came out. And I
was going to ask you that because Oliver was all over you, wasn't he? But then the safety car come out, and it's almost a double-edged sword. You get a bit of a respite from it, but then it kind of brought Wilf back into play, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. I mean, I think he didn't have the best of starts, really. Like, he dropped back a bit, but he did well. He was I think went 3 wide into old hairpin, so that was pretty scary. But we made it through, and
you showed your racecraft there and took the win. Congratulations, Josh. Well done. Here's Oliver Kerr as well. Oliver, you did pretty much everything you possibly could there. Was the safety car coming out a bit of a hindrance, or were you happy?
We kind of got a gap from Wilf, so I kind of was trying to keep that gap at bay whilst trying to attack Josh. But yeah, the safety car definitely threw a spanner in the works. But we gave it our everything on that last lap. We got second in the end. So not too bad for the championship.
So as the season's gone on and on, you're just getting quicker and quicker and quicker, aren't you? You're almost one with this car now.
Yeah, we're finding little bits that we can do to the car to make it quicker each time to keep up with these two boys. So yeah, it's good.
You're right in that title fight as well. Thanks, Oliver. Congratulations as well. Let's go find Wilf, shall we? See where he is. He's over here. Come on, Wilf. Let's have a quick chat, shall we? We spoke a little bit earlier. Said that everything's. I know you had a couple of car issues yesterday. A bit slow off the line again. Is everything all right with the car?
Yeah. The cars were good. It's just a little bit frustrating. Had a bad start, so dropped back, and then they had a gap. So.
Well, the safety car gave you a chance, didn't it? And you almost took it as well.
Yeah. It was close, but I didn't knock it down into third quick enough, and Ollie just came back down my inside. So just one of those things, a bit unlucky, but yeah, race is good.
Top man on the podium, because still right in that title fight as well. Will, thank you so much. There we go, great racing from the Junior Saloon Car Championship. It's a wonderful day. Everybody's having such a great time. It is brilliant. And what is even more fantastic is that up next we have the first race of the day for the British Truck Racing Championship. It's going to be loud. Turn that volume up, everybody. Let's hand patch your commentator Dave Goddard for the British Truck Racing Championship. Oh yeah!
Yes, indeed. Thanks, Ian. The big rigs will be out on track very shortly for race 3 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. 2 races yesterday saw Michael Oliver take the win from pole position in race 1, and David Jenkins finally took a long overdue first race win of 2025 in the second race. Our title contenders, Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith, the men with 19 titles between them, were a little bit subdued in yesterday's race. We know Ryan Smith has been battling 1 or 2 health issues, and he was a little bit off the pace, while Stuart Oliver was back in 5th place in race 1 and had a bit of a tangle with Neil Yates, I think it was, in race 2. But the truck's on their way out then from the assembly area for race 3 of the weekend. In yesterday's races in Division 2, the blue MAN we see there of Jake Evans was a double winner, making up for a no score at Thruxton last time out when his engine blew in practice. We should have 20 trucks out there for this one, 19 on the grid. John Powell, who missed qualifying, hopefully will start his new DAF from the pit lane. The grid is based on the results of race 1 yesterday, with the top 8 finishers reversed. So the man in 8th place was David Smith with his MAN number 11. He starts on pole alongside another MAN number 14, John Bowler. Second row, number 3, Stephen Powell, seen his daughter Lexi in the previous race. He starts alongside the 10 times British champion Stuart Oliver in his Volvo. Row 3, 101 Martin Gibson, and the reigning 9 times champion Ryan Smith, going for 10 in a row this year in the Daimler Freightliner in number 1, completing the 3rd row. Row 4, David Jenkins, number 69, not in an International Navistar. That's the truck that Tom O'Rourke is driving. David Jenkins in an MAN, starts alongside yesterday's race 1 winner Michael Oliver. Row 5, Ricky Collitz, he's in not a DAF but an MAN as well. The man from Yorkshire starts alongside number 5, Adam Bint in the Mercedes Actros. Row 6, 33, Neil Yates, and 86, Tom O'Rourke, who's in the International Navistar, the bonneted American truck. He was having some trouble with that, 2 non-finishes for him yesterday, so hopefully he's fixed his issues. On row 7, 41, Simon Cole, the first of the Division 2 trucks in the Iveco, starts alongside Sami Ojanen from Finland in the Sisu. Row 8, Archie Handy in his Volvo, and Jake Evans, number 10 in the MAN. On row 9, Bradley Harvey, who led the points in Division 2 coming into this weekend, alongside Callum Eason, number 26, and treble 3, Graham Poole at the back. Hopefully John Powell in his DAF will join in from the pit lane. The reason the top 8 aren't flipped around in Division 2, as the Division 1 trucks do, is because several of them are novices, and novice racers have to start from the back of the field. Doesn't detract from Jake Evans and Bradley Harvey, though. They're novices this season and they're leading the points. So the Pace truck leads them away, the Napa Auto Parts and GT Tyres DAF. 2 of the partner sponsors of the British Truck Racing Championship, the others being Freuhauf Trailers, Total Care Workshop Equipment, Valvoline Oils, Truck and Driver Magazine, Transport Monitoring Solutions, Sylvie Fleet Management, BWOC, the suppliers of the HVO biodiesel that these trucks now all run on. MV Commercial, that's Tom O'Rourke's business. Neil Yates Recovery, Neil also out on the grid here. Alco, LTS Global Solutions, and all the other sponsors who make this championship possible. Big thanks to all of them. Bit of steam coming off Jake Evans' truck there. That's not a problem with the truck. These trucks have water-cooled brakes, so the steam coming off the water as it heats up there. These trucks are 12 or 13 litre turbocharged diesel engines, all fueled these days, of course, to be said, by a HVO biofuel, as Adam Bintu was first to use that in the championship. Now they're all running on it. Almost 1,000 horsepower each from these 5-ton machines, and they are limited electronically to 100 miles per hour. First truck races in the UK were held in November 1984, right here at Donington Park. Back then, it was a step into the unknown. It had never been done in the UK before. All the trucks then were standard road going ones that Some of them literally left their trailers in the paddock and raced, and it's attracted the biggest crowd I think Donington has ever had to see this new phenomenon of truck racing. And they've never looked back since. Ice cream, anyone? Why not? Maybe after this race. There's the Division 2 trucks, headed up by Simon Cole in the Iveco. His son, Archie Handy, a graduate of the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Yes, you can go straight from junior racing into a truck. There's Graham Poole at the back, one of our newcomers this year. Great to have 4 newcomers in the championship in Division 2. Jake Evans, Bradley Harvey, Callum Eason, whose parents have both raced trucks in the past, and Graham Poole. Yes, you can, as we've discussed on BARC TV in the past, you can race a truck even when you're too young to hold an HGV licence on the road. All you need is a car racing licence to drive one of these. It was Bradley Smith who explained that to us last season. I think Bradley's now racing in Europe. There's Michael Oliver, winner yesterday, as was the man alongside him. David Jenkins finally got his first win of the season, the former champion. The watch for Stuart Oliver in the number 7 and Ryan Smith the number 1. 19 British championships between the two of them. Stuart Oliver, a European champion as well, the last British driver to win it. James Stone says hi to everyone in orange. Yes, thanks to all our marshals. They'll be well back off their posts for this one, for safety reasons. With the big rigs ready to rumble. Race 3 this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. David Smith and John Bowler on the front of the grid. David Smith has had 1 win this season, his first win in Division 1, former Division 2 champion. John Bowler's had a win this season as well, that was back at Thruxton. Here we go then, the revs begin to rise. Pace truck into pit lane, waiting for the red lights to go out from the rolling start. Here we go with the British Truck Racing Championship here at Donington Park. Off they go. And down towards that first corner, moving out wide, is Michael Oliver having a look down the outside. I think David Smith in the white MAN is going to hold his lead from pole position. Look at that, what a traffic jam as they go into Redgate for the first time. John Bowler on the outside in the 14. Stephen Powell is there on the inside. He's looking for his first win of the season. One truck kicking up the dust on the outside. I think that was Michael Oliver in the number 12. Stuart Oliver's not made the best of starts. He's dropped behind Ryan Smith. David Jenkins is side by side with the number 1, but it is David Smith, number 11, who holds the lead ahead of John Bowler. Third place, that looks like Martin Gibson in the number 101, the Team Oliver Racing MAN. David Jenkins in 4th, then Stephen Powell holding off Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver and Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, is next. Then Ricky Collett, the somewhat veteran campaigner in his MAN, is next in the order. Behind him, Adam Binns. Division 2 is currently headed up by Simon Cole. Looks like Archie Handy's dropped back there slightly in the number 40, but it is David Smith who leads the way. Man from just outside London leads John Bowler from Stockport in Cheshire in 2nd place. Martin Gibson from Warwickshire is in 3rd. Back in truck racing this year after a couple of years racing cars. David Jenkins going well too. The championship protagonists are side by side. Further back, Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver, the 2 bonneted trucks, as John Bowler, I thought was going to overshoot the chicane there, was a bit late on the brakes, staying ahead of Martin Gibson. They rumble their way around to complete the first lap then, with David Smith looking for his 2nd win of the season in the lead. Bit of trim hanging loose from the left-hand side of his truck. Ryan Smith's got ahead of Stuart Oliver. David Jenkins having a look. Whoa, David Jenkins sideways under braking. He nearly hit the back of Martin Gibson, I think that is ahead of him there. Thought David Jenkins was going to do a Scandinavian flick there going into Redgate. Ever seen a truck do a Scandinavian flick? We mentioned Kurt Goranson yesterday. I bet he's done a few of those in his time. One of the all-time greats of European truck racing. Stephen Powell next in the order, the number 3, has had a fair number of mechanical problems this season, had a lot of bad luck with his MAN. David Jenkins all over the back of Martin Gibson here for 3rd place. There's Powell, the number 3, former Division 2 champion. There's Ryan Smith. Had some health problems this year, but still going strong. Was struggling with kidney stones earlier in the summer. Maybe that's why he's slightly off the pace here at Donington. Here comes David Jenkins. Now he's got a run on Martin Gibson this time. They bounce off each other. Rubbing's racing, as they say. There's going to be a bit of rubbing here into the chicane. This has allowed the first two to pull away, Smith and Bowler. David Jenkins has got the inside. I think Martin Gibson's going to have to cede track position here. He does, and David Jenkins up into third position in the LKQ, Digraph and Morris Lubricants MAN among his other sponsors. He's got a couple of new sponsors on board for this season. Here comes Stephen Powell attacking Gibson now. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver duking it out behind them, with Michael Oliver acting as a tail gunner perhaps for his father. There's Ricky Collick behind them. He's had a fairly strong weekend. He was having an absolute ding-dong with Neil Yates yesterday. There is Neil, the number 33, behind Tom O'Rourke, who's just gone past Adam Bint in the Mercedes. And then we've got a gap back to Division 2, headed by Simon Cole, just ahead of Jake Evans, with Bradley Harvey, the yellow and white truck, in third place. Flying Ryan Smith, the number 1, 9 times a champion consecutively. Looking to match Stuart Oliver's record of 10. Stuart didn't win his in consecutive years, though, because he took a year out to win the European title. A couple of British drivers who contest the European Championship are here this weekend for the International Truck GP. Likes of Mark Taylor, who we saw take a win yesterday. Jamie Anderson making a comeback this weekend as well. Out of Coppice, towards the chicane. He's John Bowler thinking about an attack to the lead. Stuart Oliver's having a go at Ryan Smith further back in the order. David Smith is going to hold his lead in the number 11. John Bowler swings through the chicane in second place. Across the stripe they go. 3 laps completed. David Jenkins does a new fastest lap, 126.378. Look at Stuart Oliver all over the back of Ryan Smith here. Are the Oliver family going to launch a double attack on Ryan and try and bamboozle him here? The Worldwide Truck Racing Daimler Freightliner holds off the Volvo VNL, or does it? Up the inside there, going through the crane of curves. That's where Stuart Oliver had a big shunt a couple of years ago in the Volvo. No, he's got through. So Stuart Oliver goes through, past Ryan Smith. Here's Michael Oliver, yesterday's Race 1 winner, going to have a go as well. Ryan is not on the pace this weekend. Yes, here comes Michael Oliver. I think Ryan Smith's got a problem. He was quite slow out of the old hairpin. There's a bit of smoke there as well. There's something not right with that Daimler. Ryan is struggling here. And this is going to allow Stuart Oliver to increase his lead in the championship. And Ryan Smith, it's the first time in several years we've said this, Ryan Smith could be in danger of losing his grip on the championship. Meantime, here are the leaders, and David Smith has run a little bit wide there coming out of Coppice. This could be John Bowler's opportunity to go for the lead. Is he going to be close enough here on the inside into the chicane? He's got the line, but he is not close enough to David Smith, who swings it in, keeps the lead. David Jenkins is the danger man in third place. MAN's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the moment. Stuart Oliver in 6th in the Volvo. Here's Jenkins on the inside into Redgates. Has a look. No, doesn't quite get the inside line away from John Bowler. David Jenkins on his local circuit, the man from Stafford. His father Tony Jenkins, a very successful truck racer as well. Ryan Smith is definitely dropping back in the number 1. He's got Ricky Collick closing him down in the 95. Have a look at Ryan's previous lap time. Yeah, about a second off his usual pace he's dropped there. Just under 8.5 minutes of this race to go. Race 3 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Convoy in the Park. Let's have a look back at Division 2. It looks like Jake Evans has taken the lead of the class. Had 2 wins yesterday, and the MAN has taken the lead from the Iveco of Simon Cole. Very, very quick machine indeed, that's MAN. Here's a battle further back. Tom O'Rourke running better today. He's just got ahead of Ricky Collett. And here's Adam Bint in that menacing black Mercedes Actros. Ryan Smith ran a Mercedes for 1 year. Somebody's gone off there. Oh, it's Stephen Powell has gone wide at Coppice. Is that a problem, or has he just run out wide, or has he done the same as Lexi did in the junior saloon cars? As David Jenkins nearly hits the back of John Bowler coming off the chicane there. Bowler was a bit slow through there. He's held the line. There's a black and orange flag gone out to somebody. As Jenkins weaves about on the tail of John Bowler, it's number 61, Sami Ojanen, the Finn, who has got the black and white flag. Sorry, no, black and orange flag. Sorry, get it right. It's the black and orange flag for Sami Ojanen because the truck is emitting smoke. It's just come up on the timing screen, so Sami Ojanen's in trouble, and Ryan Smith is definitely in trouble as well. Look, he's dropped behind Bint and Neil Yates. Now, Ryan Smith, I think, is heading into retirement. He always seems to have bad luck here at Donington, Ryan Smith, though we were about to mention his Mercedes Actros he had a few years ago. That caught fire here at Donington when the turbo blew. He just doesn't have any luck at this event at all. Sami Ojanen has pulled into the pits in the Sisu. Black and orange flag means technical problem, you need to call into the pits. That was because the truck was emitting smoke. Here comes the 69 of David Jenkins, all over the back now of John Bowler. He has been for 2 laps. Just come up on our timing screen as well. Incident involving truck 7 and 3 noted. So I think there was contact between Stuart Oliver and Stephen Powell. I think that's why Stephen went off at Coppice. We didn't quite see it. So here they come then. They're stacking up now behind David Smith in the number 11. Sami Ojanen has had his truck checked. I think the Sisu might be heading back out. Division 2 runner this season in the Mad Croc energy drink sponsored machine. Finnish driver in a Finnish built truck. Team Oliver in formation, 4th, 5th and 6th now. Is Ryan Smith going to head into the pits? We'll see if he comes in. Yes, he has come into the pits to have that problem checked. As David Smith, no relation, continues to lead. And there is Ryan Smith in pit lane. Smoke from the number 1 machine. And there is a real possibility he could have his run of titles ended this year by Stuart Oliver. We'll have a look at the points a little bit later on. Coming into this weekend, Stuart Oliver was leading. Look at that. The GT Tyres livery in formation around Coppice. Now, are there any team orders here, I wonder, with Stuart Oliver fighting for the championship? Are Michael and Martin Gibson going to give way to him here? Well, Martin Gibson's not giving way. He moves across there to the inside, as I say that, into the chicane. But Stewart, I think, wants to come on by here and move up into 4th place so he can have a go at the top 3 in the Volvo. The Volvo that was rebuilt over the course of last season, had a big smash in qualifying at Thruxton. Stewart switched to a backup truck for the rest of the season. Got a whole fleet of race trucks. We'll see a couple of them out in the International Truck GP. Ricky Collins had a spin at the chicane. The heavy haulage boss from Halifax trying to get going again there. Here are the leaders down the Craner curves meanwhile. Still David Smith, pole sitter in this race, hanging on in front ahead of John Bowler. John Bowler having to attack and defend at the same time because David Jenkins is on his tail. Then it's Team Oliver flying in formation. And behind them, Tom O'Rourke is 7th with Adam Bint in 8th place. Now, the result of race 3, this race, will set the grid for the last race, race 5, with the top 8 reversed. So as it stands at the moment, Adam Bint's going to be in pole position with 8th place, as the top 8 get reversed, of course. Just inherited 8th when Ricky Collins spun, as Bowler has a look up the inside. He tried a move there, he wasn't close enough into Coppice. You don't very often see overtakes there anyway. You see overtakes on the following straight, though, and here comes David Jenkins. This time he's got a run for 2nd place on the inside of the 14 of John Bowler. Bowler's going to be on the outside of the chicane. He's going to have to give way to the former champion. Up the inside, into P2 goes David Jenkins. Oh, and he doesn't quite give way on the exits. There's a bit of contact there. Bowler sideways. I thought they were both going to go spinning there, but they've managed to save it. And now John Bowler's under fire from Martin Gibson for 3rd, but he's busy because his teammate, his team leader, Stuart Oliver's right behind him. Look at Tom O'Rourke closing up as well. Scored the first win for that truck at Thruxton. This is great stuff. Best race we've had so far this weekend for the trucks. Loving this formation display by Team Oliver. There's somebody into the pits there. That's Stephen Powell, I think, number 3. Yes, he's pulled up. Damage possibly from when he went into the gravel. Jake Evans continues to lead Division 2 by 3.5 seconds over Simon Cole. Third there is Bradley Harvey, then Callum Eason and Archie Handy, with Graham Poole further back behind them. Sammy Uyanen is still going after his pit stop. Now here comes Stuart Oliver up the inside on Martin Gibson. He's on the grass there on the inside of Coppice, saying to his teammate there, I think, I'm fighting for the championship, I need this place. He may have seen that Ryan Smith is out of the race. He's going to have the inside for the chicane. John Bowler's fighting back on the inside, meanwhile, of David Jenkins down the inside. Ooh, that was close. Jenkins going to go over the gravel. Have they both got away with that? I think they have. Stuart Oliver's going to move up again, and they're all over each other. Stuart Oliver slides sideways. John Bowler moves to block him there. 1 minute 40 left on the clock. Look at this, 3 wide behind them. They've battled with each other so much. Tom O'Rourke's been able to close in as well. Goodness me. Big loser in all of that was Martin Gibson. He now clips his teammates Michael Oliver. Okay, what's the order now then? Suddenly things are really heating up. Yes, pause for breath. David Smith's been able to escape as a result of all that in the lead. David Jenkins is now second. I think that's Ricky Collett in the dust there, who's gone off again at Redgate. I can't quite see. We think it was Ricky. Okay, so it is Smith from Jenkins. Third place is John Bowler, then it's Stuart Oliver. In 5th place is Michael Oliver. Martin Gibson has gone down to 6th, and then Tom O'Rourke in 7th. 8th place is now Neil Yates in the number 33. He's got ahead of Adam Binns. Neil's having a decent weekend, actually. Getting more and more on the pace all the time in his second full season in the championship. Where's Martin Gibson going? Straight on at Coppice, that's where. Over the gravel. Was there contact there? I'm not sure, we didn't see. There's 30 seconds left on the clock, so we're on the last lap now, and David Smith is saying, well, if you're all going to squabble behind me, I'm going to clear off and win this race. There he is. David Smith heading for only his second ever Division 1 victory. Division 2 champion back in 2011. Making a comeback over the last couple of years in Division 1. Stuart Oliver trying to get onto the podium here. There's a 5-second penalty for Archie Handy further back for exceeding track limits, the number 40. How far ahead of Graham Poole is he? He's only just ahead of him, so he'll lose that place. Now Stuart Oliver's going for the inside on the old hairpin. That's a brave move in cars, never mind trucks. And there's contact between him and John Bowler, who doesn't give way there. John Bowler's being very obstinate in that MAN, isn't he? He's playing what we saw David Smith do at Brands Hatch when Ryan Smith was behind him earlier this season. You shall not pass, says John Bowler. Speaking of Ryan Smith, is that him I've just spotted in front of our race leader? So he's rejoined from the pits. He cuts Coppice very fine there. Yes, Ryan's still going. He's at least trying to pick up some points. I hope he doesn't get in the way here as the leaders come down towards the checkered flag. No, he's kept over to the right. At least hoping to perhaps pick up some points here. He's a few laps down, Ryan Smith. But it's going to be his namesake who takes the win here. David Smith is through the chicane for the final time. He started from pole. He has led all the way, and David Smith takes his second win of the season. Great drive. Who's going to be second? Everybody else, I think. David Jenkins gets there. John Bowler is third. Then Stuart Oliver, Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke as quickly as that. Ryan Smith a few laps down comes in with those problems. Neil Yates has got ahead of Martin Gibson for 7th, so Gibson gets the 8th place. And then behind them, Adam Bint finishes together with Ricky Collett, who survives a couple of offs, to take 10th. 11th is going to be Jake Evans. It's going to be a hat-trick in Division 2. It's exactly what Jake needs after that 0 score at Thruxton. He takes a clear win in Division 2 for the slightly less powerful machines. Simon Cole in the Iveco, who came close to the title last year, is going to be second. Bradley Harvey in third in the ex-John Powell DAF. That's the truck that won the Division 2 title last year in John's hands. We didn't see John in that race. Here's Callum Eason. Something to celebrate. Announced that he's going to be a father here yesterday. His son due to be born in December. He comes in the ex-Andrew Fulcher MAN to take 4th place in the category. And then in comes Archie Handy. Well, you can see he's been exceeding track limits. He's been off somewhere. His front bumper's missing. Finishes just ahead of Graham Poole, but the penalty will drop him back a place. And here's Sami Ojanen. We saw him in the pits earlier with that black and orange flag for the truck emitting a bit of smoke. But he does come in to take the finish. I think we can see where Archie Handy's been off. Look at those bits of pink bodywork all over the old hairpin. Stephen Powell rejoined as well and has come in a few laps down. But Graham Poole there, I have to say, we saw him lapped in yesterday's 2 races. But to come in just on the tail of Archie Handy there and only a few seconds behind Callum Eason, that's a big improvement from Graham Poole. There's Jake Evans, another Division 2 victory for him in the truck his cousin Craig used to race. And Peace Challenge is back on for the Division 2 title. But Ryan Smith was 4 laps down. I'm not sure that's enough laps to be classified. We'll wait and see. The win goes to David Smith, though, 4 seconds ahead of David Jenkins, who headed up that huge squabble behind. John Bowler holding off Stuart Oliver for 3rd, and Michael Oliver 5th, Tom O'Rourke 6th, and he got the fastest lap as well with a 1:26.355. Neil Yates 7th, Martin Gibson in 8th, so he'll get pole provisionally for race 5. And Adam Binton, Ricky Collick round out the top 10. Evans wins Division 2 ahead of Cole, Harvey and Eason. Then Graham Poole with Archie Handy, the penalised, number 40 behind him. Sami Ojanen finished a lap down in 17th, and Steve Powell and Ryan Smith with problems. Looks like the track sweeper is going to be on the move there, the Collins Contractors road sweeper. And hopefully our interviewers are ready down in Parc Ferme to greet David Smith, and hopefully Jake Evans will hear from as well. Waiting for the last few trucks to make it down into Parc Ferme. There's going to be a qualifying session, I think, coming next. Yes, we've got qualifying for the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup that we can take a look at. So there's over 20 of them scheduled to be here this weekend for their 45-minute mini enduro, which is at the end of the programme. A few of your comments coming in. Hi to Felix Cummins. James Stone says hi to everyone in orange. You mentioned him just at the start of that race. Missing my marshalling due to a neck and back operation. Get well soon, James. But I think we can now hand down to Parc Ferme to talk to some of our drivers. Yes, he's back again. Here's Pointy.
And there we go, the first race of the British Truck Racing Championship completed for the Sunday. And what a second half of the race that was. Huge battle for Dave Jenkins there. It looks like we've lost Dave Smith back to his tent, of course, because they've got another race to prepare for by the looks of it. Dave, what a battle, shake my hand, fantastic result. That was a real fight. We saw you battling with John Bowler all the way through. Put a real fight up. Yes.
Going to turn his isolator off or cut his air pipe.
Yeah, Stuart Oliver's arrived apparently. But Dave, that you've got to be happy with that race. Very good quality all the way through.
That was probably one of the top draw, that was, wasn't it? 7th to 2nd with a puncher. Awesome, absolutely awesome. Just phenomenal machine I've got underneath me, provided by the best team in the paddock, supported by the best commercial partners. Just top draw performance at every level.
Absolutely fantastic. You can hear the passion, the excitement in his voice, and yes, indeed, you do certainly seem to have found that groove this weekend, and it's lovely to see. Smooth, clean, fantastic racing, and yeah, what a race that was. The spectators are obviously loving it.
Yeah, they had the money's worth there, didn't they then, definitely.
It was a close shave. Talking about close shaves though, you and John Bowler, I mean, is there we heard Dave on the commentary talking about if there's an unsung agreement with regards to Team GT, and whether or not it's like, look, I'm coming through, I'm fighting for the championship. But Martin hadn't got the memo today, had he?
No. We don't. We're here to race our own races, and Martin, he was going well, but I did have the legs on him in certain places, and I just managed to get up the inside of him at the right place and got to the chicane alongside him, which is the place to be. So no, it was good. It was just these slow ones in front of us, I just moved over on you. That was all it was. No, that was good. That was a good fair race.
It was. I mean, we saw it. It was obviously a case of 2 trucks, 1 space. But John, fantastic recovery there as well. I don't not so many years ago that would have been red flag in the tyre wall, game over.
Yeah, no, we've moved on a bit from that now, but it's been good racing today. Really good with everyone.
It was brilliant to see, and it was a nice clean finish. You kept your elbows out, and great result for the first race of Sunday.
That's it, yeah. It's not quite wide enough, but we'll work on that next race.
We're getting there, guys.
I'm narrowing mine down, and he's widening his out, so it's equal.
You're going streamline, he's going wide. I like it, yeah, that's it, right. Shake each other's hands, there we go. Fantastic job, guys, thank you very much. We've got some trophies to hand out now, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you some of that very shortly. So join me in a moment for some silverware presentations, okay? Until then, I'll send you back to some footage that we recorded earlier on.
Well, thanks to Pointy down there. Hopefully we can bring you some of our footage from across the weekend. Perhaps see what's going on in the show truck area. We're waiting to see in a moment. We have got a qualifying session coming up as well for the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupes, of course. It's a series aimed at the newcomer to motor racing. Cars kept as standard as possible, only the safety equipment fitted to the Hyundai Coupe racers, all 2-litre engines. The man who's done the majority of the winning so far has been Nathan Williams. He won the season opener at Donington Park. Adam Jones, number 43, took the other race. They're both here this weekend. It's a slightly different event, of course, we have for the Coupes this time, because it's a 45-minute mini enduro with a mandatory pit stop in the middle. Second event of the season came at Thruxton. Nathan Williams won both races there as well. He's really the new sensation of the Coupe Cup. Just looking back at the previous results here. Then they went on to Snetterton on the 300 circuit. Nathan Williams and Adam Jones shared the wins there as well. And then they went to Liddon Hill for the LHMC race day and the Historics on the Hill events just a few weeks ago, the 19th and 20th of July. Once again, Nathan Williams took the first victory and Adam Jones the second. There's a pattern emerged so far this year. So those are the two to watch. Also to look out for is Harvey Kersley, the graduate of the Junior Saloon Car Championship. He's in the number 88 car. But his father Alex is making a comeback this weekend, and so is a certain Wayne Rockets. Yep, you cannot keep Wayne Rockets out of the Hyundai Coupe Cup. He's won so many events over the years. And we'll have them out on track fairly shortly for a qualifying session to set the grid for later on. Some of the cars shared by 2 drivers. I mentioned Wayne Rockets and Alex Kersley. 21 is shared by Simon Smith and David Jarvis. Paul and Jonty Callaway share the number 1 car. And number 51, Paul Lorry, is sharing his car with BARC official David Whedon. Yep, seen him out in the Track Action Race Club earlier this year, and he's making a comeback in the Hyundai Coupe Cup as well. beautiful sunny conditions here at Donington Park. We're just waiting for the circuit to be cleared up after the trucks have been out. Big thanks to all the marshals and the recovery crews once again. There's our drifting team. We've got BMWs, Nissan Skylines and Silvias, MX-5s in there, all ready to burn some rubber. So while they wait to fill the arena with smoke, we'll go and see in a moment what Pointy's up to, shall we? So as the BMW gets underway there, we're handing over to Pointy for the podium for the trucks very shortly. No sign of the Hyundais at the moment. We'll pick them up as soon as we can. As I think that's an E46 BMW goes drifting. And Pointy will be ready with our podium very shortly.
Do you want one? You can't have one, you can have one. Special. Right then, good morning world, how the devil are we? Oh, let's try that again. How the devil are we? Well, there we go. Who's going to do it twice? We'll try again later. We've got 4 more races today, 2 British, 2 international, and I want you on your best behaviour for all of them, 100% effort. Now, without further ado, shall we throw bits and bobs, because I know you all like some bits and bobs. So let's get some bits and bobs out first of all. Here we go. Doesn't look like I've got any assistants today. You can help me. You can help your pictures out. You have your out. Stop, but just because you're bold. All right, let's see it. Let's see it. What we got in. Right then, hat at the front. Hat at the front. Oops, hat for you. Hat for you. Look at this. It's gonna be. You can have one of them. Oh no, no, elephants. Oh, we'll throw them out. Thank you to, of course, our tyre sponsor GT for providing us with these envelopes.
I'm happy now, I've got an elephant.
And there's a bag. You can let everyone in a bag. Who's got a bag? Oh my goodness me. Right, we've also got some limited edition prints that Scott over here has done for us. These are very, there you go madam, these are very exciting. There we go. Right, last one, go! Now make sure you follow ADH Distracted over on Instagram, who's been the, come over here Scott, who's been the creator, who's also made some personalised posters for all the drivers in the paddock. And the piece of art is fantastic, isn't it? Are you happy with how it's come out?
Yeah, very happy. Obviously, if you want any more, any input on today, just send me a follow on Instagram, message me, and I can send you a digital one.
He'll send you a copy. But look at that nice guy. Thank you very much, sir. Right then, thank you to our sponsors, of course, for the freebies, and Scott for doing those lovely prints. Now, of course, you're all here for some trophies. You ready for some trophies? Yes! Okay, now, let's start off then with Division 2. Make sure my hats are still there, no one's nicked anything. Lovely jubbly. Okay then, so starting in 3rd place, please put your hands together. Recall him, Maggie. It's Bradley Harvey. Well done to you. Take your position. And in 2nd place, piloting the beast, it's the governor himself, Simon Cole. Which means taking his third first place podium this weekend. Please make some noise for Jay Evans! What man! Fantastic crowd, great way to start the day. Get your pictures, get your videos. Right, let's hear some more noise for Division 2 top 3. Gents, if you could take a step over to the right hand side and we'll get on with our first place. And what a race it was for both those divisions, but that second half was all action. Now in third place then, and it was a real battle for this driver. Please put your hands together for John Bowler. He's typically all the way at the back. Come on, they can't bother clapping, you took that long. So get yourself on the podium. Which means in second place, and this guy really drove his heart out as well. Make some noise for 69 Dave Jenkins. Look at this crowd. Can you believe this crowd is fantastic? Fantastic. There we go, sir. Shake my hand. Well done. Over on the number 2 spot there. Thank you. Now, I know yesterday there was a bit of oohing and ahhing because, of course, son Nathan managed to take the first trophy of the weekend. But it wasn't a first, was it, ladies and gentlemen? So the gauntlet has been set once again in the Smith family. So please, in first place, make some noise for Dave Smith. Unfortunately, he didn't get his TV interview because someone told him to go straight on instead of Park Ferme. So just terrible, terrible. Right then, let's get some shots. Get your hat on, Dave. There we go, slip, start, slap, fantastic. I've adjusted the hats for you as well, can you tell? I made them fit straight, it's beautiful, beautiful. Round of applause for your Division 1 top 3. And let's get Division 2 and we'll do the one-word wonders for the first time on Sunday. John, how are we feeling?
Sweaty.
Sweaty, I love it.
Teamwork.
That'll do, I think you have 2 for that. Fast. Family. Family.
Consistent.
Consistent, demonstrate.
I'm having 3. Overjoyed, puncture and family.
Oh, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And of course now, it's time for the champagne. Go on. Just to let you all know, we've got loads more racing action out on circuit. We've got the next British Truck Racing Championship at 12:05. But before then, at 11:30, we've got the drift trucks down on the live action arena. So make sure you head over to Redgate for the spectating of the drift trucks. We'll see you all back here straight after the next race. Remember, that is about 12:20. Thank you.
Thank you, Pointy. Well done. Great racing that, wasn't it, by the way?
Oh, what a second half. I tell you, it was touch and go for a few of them. We had Ricky Collett all over the shop. Don't know what's happened to that. We'll find out. Yeah, it was great. I mean, great way to start the day. Nothing too major. It's how we like to start the Sunday. Make sure we're all at least going to get some sort of lunch break, you know. And I'm going to do a bit of behind the scenes now. So if you do want to see some of that, head over to Instagram, over to official BTRC. And I'm going to be popping around some garages and chatting to some drivers.
Good man. I thought you were going to plug your own page.
No. BTRC. Although Pointy Plumber is available.
Couldn't help it. All right, Coupe Cup just qualified in a minute. That'll be finished very soon. We're going to go get ourselves up to the assembly area to chat some of the track action drivers. Don't go far. We'll see you very soon.
Well, we'll wait for Ian to head over to the assembly area then, because the cars for the Track Action Race Club will be lining up in there. Qualifying is underway in the meantime for the OT Publishing Coupe Cup. It's number 47, Sean Jones, who is currently the quickest with a 1:28.916. You can see these cars, mostly Generation 1 and 2 Hyundai Coupes. Kept as standard as possible, as equal as possible. There is the quickest car. In fact, the number 47, second of these two, it's number 43, Adam Jones, ahead of him. Not sure if they're any relation, those two. I've not seen Sean in action before. Checking the colours of these cars as well, because we've not seen them out for quite a while in front of our cameras. The series founded by John Winter, successful racer previously in Toyota MR2s. He runs exit 13 vehicle graphics, so named because it's next to junction 13 of the M1 at Milton Keynes. He's competed in radio control car racing, has edited car magazines as well. A man of many talents is John Winter, and a good racing driver as well. It's the Hyundais out on track. Now here are the comeback men. Number 17, the red, white and blue of Kersley Motorsport. That is Alex Kersley and Wayne Rocket. Yep, Wayne Rocket, the man who's had more retirements than Frank Sinatra. He's back out yet again in the Generation 3 Hyundai Coupe. Great entertainer. We've seen his son Johnny Rocket, great name, racing in these cars as well in the past. There's a Lightning McQueen liveried car out there as well. We'll pick up the number of that one. This, I think, is the number 26. It's a little tricky to read the numbers on one or two of these cars. That will be Roger Owens in number 26. Had his car on display at the Autosports International Racing Car Show in Birmingham at the NEC a few years ago, I remember. There is number 43, Adam Jones, has had a fair number of wins, has divided up the wins with Nathan Williams this season, and it's Adam who has now just gone quickest in the times, 1:28.692. Namesake Sean Jones is second fastest. Check if they are any relation, the two Joneses, but it's a case of keeping up with the Joneses at the moment. Have to get that one out of the way fairly quickly. Number 10, Ben Wilkinson, is third fastest. Nathan Williams has just gone quickest, the number 50. There he is. Very successful sim racer as well is Nathan, the man from Merseyside. And he's just gone quickest. He's done the majority of the winning this year, just on a 1:27.856. Very rapid, up-and-coming saloon racer. The Jones is second and third, then Ben Wilkinson. Harvey Kersley, number 88, is fifth quickest. Then we've got number 6, Paul Smith. Seventh quickest, number 16, is Andrew Holmes. And then eighth is the first of our two driver teams. That's Simon Smith and David Jarvis, number 21. They'll swap drivers during the pit stop. We'll try and get you the starting drivers later on for that one. The pink machine there, number 12, that is Matthew Wilson. Loving the googly eyes on the headlights of that car as well. Well, we live by the ethos that motorsport should be fun, and this is certainly a series run purely for fun and enjoyment, the Coupe Cup. Nathan Williams just getting round the outside there of Matthew Wilson as they come into the chicane. Of course, the Hyundai Coupe was used as a rally car in its early days as well. Back in the late 1990s, we saw them in the Formula 2 class of the World Championship. Alistair McRae, I believe, drove one for a time. There's a car pulled over up there, I've just noticed, on the outside of the Craner Curves, a bright yellow car. We're not sure who that is. Pick that up in a moment. There is the number 51. That's Paul Lorry. Appropriate name for a truck racing weekend, isn't it? And he's sharing with David Whedon, BARC official turned racer. Purple, orange, white and turquoise. That is some colour scheme. Number 1, that's the Callaways, John C. and Paul. Where are they in the times? They're down in 20th at the moment. See the novice cross on the back because John C. is a novice. I think this might be his first ever race, actually. Not seen John C. on track before myself. It's still Nathan Williams quickest, with Adam Jones seconds. Ben Wilkinson, number 10, is now up to third place. Nathan Williams quickest by half a second. Field covered at the moment by 12 seconds. There's a couple of cars have not completed laps. They are number 70, which is Mark Ridout, and 8 of Gary Hobbs. They've had a few problems. This will be number 18, Ian Brunning, the blue car with the white stripes. He's been with this series for a few years now. It is a series, not a championship. There's no points on these races, and that's the Callaway car off. That's at the Craner Curves. Whoops! They've tangled with the 51 car of Lorry and Whedon and stuck in the middle of the circuit there. So that might be a stoppage to this session. There's gravel everywhere. Now, who's the car that's stopped behind the barriers over there, the Dayglow yellow machine? I think that might be Gary Hobbs, the number 8. A tangle there coming out of Redgate for the number 1 and the 51. We've got just under 5 minutes of this qualifying session to go for the OT Publishing Coupe Cup. This is still Nathan Williams quickest by half a second. Somebody else has gone wide there. That's the number 65 car. That's Spencer Hirons in his Generation 3 Coupe, the slightly bigger design. Just mentioning the rallying background of the Coupe. Alistair McRae drove one, Australian Wayne Bell as well. There's what happened. It was a spin, and the 51 car spun in avoidance of the number 1. So that's what happened. There was no contact between the two of them. Just caught by our camera down at the old hairpin there. 51 is going again. Oh, there was the slightest bit of contact. Well avoided there by either Paul Lorry or David Whedon on board. Just kissed the number 1 car with the rear bumper as he spun in avoidance there. That was a very dicey moment, certainly. Roger Owens ahead of Ian Brunning. Nathan Williams in behind them. Somebody's gone across the gravel, I think, at the chicane. There's dust everywhere as the number 32 goes through. That's Mark Jones in the blue and white machine. Certainly plenty of Joneses out there. We don't know, as we say, what relation, if any, all the Joneses are. The number 6 there of Paul Smith, the yellow machine, sponsored by YourIrishShop.com. That's Eddie O'Kane's business, who used to compete in this series. And of course there's a Golf livery car out there as well. So we've got 3 minutes left of the session, but I think we can now hand down to Ian Waterhouse, who's down in the assembly area with our drivers from the Track Action Race Club.
Yes, hello everybody, welcome back to the assembly area here at Donington Park for our first look at track action, about to head out on track. And we've got Paul Roddison here, as you can see, the Skoda Octavia. Paul, have you been surprised this year at the reaction of the Skoda? We mentioned it a few times, I know we've spoken a lot about it, but we've got new people tuning in who might not have seen it before. The reaction has been remarkable, hasn't it?
It still is. It's amazing. Even today we've had young girls coming up wanting to sit in the car and have pictures taken in the pits. The car, everybody loves the car. It's amazing.
Why did you decide to do a Skoda? Of all the cars, you decided a Skoda Octavia?
An old bloke in a Skoda.
Is that generally it? That's
honestly, no. All best ideas come from the pub. We're in the pub one night, we'd had a few beers and like, what should we do next? Well, you're getting old, you're 60 next year, why don't we do an old bloke in a Skoda?
Well, I've got to say, it's really captured people's imagination. What's it like to drive?
Getting better every weekend. We haven't had any test time. We've had no time between race weekends. However, we've just found something. Originally, we set this a bit like a Golf or a Scirocco because that's what it is, thinking that'll work, but it didn't. And we're finding little bits. And only last night we altered the suspension yet again because one of the TCR lads come across who we trust. He said, "You need to try this," and we tried it. Went out in quali, and it's amazing. Yeah, a lot better.
So tell us about the car. When did you get it? How did you pick it up? How much work have you had to do to it?
So the problem was finding one without a sunroof, because obviously for the regs. And we found this at Maidstone and did a bit of homework. It had been sat on an Audi forecourt for 3 months. And of course, the Audi forecourt don't want to Skoda out there, so I rang them up and we ended up buying it. And I tell you, going back to what you just said a few minutes ago about people loving it, DM Keith, the Skoda dealer in Huddersfield, have just got behind us and done a deal.
Oh,
and they want the car in the showroom in the winter. And if anybody's buying a Skoda VRS from them, we'll take them out in the car. People just love this car.
I love it as well. Thanks so much for bringing it out. And you say old man in a Skoda, pretty rapid though, huh?
Well, I try to be.
Top man. You still owe me that pint as well, Paul. Let's keep moving on, shall we? A little bit further down. Adam Croft here in the Scirocco, from a Skoda to a VW. It's great to see you, Adam. How are we feeling ahead of this one? Are you excited?
I am, but always pre-race nerves, so But yeah, it's good to be towards the front.
You look cool, calm and collected. You expect to have a Skoda in front of you?
Yes, because that thing is quick.
It is. Paul knows what he's doing, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he's got an advantage because this is his old car. So he knows exactly what this can do, so he knows how to play the game.
I saw him winning this actually last year at Anglesey, and yeah, he knows what he's doing. So
yes, but we'll try and stay as close to him as we can and see how the race unfolds. So.
Top man, look, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Let's go over and chat to David Clark as well. A lot of drivers we've spoken to before, but as you can see, the Renault 5 GT Turbo. Ah, yes! Go on, David, give it a bit. Give it a bit more, bit more. There you go. Clarky on the back. He's not really revving it for us, is he? David, another crowd. I mean, look at what a lineup this is, by the way. We've got a Renault 5 GT Turbo and a Skoda Octavia. Only at track action would you see that.
You'd only see that at track action. Like the variation of cars as you look down there is just mad. So, and that's what you want to see. You want to see lots of different cars, different ages. I mean, obviously, 30, 40 years between these two cars. So.
Well, tell us about your car. We've heard from Paul the story of how he acquired his Skoda. How did you come to be behind the wheel of this?
I decided to go racing, and I loved the Renault 5 when they come out.
Yeah.
One come available, which was a standard cup car.
Right.
So yeah, I decided to buy it against everyone's advice. Everyone was like, "Don't do it. You don't buy it. It's nothing but ag." But yeah, everyone loves it.
Has it been a bit of ag?
Of course it has. It's a Renault. It's a race car, but it's all part of it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like it's what you get with a 1400 8-valve pushrod engine from I think they're from the 60s.
Wow,
so compared to the modern machinery, so but we love it, absolutely love it.
It's a toy box of cars, isn't it? It's great. Thanks for bringing it out to play again, mate. It's good to see you as well. Let's have a look at some of the cars, shall we, actually, as we make our way down a little bit further. We've got Lee Ball here. I don't think we're too far away from getting underway, actually, but let's just jump in, see if we can quickly say hello to Lee. How are we doing? You're right, it's good to see you. Great mix of cars on the grid here, but everybody loves a Civic, don't they?
Yeah, they do, yeah. This one's not mine, this is a rental. But because it's my local circuit, family have come to watch, so I wanted to make sure I came out and give them something to do.
You want to give a message to anybody who might be watching?
My wife Laura, Jensen, my son, just enjoy it and just cheer me on.
Oh, Jensen, that's a good name, isn't it? Strong name now. Good luck, good luck. Let's move down a little bit further to a Renault Clio over there. Let's keep going down. We've got a Mazda RX-8 here as well. Lee Hazlitt behind the wheel. Let's just go say hello to Lee. How are we doing, Lee? You all right, mate?
Awesome, buddy.
Awesome. Oh, there's a man who is ready and eager to get out on track, right? How are we feeling?
We are feeling absolutely buzzing. Can't wait to see all these guys in front and behind and have a fantastic race around this legendary racetrack.
Tell me about this car. Is it yours?
No, it's not. I race for a team called Rocket Dog Racing, and he's built this RX-8. It's a dream to drive.
I bet it's a right monster around here.
It is, yeah. It's only a 200-odd brake, but the handling on it is superb. And for a new driver like myself, into racing for the first time this year, it's a dream
How
to
many
drive.
races you done this year?
4.
Well, okay.
This is my 4th.
This is your 4th. So what have you learned then from race 1 that you're going to, from race 1 to now?
So much. Your learning curve is absolutely massive. Doing stuff on the road, doing stuff on the track, each track. I mean, this one is phenomenal to drive. First time driving it today. I've done 10 laps on it.
Yeah.
We're going to send it today, see what we got. But first and foremost, we got to bring the car home, make sure everyone's safe out on track.
Right, only your 4th race. So if there's somebody watching this who's maybe been on the cusp thinking, oh, maybe I should go racing, maybe I don't know. Tip them over the edge. Tell them why they should get behind the wheel.
This is the best weekend of the year. Every race weekend, I'm 51, coming out doing this weekend with the boys. Race fans are the best fans in the world. Everyone here is just a big community. And the adrenaline rush, the adrenaline, the dopamine afterwards is just phenomenal. It's a feeling like no other.
And it's a good party in the paddock as well.
It's a brilliant party, absolutely, yeah.
Tom Alley, it's great to see you, by the way, mate. Thanks for coming out to play as well. Let's move down. We've got a number of Peugeot 206s as well, and here's one of the first ones we got. Noah, it's good to see Noah again. Noah, how are we doing? It's good to see you. Ready for this?
Yeah, ready. Starting P2 in this one, so I'm hoping to maybe take the win off Mitchell this time.
Yeah, it's going to be good, is it? And actually, these Peugeot 206s are a bit of a crowd pleaser as well. What's it like to drive?
Well, cause obviously they're good in rally, so they're very well balanced, so you can kind of just throw them in, they'll turn. They're really nice to drive, really easy to drive as well.
We can see the odd little drift from you then, are we, maybe?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, good man. It's good seeing you. Take care as well. Yeah, plenty of the 206s coming in. In fact, I've got 7 of them on my list. Let's move down a little bit further, shall we? Stephen Rigby here in the MX5. Let's say hello to Stephen. I think we've got time. Yes, Coupe Cups. I think the checker flag's fallen on qualifying for coupes, but let's just jump in with Stephen. Stephen, how are we doing? All right? Enjoying this weekend?
Yep, this is my first time ever here, so I've just learnt the track round now. I know which way to go round, so that helps.
Yeah, you come out of the pits, go turn right a bit, turn right a bit, turn right a bit, and there's a chicane.
And then they told me to try and keep off the gravel.
Yeah, that's probably good. Certainly one of these, yeah. I think. How nimble is this?
I wouldn't really know. I've only been doing this for like 1 year, so this is only my 6th race ever, I think. 6th race ever. So we're getting the hang of it now.
Bit of a learning curve for you.
So it's a bit like a Catherine wheel though. It goes round and round a lot. So. You've got to give it a try though.
You're good man. Look, it's great to see. Thanks for coming out to play as well. And there's a couple more of the Peugeots at the back. So there we go. Let's just turn the camera around. We can see this grid of cars. Coupes qualifying, I believe. I can't hear anything on the track. Just a quick reminder, if you're watching at the BARC YouTube channel or the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel, please hit that like button and that subscribe button. It really, really does help and gets these wonderful series out to more and more people. And a big thank you, of course, to the crew around bringing you these pictures. They spend the entire weekend out in fields so you can watch this for free. So a big shout out to those guys in the comments section if you wouldn't mind. Right, almost time to go racing. First bit of action, 4-track action is about to get underway. Let's hand over to a commentator, Dave Goddard. He will take you through the action. Enjoy, everyone.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, the Coupe Cup qualifying session has just come to an end. Nathan Williams was quickest, 1:27.856, almost half a second quicker than 43 Adam Jones. So it's the two regular dominators each. Adam and Sean Jones are father and son, we're told, so a bit of family rivalry coming up later. Where did Sean qualify? Let's have a look down the times. Provisionally in 4th place. So we've got the two Joneses up there. Ben Wilkinson in 3rd. Just a bit of gravel being swept off the chicane at the moment before we get our next race underway. Hazim Zaki, number 19, a good qualifying time of 5th fastest. And we'll start alongside the Rocket and Kersley, number 17. Andrew Holmes and number 12, Matthew Watson, I should say. That's a misprint on my entry list. Sorry about that. Matt Watson in the number 12 car will start 8th. And then number 6 of Paul Smith and 32 Mark Jones, alias Smith and Jones on row 5. That's coming up at the end of the programme, the 45-minute mini enduro. But it will be shortly time for the Track Action Race Club, previously known as Track Attack. And it brings together cars from a variety of series originally. The Track Attack Race Club ran. We had the Nippon Challenge, which is for Japanese cars, the Tricolore Trophy, which is for French cars, and the subclass of that is the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup. So we've got a few 206s out there. There's also a class for British cars as well. We've got one British car, the Vauxhall Astra VXR of Dan Earl. And there's also the Deutsche Marks Cup. Get it? For everything German or Volkswagen Audi group, because of course we've got the Skoda that's on pole position of Paul Rodison. Paul was lucky to make it in time for this weekend, because looking at Paul's social media tells us that he nearly didn't have an engine for the car this weekend. First he needed to get his new race camper IVA tested and registered that he's put together. And he's also said a big thank you to Raceline in Milton Keynes, who were very busy this week getting his Skoda ready at the last minute. But he has rewarded them. He's put it on pole position for this race, the Skoda Octavia, the former Mazda MX-5 star Paul Rodison. And he's qualified half a second quicker than David Clark in that lovely Renault 5 GT Turbo. Row 2, Adam Croft in the VW Scirocco, Andy Wheatley Honda Civic. Then on the 3rd row, Lee Bull in his Civic alongside Dan Earl in the Astra. Row 4 is Anthony Allett, he's in a Honda Civic, and Lee Curry in the Renault Clio. 5th row of the grid, John Halliwell, long-time rival of Paul Rodison in Mazda MX-5. And he's in a VW Scirocco today alongside Sean Deacon in a Peugeot 106. Then row 6, Lee Hazlitt in his Mazda RX-8, we just heard from him, starts alongside the first of the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup cars. That's Andrew Mitchell, number 95. Row 7, young Noah Checkley from Birmingham with his Peugeot 206 alongside the similar machine of ex-Vauxhall Nova racer, among other things, Mervyn Beckett. Row 8, we should see Dave Scotting in his Peugeot 206 GTI. And Grant Hatfield, now he's down on our grid graphics as being in an Audi TT, but I had him on my entry list as being in a BMW Mini. But I didn't see either of those cars in the assembly area, so we'll wait and see what Grant Hatfield appears in, if at all. Row 9, 94 Mac McCarthy in his Peugeot 206 GTI, and Stephen Rigby, who's driving Paul Roddison's old Mazda MX-5 Mark IV, I noticed. Now, at the back of the field, we have number 150, which is Barry Morris, and number 48, Chris Van, and they're in Peugeot 206 GTIs. So a couple of changes to the entry list last minute there, I think. Well, let's see if Grant Hatfield is there, whichever of his cars he is driving. Noah Checkley, Mervyn Beckett. No, it looks like Grant Hatfield, whichever car he turned up in, is not there. We didn't see the qualifying session earlier, so whether Grant has had a problem. So it is the Skoda Octavia VRS Saloon of Paul Roddison who lines up on pole. Contrast that with the angular shape of the Renault 5 Turbo alongside. There was a one-make series for them many years ago before the Clios came along. There was another Renault 5 Turbo racing this weekend. We've got one in the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons as well, Thomas Franklin's car. That ended up in the gravel in yesterday's race. Hopefully he's got it back out for today. Last couple of cars being brought into line then. See if there are any missing. I didn't see if Mac McCarthy was there. I don't think he is. The man from Wolverhampton, number 94. Dr. Evil, as he's known. Seen him in Rallycross and in Ford Fiestas in the past. Mac McCarthy, a tattooist and body modification artist by profession. But I don't think Dr. Evil is there on this grid. I can't see him there. We'll wait and confirm in a moment. Maybe Austin Powers got him, who knows. Unless that's him in the yellow and black car towards the back. Stephen Rigby moving into line in the MX-5. I think the yellow and black car is Barry Morris, number 150. And Chris Van just being pulled into line alongside him. The car's lining up on this staggered grid. They will get a green flag lap first of all, though, just to warm up their tyres. The first of two races for the Track Action Racing Club, both over 15 minutes, and the result of race 1 sets the grid for race 2. Right. No, correction. Second fastest time from qualifying sets the grid for race 2, I apologise. Used to be how it was with the Track Action Race Club, but a change in rule. Paul Roddison will start as the narrow favourite here, going from pole. We haven't seen the two cars here this weekend that had such a great battle when the Track Action Race Club visited Thruxton earlier this year. Will de Claudio in his Peugeot 106 and Sean Govard in the little Citroën AX. They had such a stirring fight around Thruxton, of course. So Paul Roddison leads them away then, in the grey and green Skoda, the Works Skoda colours. David Clark in the yellow Renault. The orange and white Scirocco is Adam Croft. The white Honda Civic number 80 is Andy Wheatley. The red one is Lee Bull, number 106. Dan Earl in the Astra in red and purple. Anthony Allitt's Civic is red and black. There are the 206s further back. Stephen Rigby in the MX-5. Paul Roddison's old car. He was one of the first to race a Mark III MX-5, never mind a Mark IV. Paul Roddison was a real pioneer of MX-5 racing in the now defunct Max 5 Championship. There's effectively 3-4 separate contests in there, with the cars of different nations. The Deutsche Marks Cup, the Nippon Challenge, the Tricolor Trophy for French cars. And there's the British class as well. There's only one British entry, the Astra. Mazda RX-8, we saw that's Lee Haslip from Abergavenny in South Wales. Has competed in the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship down at Pembrey in years gone by. It was Wayne Spiller who won the championship in recent years in another RX-8. There's the Honda Civic, the red and black machine of Anthony Allett. The Clio is Lee Curry. David Clark's Renault, a fast but fragile machine. Could challenge Paul Rodison for overall victory, I reckon. So Grant Hatfield is a non-starter. We believe Matt McCarthy is not there either. There's John Halliwell, number 2. Good to see him racing again, the Scirocco. Former MX-5 rival of Paul Rodison, but stopped racing for several years, was seriously injured in an accident at work. It's good to see he's recovered and racing again. Do keep your likes coming in on the stream and give us a subscribe as well at British Automobile Racing Club. They start to settle in then. Skoda and Renault on the front row of the grid. Volkswagen and Honda on row 2. What a great variety of saloon cars we have here from the Track Action Racing Club. Is it going to be a win for the big Skoda of Paul Rodison? It's pretty warm here at Donington. You can see the heat haze rising. Green flag waves at the back of the grid. The 5-second board is displayed. Waiting for the red lights to come on. It'll be a standing start, then down towards red gates when the red lights go out. The revs are up. Lights go out, and here we go. Track Action, race 1. Noah Checkley out onto the grass there in his Peugeot 206. Good start by Lee Bull in the red Honda Civic there, making his way down the inside. It's Paul Rodison who's got the early lead. Lee Bull could challenge for second place here on the inside of David Clark in the Renault. There's a bit of rubbing between the two of them. Adam Croft in the Scirocco has to go wide. So does Lee Curry in the Clio. But it is Paul Rodison in the Octavia who leads them off. David Clark has held second. A good start by Lee Bull from the inside of row 3. He's up into third place. Then it's Croft and Dan Earl in the Astra is up into 5th position. And the battle between Anthony Allett and John Halliwell behind them. But it's Paul Rodison who leads, the only Skoda Octavia racing in the UK. Oh, and I think David Clark might be in trouble already. The Renault was very slow up towards Schwantz Curve there. He's lost 2 places. Did he lose boosts there or did he miss a gear? He's down to 5th in the Renault 5 Turbo. This very colourful field of saloon cars makes its way up into Coppice for the first time. Croft challenging Lee Bull there for second place, with David Clark down to 5th. It's Paul Rodison who leads the way. At one stage it was rumoured we'd see a Skoda Octavia in British touring cars a few years ago in the late 2010s, early 2010s, the late 2000s sometime that was. Matt Hamilton, who used to run a Honda Civic, was rumoured to be building an Octavia. I don't think he ever raised the sponsorship to run it, and the project never got off the ground. Completing the first lap then, Lee Bull up there in second place. Adam Croft in third. David Clark fighting back after losing a couple of spots out of the old hairpin, chasing Dan Earl at the wheel of the Astra for 4th place. 6th place is Anthony Allett. Running wide there is the number 80, that's Andy Wheatley in the Honda Civic, trying to recover from a bit of a slow start. John Halliwell and Lee Curry are next. And rounding out the top 10 is Mervyn Beckett. He's the first of the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup cars. Down the inside there goes Andy Wheatley, past Anthony Allett at the old hairpin. Adam Croft in the Scirocco, chasing Lee Bull. It's the battle for second place. At the back there's Wheatley, the number 80. Halliwell holding off Curry. They've left the 206s behind somewhat here. Also in that group further back is Lee Haslett. He didn't get the best of starts in the Mazda RX-8, the rotary engine machine. The leaders make their way along to the exhibition straights for the second time. Adam Croft maybe having a look for second place. Anthony Allett all over the back of the number 80 of Andy Wheatley. Battle of the Honda Civics. So Rodison the leading Deutsche Marks car. Maybe a check from Czechia, of course, Skoda, but counts as a Volkswagen Audi group machine. He's pulling away as into second place is Adam Croft. He did get through at the chicane. Dan Earl's gone through as well. Or has he? He's going to secure third place on the outside. No, Lee Bull is later on the brakes, and the Honda Civic holds that third position. David Clark fighting back in the Renault as well as they go past a big cloud of smoke from the drifting arena. Dan Earl up the inside into the Craner curves. He goes through. That's a good move by Dan Earl in the Astra VXR. Lee Bull down to fourth place. He locks up into the old hairpin. Clark is next, then Wheatley and Allett. And a gap back to John Halliwell in the second of the Scirocco's. So Lee Bull leads the section for Japanese cars still in his Honda Civic. Here's the battle further back. Merv Beckett leads the Peugeot 206s in the yellow car. It's Dave Scotting on his tail in the white machine. And Andrew Mitchell in the number 95. He used to race a Peugeot 205 GTI. Stephen Rigby is next. Noah Checkley's dropped back quite a long way. He's normally fighting for the lead of the Peugeots, the young man from Birmingham. Behind him, Barry Morris and Chris Van. Here comes David Clark. He's got back ahead of Lee Bull now, who's dropping back in the Civic. Is the fight for second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth. Wonderful to see a Renault 5 Turbo still going strong. Roddison leads. He's checked out here, just over 3 seconds clear of Adam Croft. Fastest lap of the race as well, 1:20.186. Here comes Anthony Allett having a look on the inside in the black and red Advan lookalike Civic. Great cloud of smoke there. I hope that's just from the drift cars, not somebody that's gone up in smoke in this race. David Clark side by side here through the Craner curves with Dan Earl. Is he going to make the move at the old hairpin? Into the inside goes the Renault and he goes through. So recovering from a slightly slow first lap, David Clark. Renault 5 Turbo now starting to go after our leaders maybe, but Adam Croft has pulled away in second, and Paul Roddison has certainly pulled out a big gap in the Skoda. Here are the 206s, their own separate battle further back. Beckett ahead of Mitchell now in second. He's got ahead of Dave Scotting. They come down the Craner curves. Clear of Noah Checkley, who's next through. Stephen Rigby's dropped behind him. Maybe Stephen's had a moment there in the MX-5. He said he was, said pre-race he was still learning the circuit. There is the Mark IV MX-5. Last couple of runners are Barry Morris and Chris Van in their 206s. Start to sort themselves out once again. This first race of the weekend for the Track Action Race Club. Dan Earl in the Astra holding off Andy Wheatley, who's starting to move up and give him some attention now as he's got ahead of Lee Bull. So Lee Bull losing another place. The other non-starter in this race, Sean Deacon. We haven't got the Peugeot 106 out there. So 3 non-starters, Matt McCarthy, Grant Hatfield and Sean Deacon. Hopefully we'll see them back out for race 2. Have the full 20 cars out there. Dan Earl holding off Andy Wheatley. There are various subclasses you can see from the colours on your timing tower there on the left of the screen. Paul Roddison in class DG. Noah Checkley under fire meanwhile from the MX-5. Running in class ND, the MX-5, same class as Lee Haslett in the rotary Mazda, the RX-8. The 206 is a class TF, that's their own series, the 206 GTI Cup. Side by side, almost into the chicane. Dan Earl under fire from Andy Wheatley's Honda Civic now. Dan in the lone British-built car in this race. Behind him, Andy Wheatley, local man from Derby, as is Lee Bull. The 2 Civics almost side by side there. Behind them, another Civic. That's Anthony Allett from Swansea in South Wales. Lee Bull's gone wide, going into Redgate. Anthony Allett says, thanks very much, I'll go through and make up another place. So a great start for Lee Bull, up into second place initially, but he's dropped back since then. Here's Lee Haslett, another Welshman in the Rocket Dog Racing Mazda RX-8. We saw a more modified RX-8 out in the Brick Car Endurance race yesterday, of course, the 90-minute race. That was Johnny McGregor's car, which ran problem-free, which they were pleased about after those engine problems last time out at Thruxton. This one's running well too. Haslett currently in 10th position. and leading his class. David Clark has got past Adam Croft. He's gone a bit wide there at Coppice. Croft fights back. This is the battle for second overall. They're both leading their classes. Well, most of the classes, except for the 206s, have only got 1 or 2 entries in them. So class battles are not quite as important here as we would normally see. David Clark stays ahead of Adam Croft. They're over 5 seconds behind Paul Rodison. Main fight is for 4th at the moment. Yes, we've got 5 Peugeot 206 GTI Cup cars out in this one because Barry Morris's 206 is in a separate class, I think. And of the other 6, Matt McCarthy didn't start. Dan Earl pulled away a little from Andy Wheatley and Lee Bull now. Anthony Allett back behind them, so Bull's retaken the place there. Plenty of chop and change in the midfield. Somebody's run wide, it's Clark. Flies down the grass there. He's going to lose out to Dan Earl and Andy Wheatley. Well, the Renault 5 does, of course, have some rallying heritage, and it's called upon it there to get out of the grass and the gravel. That wasn't David Clark, that was Jean Ragnotti style driving. Up the inside comes Lee Bull. He's going to take the place as well. The loss of momentum from the Renault dropping it back. I hope David Clark hasn't damaged the underside of that car. Through goes Anthony Allett as well. I hope we're not going to see the Renault head for the pits. Paul Rodison's away and gone as a result of that. He'll be about 6 seconds at the minimum clear of Adam Croft, who's now second. This is the battle for third. And here comes Andy Wheatley. He's got the better exit there from the chicane. Around the outside on the left-hander. Side by side with Dan Earl. 4 of them together. 3 Civics and a Vauxhall Astra. And the Astra sees them all off into Redgates. Good driving by Dan Earl. 3rd overall. Chasing Adam Croft, who's pulled away now into 2nd. But he's nearly 6 seconds down on Paul Rodison in the Skoda. Has David Clark headed into the pits? He has, unfortunately, so he may have damaged the Renault. That's a great shame, because he was up there fighting for, at the least, an overall podium until he ran wide out of the old hairpin. Meanwhile, here are the 206s. It is still Mervyn Beckett holding off Andrew Mitchell for the... Oh, Dan Earl's gone off. That is at McLean's corner. He's gone wide into the gravel. And the way he's fishtailing the car about there, I'm wondering if he's broken something. He's trying to get it back on. The way he weaves the car around there, I thought the steering may have broken. He's back behind Lee Curry now in the Clio, so he's down to about 7th or 8th position in the Astra. That's a shame because he was holding off the Civics there. Turning into a bit of a race of attrition now, this one. Here are the 206s, another car famous for rallying, of course, the great Marcus Gronholm, taking it to the World Championship. The late Richard Burns was a Peugeot man as well, after his days with Subaru, in the 206 WRC. Third place is still Dave Scotting, then Noah Checkley's catching them up as well after a bit of a slow start. Stephen Rigby's MX-5 behind them. Here are the Civics. And Lee Bull, ooh, he'll be joining the drifting arena with driving like that. That was a good save. Thought he was going to send it into the gravel there on the outside of the old hairpin, but he's just about kept it together. Chased by Anthony Allett. It's the battle for 4th place. Croft 2nd. Andy Wheatley has escaped into 3rd overall. Let's have a look again. Dan Earl just went wide all on his own there. And the way you can see the car whips around, that's why I wondered if something had broken. See if Dan heads for the pits this time through. As the 206s go over the line, and Paul Rodison's coming up to lap them. Look, there's the Skoda, headlights ablaze in the background. Andy Mitchell has a look up the inside. Beckett a bit slow out of Redgate there, but he couldn't get Andy Mitchell couldn't get the line away from him. They're keeping an eye on their mirrors, I hope, as well, because here comes the race leader. He's going to meet them in the worst possible place going into the old hairpin. He's got past Noah Checkley. Full beam lights come on from Paul Rodison. Excuse me, he says, I'm leading this race. Gets past Dave Scotting. His lead not under any real threat. He's over 8.5 seconds clear of Adam Croft, but he needs to get through without falling over these 206s. He's around the outside now of Mitchell. And now Merv Beckett, who we're hoping he's looking in his mirrors. Yes, he's got through. That's closed the 206 battle up even more. Dave Scotting's going to have a go on the inside. He's going to go through past Andy Mitchell into second place there at Coppice. And Noah Checkley's moving up on the inside as well. This is allowing Mervyn Beckett to get away just a little into the lead of the class. Leaves Scotting up to second, the man from Cheshire. Checkley's going to have a look on the inside at the chicane. No, he has to lock up the brakes. He's not going to get past Andrew Mitchell. Been with the Tricolor Trophy for many years now. Running wide in the background, somebody on the grass. It's Andy Wheatley, our third place man. Side by side, down into... Oh, and Noah Checkley's lost it. Onto the grass he goes. Just about gathers it together there, just locked up under braking, and the car slid to the inside. But the 206 remembering its rallying training. And he manages to keep it on the island. Adam Croft has come through to lap the 206s now. He's still second overall ahead of Andy Wheatley. They're separated by just under 1.5 seconds. Towards the tail of the field, this is Barry Morris, number 150, another Welsh visitor from St Asaph, chased by number 48. One of our newcomers, Chris Vann from Oxfordshire. See, he's got the novice cross on the back of his car. For your first 6 races, you have to have the black cross on the yellow background on there. Mervyn Beckett is lapped by our second place battle, and it is going to be a battle shortly because Andy Wheatley is closing on Adam Croft. Lee Bull is still in 4th place, I think. Yes, there's the Civic in the background instead of Anthony Allett. Dan Earl got going again after his off at McLean's. He's in 6th place in the Astra, ahead of Lee Curry's Clio. John Halliwell's Sirocco is 8th. Hazlitt in the RX-8 is 9th, and rounding out the top 10 is Mervyn Beckett overall, as Andy Wheatley gets a run onto the top of the Craner curve. Is he going to go through to second place? Side by side, Croft dives back ahead of him down the Craners. That's Brave going side by side through there, and Croft just able to keep the Scirocco ahead. They're losing time all the time though to Paul Rodison. He's on his last lap now. The Skoda is going to win this one for the Track Attack Race Club. Track Action Race Club, I should say. Track Attack was their former name. There's John Halliwell in 8th place, but the checkered flag is being readied for this man, Paul Rodison, in the 55. And the man from Yorkshire comes down into the chicane for the last time. He's got Lee Hazlitt's RX-8 ahead of him, but it's going to be a win, justifying the work done on the engine on this car during the week. A few late nights, but it's all been worthwhile as Paul Rodison takes the win in the Skoda Octavia here at Donington Park. Who's going to be second? Here they come. It is just about going to be Adam Croft in the Scirocco. He holds off Andy Wheatley. They all win their classes, the top 3. Lee Bull comes over in 4th. He's second in class. Anthony Allett 3rd in that category. Mervyn Beckett a lap down, wins the 206 Cup, ahead of Dave Scotting, Andy Mitchell and Noah Checkley. Dan Earl recovers in the Astra to take 6th place ahead of Lee Curry's Renault Clio. John Halliwell in the Scirocco will be in 8th place, and everybody else was a lap down. Just one retirement there. We sadly lost David Clark after his trip over the grass and gravel at the old hairpin. He pulled into the pits to have the car checked over. Hopefully he'll be back out for race 2. Just these 2 to come to the line. Then 2 of our relative newcomers. Barry Morris in his 206, holding off the similar machine of Chris Vann. Through the chicane they come. Keeping together all race long at the back of the field. It's a battle that's going to be won by Barry Morris. Across the line they come, so 16 cars went the distance out of the 17 started. Paul Rodison took the win by just over 10 seconds ahead of Adam Croft, with Andy Wheatley in 3rd in the Battle of the Civics ahead of Lee Bull and Anthony Allett. So Paul Rodison, the top Deutsche Marks car home, the Nippon Challenge category won by Andy Wheatley's Civic. 6th place, the only British car in the race, which was Dan Earl, And Lee Curry, the leading French car after David Clark's demise, in the Clio in 7th. He won his subclass as well, as did Lee Haslett. Mervyn Beckett won the 206s, a lap down, but his margin back to Dave Scotting was 2.5 seconds. Andy Mitchell and Noah Checkley next home, then Stephen Rigby, Barry Morris and Chris Vann were the final finishers. We lost Dave Clark, and the other cars on the grid didn't take the starts. More truck action coming up next. Do keep your comments coming in on the stream. Hello to Melissa Daly, hi to Alessandro, Nicholas Cole, Jamesy Boy, Michael Crowther, who says go on Paul. We assume that means Paul Rodison. And Christine Checkley said good luck to Noah. He's down in 4th in class in that one, aiming for some improvement later on, Noah Checkley. Waiting the cars to head into Park Fermé. Then we're back on with the British Truck Racing Championship up next for their 4th race of the weekend. But I think we can now hand down to Ian in Park Fermé.
Well, Paul Rodison describes himself as an old man in a Skoda. I'll tell you, so he doesn't drive like an old man, no, does he? Let's let him get his helmet off. There he goes. Paul, you said at the top of this, you're an old man in a Skoda. Well, you nailed the start, and that was it, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good result. Yeah, it all went to plan. That's the main thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, yes. Not too much more to say, but well done anyway. Because once he's gone, he was sort of gone, wasn't he? Andy Wheatley here came home in 3rd place. Going to see who Mark's going to talk to. We'll grab Andy for a quick chat, because I'll tell you what, he almost got Adam at the end there. Andy, I'll let you get your helmet off first, and then we'll have a quick chat with you, because it is baking hot today. And hopefully we've got some water or something for the guys. Roasty toasty here at Donington Park. What a day we're having. What a weekend we're having. One of the biggest of the year. Wow. Hot enough for you?
Very hot, mate. Yeah, very hot.
I'll tell you what, it got pretty dicey at the end.
It got me tasty, mate. Yeah, but that's how we like it. It's my first time out with these boys. I've done racing on the Civic Cup and stuff.
Yeah.
Car's got a few issues, just had a bit of a rebuild, and it's not as fast as it should be, but back in racing, you know, your head clicks into that zone and you end up being quicker. So,
is there anything that you can do? Is it a bit late now this weekend? But anything you can do ahead of the second race later?
Bit late in the day. I only had it running from an engine rebuild Tuesday, so qualifying this morning was bedding it in. Right. So here we are. I was checked 3rd on the, overall. Or I think I was there, 1st in class. So throw it together, and I lived 15 minutes away. So roll up, throw it together, have a go, bit of a laugh.
You make it sound so
best mates here as well.
Oh,
Trying to keep up with me, but
I love that little thing. Well done, mate. Well done. Good luck later in the day as well. Adam Croft, of course, coming. Where is Adam? Where is Adam Croft? He's over here, isn't he? How you doing? All right. How was that?
What a race!
Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, I loved that.
Am I right thinking you got class win?
Yeah, did. Yeah.
I'm glad you confirmed that, because I look the right way if I got it wrong.
I got took off the start line by about 3 or 4 Peugeots because I messed it up.
Yeah.
Took me a lap, took them. I was in no man's land then, just banging in quick lap times, having a bit of fun.
Got a big smile.
Race 2 this afternoon. Oh, absolutely brilliant. 140 BPM heart rate. Yes.
She's a good girl, isn't she? Well done, mate. Well done. Oh, we've got Croft's over here. Adam Croft having a quick chat with Mark Werrell, so we'll leave him alone for a little bit. Yeah, don't forget another race coming up a little bit later, of course. We're straight into the trucks again. In fact, they're firing up. I don't know if they're all heading out yet. The paddock is just behind us, actually. But yeah, trucks about to go out as well. Don't forget, we've got a Coupe Cup race coming up right at the end of the day. 45-minute race. They're delighted to have Kieran Mogg with us for that one as well. We've got more Junior Saloon Car Championship coming up. We've got another track action race later, and of course the final CNC Head Sports Saloons Championship race as well. Bear with us a little bit. I think we might have a little bit of time. I wonder if I can just grab a quick chat with Adam. Whilst we wait, let's just jump over here. How was that? You look very red-faced.
Yeah, very.
How was it? All right?
Fantastic. Yeah, good. Yeah, good.
Do you know what? Everybody's smiling. Everybody looks like they've had a great time. Why is it so good racing in track action?
I think it's because everything's so different. All the cars are different, and there's little battles going on everywhere. So everyone's a winner.
Proper toy box, isn't it, of cars? It really is. Right, I think Adam's here now. I think we've got time. Let's just jump in with him. And you held on.
I did. Was Paul even here? I could just see him in the distance, but
yeah, he sort of he got a good start, did he? And that's it. It just didn't really look back, but you came under a bit of pressure at the end as well.
Yeah, and mid-race with the Renault 5.
Unfortunately, Clarkey pulled in to pick some.
Yeah, he overcooked it coming into the old hairpin, and I thought, oh, lovely. That's given. No, you don't like to see that, but I thought I saw him come back on. So well, that's right. He's got me a gap, and I was half expecting to see him back towards the end of the race, and then the last couple of laps, the Civic started coming, and I've outbraked myself down to the S's, and he's got to run up the start finish. So the last lap, I was just like watching him in mirrors, just putting the car in the middle of the circuit, and managed to hold on. So yeah, second, happy with that.
Top man, well done, Crofty. Good stuff. See you later, mate. Nice one indeed. There we go. First track action race of the day done and dusted. Now we go to our fourth British truck racing race of the weekend, second of the day. If it's anything like the first one we saw this morning, boy oh boy, are we in for a cracker under the summer sun here at Donington Park, Convoy Park 2025. Dave Goddard, over to you, my friend. Sit back, relax, everybody, enjoy.
Thank you, track action then. Thanks, Ian. There'll be more action from them a little bit later on, as we say. They're due off at about 3:45 p.m. Race 2 for the Track Action Racing Club. But for now, we move on to race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. The grid based on the results of race 2 that we had yesterday, with the top 8 again reversed. It was David Jenkins who won that race, so he'll start from 8th on the grid. Started 7th in the first race today, race 3 of the weekend, but it didn't hold him back too much, did it, as he came through for second place. David well on the pace this weekend. And we'll see the grid forming up shortly. The marshals just doing a bit of sweeping up there. Couldn't go racing without our volunteer marshals, also the recovery crews, the medical staff, everybody else here at Donington Park making this event what it is. And a big thank you to all of them. Our next action, incidentally, here on BARC TV is in a few weeks' time. The first weekend in September the 6th to be precise, we will be at Alton Park in Cheshire for a one-day event when the Caterhams will be in action. Timetable has already been released for that one. It's a 100% Caterham programme on that occasion. The Dutch Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK for the quickest cars, the Vertex Caterham 310Rs, the Edge Caterham 7 270Rs, and the Bilstein Caterham Road Sports. That's all coming up on September the 6th on BARC TV. Our next action from Alton Park up in Cheshire. As we move into the autumn fairly soon, coming towards the end of another great season here on BARC TV. A very big thank you to all who have joined us this year. One race to go before the lunch break then, which will be, according to timing website, will be British Truck Racing Championship, but so we may see the international trucks out next. We'll wait and confirm in a moment. It will definitely be a truck race, I can tell you that. After lunch we will have the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Junior Saloons have another race to come as well. Josh Salvadori going for a hat-trick. And the Coupe Cup race at the end of the programme over 45 minutes. Oscar Davis says, need to see a Neil Yates win this weekend. I can tell you for our next British Championship race, he is on the front row. So the timing website does say British Truck Racing Championship next on TSL time. So it looks like it is their fourth event of the weekend coming up next, as our drift display team continue in their arena. Lunch break, some time to check out the show trucks as well over in their display area on the centre of the circuit. Various other vehicles on display. I'm here at Donington, I'm sure. Could even try out driving a truck for yourself here this weekend if you've ever fancied being an HGV driver. Hello to Rob Ewan. He's supporting Lee Curry in his Renault Clio today. We saw Lee in the top 10 in that previous race. The grid for our next British Truck Racing Championship race then, as we say, based on race 2 yesterday, it's Ricky Collett who will take pole in the number 95 with Neil Yates alongside him in number 33. Earlier winner today, David Smith, is on row 2 alongside Martin Gibson, and Michael Oliver and Ryan Smith on the third row. Michael Oliver, the winner of race 1 yesterday, but Ryan Smith had some problems. He pulled up in the first race, finished a few laps down. First race of today, that is. Row 4, Stephen Powell in number 3 and David Jenkins, number 69. And Stuart Oliver back on row 5 alongside John Bowler. They were getting very close for comfort in the race earlier on. Row 6, we have Adam Bint and Tom O'Rourke. And row 7, Sammy Oyanen, the first of the Division 2 trucks alongside Simon Cole. Archie Handy and Jake Evans on row 8. Row 9 is Bradley Harvey and Callum Eason. Graham Poole will start from the back, and John Powell, number 6, is also here this weekend. We'll wait to see if he appears on the pit lane. More burning rubber in the drift zone. A few more of your comments coming in. Back of the net says this will be another belter, I'm sure. Dub Production Development says, come on, Ryan Smith. And Blaze is supporting Tom and Jake. I assume that's Tom O'Rourke and Jake Evans. Waiting for the circuit to be declared ready by the clerks of the course at the moment. It's a bit of clear up after that previous race taking place. Senior clerk of the course this weekend is Dorothy Uota. The others Robert Lentel, Trevor Williams, and other class-specific ones. Craig Sawney for Junior Saloon Cars, Andy Butler for Brick Car yesterday, Mark Mitchell for the CNC Head Sports and Saloons, Martin Brinkworth for the Hyundais, Kieran Salmons for Track Action, and also Dan Blake and Darren McClinton. So a big thank you to all of our officials this weekend. Not to mention Tim Walker as well, the assistant clerk of the course, and all our other officials behind the scenes up in race control. Here come the trucks then. Fourth race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship will be led away by Ricky Collett and Neil Yates, and we saw a bit of a punting match between those two yesterday. Rivalry going to be renewed here, I reckon. Jake Evans looking for 4 out of 4 in Division 2. Graham Poole, a much improved run in the earlier race today, but it is Ricky Collett on pole position in the 95. Been a long time since we've seen Ricky take a win. Runs his long family established heavy haulage company up in Yorkshire, responsible for some of the biggest and heaviest loads seen on any trucks in the UK. And to some very inaccessible locations as well. One of the jobs that Collett's do is hauling blades for wind turbines to wind farms. And they tend to be up very narrow roads in often very high places. It's not until you see a blade for a wind turbine close up you realise just how big the things are. Impressive logistics in getting those delivered. I remember Collett's delivering some big oxygen tanks to an industrial estate not far from where I live in the Midlands a few years ago. It was impressive seeing them on my local roads, with the trucks being accompanied by not only police escorts but also tree surgeons, if any trees needed trimming back so they could fit through, and telephone engineers as well to move telephone wires out of the way so the load could pass underneath. They can't go down the motorway, of course, it doesn't fit under the bridges. There's David Smith, already a winner today. He's on row 2. Ryan Smith's got his truck back out. Stuart Oliver, championship leader, a long way back on the grid. Martin Gibson well up, provisionally in pole for the race later on, with 8th place in race 4. Pace truck, the GT Tyres MAN, leads them round. Tension begins to mount once again. Past Starkey's Bridge they go. John Bowler a little way back on the green. This one failed to finish in yesterday's second race, as did Tom O'Rourke and Adam Bint. They all had problems, so have been shuffled a little further back on the grid than they would have liked. Sammy Oyanen leads Division 2. He's back there in the Sisu. Sisu team used to be very successful in the European Championship, usually with homegrown Finnish drivers. Jocke Kallio was one of the most successful. It's Tom O'Rourke. Looks like he's fixed his problems from yesterday. Ricky Collett on the pole though. Could we see him hang on in front for a race win, a first of the season? If he does, it will be 9 different winners in Division 1 so far this year. The dominance of Ryan Smith is perhaps slipping. Of course, the new air restrictors on the trucks, possibly one reason for that. Maybe they are taking more of an effect here at Donington. The top 3 in Division 1 are fitted with them at the start of each weekend. Stuart Oliver, Ryan Smith and John Bowler, the 3 trucks using the air restrictors this weekend. There's a 12-point gap heading into the weekend between Oliver and Smith. Let's see what they're going to do in race number 4. It is Ricky Collett and Neil Yates who lead them away, waiting for the red lights to go out. Race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship is go. And here we go, and Ryan Smith trying to burst down the outside in the number 1. Slots in behind Neil Yates. David Smith is there on the inside. Neil Yates trying to go all the way around the outside of Ricky Collett. They're leaning on each other out of Redgate for the first time. David Smith trying to have a look up the inside. Ryan is there on the outside. Oh, David Smith's been tagged. He has to slow up. Ricky Collett gets sideways. Neil Yates is on the grass. He went off there yesterday as well. He'll have to barrel his way down the grass. I hope he doesn't collect anybody as he comes back on. Needs to be careful on the brakes here. Okay, he's avoided everyone. Disaster averted, and somehow Ricky Collett has stayed in front. Neil Yates and David Smith come together again. Neil's on the grass again. Going to try and complete the whole lap on the grass, I think. He's sideways there, bouncing all over the place. Rejoins right in front of Stephen Powell and John Bowler. Goodness me. Off-road truck racing there for half a lap for Neil Yates, near enough. So it is Ricky Collett who leads, Martin Gibson in second, but look who's coming through on the inside. Ryan Smith has got it right this time, but he's under fire from Michael Oliver in the number 12. Had a win yesterday, he wants another one. Through Coppice they come. Ricky Collett with the lead, but is Flying Ryan going to at last hit the front for the first time this weekend in this race number 4? Down the exhibition straight. Who's that moving up on the outside? That's Stuart Oliver attacking David Smith. David Jenkins in that group as well as they come into the chicane for the first time. Ricky Collett leads the way then. He's got the weight of the pack on his rear axle here. Ryan Smith going to switch to the inside. Now, is this going to be a repeat of the race we saw at Brands Hatch earlier this year when it was David Smith in front and he managed to hold off Ryan Smith for most of the way? That was for 3rd place as the Olivers escaped. No, it's not going to be a repeat because Ryan Smith's already up the inside as they come into the Craner curves. Is he going to get the lead away from Ricky Collett? Ricky doesn't give him a lot of room there down to the old hairpin, but Ryan's got the inside and he's got the lead. Didn't take him long, did it? Ryan Smith is now back up to full pace. Here comes Ricky Collett trying to fight back in the 95. Oliver and Gibson, Michael Oliver that is in 3rd place, Martin Gibson 4th. It's David Jenkins in P5. In 6th position behind them, David Smith, who got slowed up with a little bit of contact, I think, on the first corner. So David Smith in 6th position, but it's Ryan who leads the way this time. Behind David Smith is Stuart Oliver in 7th place, and who's in that 8th position? There's a lot of dust being kicked up there. We can't really see further back at the moment. As Ryan Smith leads the way, another man on his local circuit, the man from the East Midlands in the worldwide truck racing Daimler Freightliner. It's Adam Bint in 8th place, going well in the Mercedes, former Division 2 champion. John Bowler behind him. Rounding out the top 10 is Stephen Powell, then Tom O'Rourke. Michael Oliver had a brief look for 2nd place there down the Wheatcroft straight into Redgate. Martin Gibson running well in 4th place ahead of David Jenkins. But Ryan Smith already starting to make good his escape. He's done a 1:26.497, the fastest lap. They drop down the Craner curves into the old hairpin once again. Stuart Oliver having a go at David Smith. He's going to try and go up the inside into the old hairpin. Here comes Michael Oliver, sniffing for 2nd place on the tail of Ricky Collett. He wants to go after Ryan Smith out in front. Into McLean's. Along the top of the circuit they go. David Jenkins looking to pull out and have a go there. Stephen Powell moving up on the inside as well. He's got Tom O'Rourke behind him in the 86. John Bowler has a look at Adam Bint in the number 5. Ricky Collett's run a bit wide there. Michael Oliver's up the inside. He's going to go for 2nd place. Down into the chicane. Collett's on the outside. He's going to have to give way to Michael Oliver here, who goes through into P2. And now we'll try and go after Flying Ryan. It's just on a 1:25.846. He's finally got the Daimler Freightliner fully wound up. He's nearly 4 seconds clear of Michael Oliver now. Ricky Collett fighting back to give him his credits here. He wants a podium. Side by side there, David Jenkins on the outside of Martin Gibson. The 2 MANs together, and Michael Oliver cuts across the front of Ricky Collett there. Had a look up the inside, now switching back to the outside. Oh, Ricky Collett doesn't look happy there. He felt Michael Oliver forced the issue a little perhaps for that 2nd place. Here's a battle in Division 2 meanwhile. We haven't seen as much of the Division 2 trucks this weekend. This is Archie Handy, Callum Eason and Graham Poole fighting out. Division 2 is being led, I can tell you, by Simon Cole in his Iveco, but he's only half a second ahead of Jake Evans, who's trying for 4 out of 4. They're down in 13th overall at the moment. Neil Yates is just ahead of them, I can tell you as well. He's survived that wild first lap. He's still going. Stacking up now for 3rd place. And up the inside, Stuart Oliver. He was almost on the grass there as he passed David Jenkins. David Smith's going to go through as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Stuart Oliver gets pinged for track limits for that. Normally we see them go off on the outside of Coppice, not up the inside. Stuart was on the grass there, I think, as he took David Jenkins. David Smith's going to try and take Jenks down into the chicane as well. So David Jenkins has to go over the gravel. You can't get 2 MANs side by side through there. David Smith has got through there. Was he off track there on the grass on the outside as well? They're taking 1 or 2 liberties here. Something flew off. I think that was from Stephen Powell's truck, the number 3. His front bumper's a bit shredded. Behind Adam Bint in 8th place. Ricky Collett still in 3rd place. Not letting Michael Oliver get away here. But this is now going to be a race for 2nd place, I think, because Ryan Smith has checked out in front. He's 5.5 seconds up the road. Oh, Graham Pool's gone off. That's at the chicane. That's a shame, because he was battling hard with Callum Easton and Archie Handy there. Graham showing a lot of improvement today. He's had a spin there. We'll rejoin at the tail of the field. David Smith has got the black and white warning flag for track limits. So I'm wondering if Stuart Oliver's going to get that as well. This for the inside on his teammates. Martin Gibson at Coppice this time. Bradley Harvey has been into the pits as well. I can tell you the 96 has pulled up with a problem. That's going to put a dent in his hopes in Division 2, especially with Jake Evans going so well this weekend. Those two fighting the Division 2 title. Bradley's going again. He's just in front of our 2nd place battle. We caught a glimpse of the Weaver Motorsport truck there. We rumble over the line once again. Michael Oliver still 2nd. Ricky Collett still going well in 3rd. Then Martin Gibson and Stuart Oliver. David Jenkins having another go at David Smith, and they're weaving all over the place, more like Caterham racing than trucks there behind. We've got Bint, Powell, O'Rourke and Bowler. Here comes Tom O'Rourke up the inside, attacking Stephen Powell. The MV Commercial International Navistar leans on Stephen Powell's MAN. Has he got through? Yes, he has. Well, the racing always gets livelier as the weekend goes on at Convoy in the Park. I can tell you we've got a new leader in Division 2 as well, as Adam Bint gets it sideways, coming through the hairpin. Incident involving trucks 7 and 69 noted by the stewards who've just been shown on the timing screen. That's Oliver and Jenkins. We know what that was all about. Just had notification we've got a new leader in Division 2 as well. Jake Evans has taken Simon Cole once again for the lead. Stuart Oliver attacking Martin Gibson still. That's for 4th place. David Smith still side by side with David Jenkins. They're having a great fight. Dust getting kicked up every time through Coppice. And of course the 96 is not in this. Bradley Harvey's been into the pits. He's a lap down. Ryan Smith's already gone through. 7.7 seconds is his lead margin now. Ricky Collett doing a good job to defend here from Gibson and Oliver. David Jenkins back ahead once again of David Smith. It's for 6th position. Tom O'Rourke is up to 8th. He's got ahead of Adam Bint. Bradley Harvey sideways through the exit of Redgate. That was spectacular from the DAF, the ex-John Powell truck. One of the older trucks in the championship. Slide their way down through the Craner curves and slither into the old hairpin. There's plenty of sideways moments here. Stuart Oliver's almost bump drafting Martin Gibson there. This is truck racing, not Legends cars. Jenkins still holding off David Smith. Tom O'Rourke up the inside trying to lap Bradley Harvey there ahead of that group for 8th position. A great run by Ricky Collett, still holding that 3rd place. Stuart Oliver is certainly taking some liberties through Coppice every time. Just under 5 minutes to go. Here's our Division 2 leader once again, Jake Evans. Is he going to complete a perfect score in Division 2 this weekend, I wonder? Here comes Adam Bint to the inside. Tries to attack Tom O'Rourke. It's the fight for 8th place. This race is the 4th of the weekend, so it won't set the grid for any subsequent races. So 8th place not as big an issue here, but championship points are vital. And now Martin Gibson starting to turn up the heat on Ricky Collett for 3rd place, with Stuart Oliver tucked in behind. Michael Oliver has escaped into second place. He's about 1.8 seconds up the road in P2. He's had a strong weekend, Michael Oliver, after he had a shunt at Thruxton last time out, destroyed the front end of his truck. Through Coppice once again. Again, Stuart Oliver has a look down the inside, and again Martin Gibson holds him off. Just over 3 minutes remaining in this fourth race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Now, here comes David Jenkins up onto the tail of Stuart Oliver. This could make things interesting. He's shaken off David Smith. We know Ryan Smith is heading for victory, barring any mechanical disaster, as up the inside there, Ricky Collett gets tagged by Martin Gibson. He had a look there. Look at Jenkins. He's going to make it 3 wide into the Craner curves. Oh, something's got to give here. My goodness, 3 wide down the Craners in trucks. Good grief, they're never going to get away with this. They're not. Martin Gibson's over the grass. Oh, look out as he comes back on. He's taking a shortcut down the grass. Is he going to come out in front of Ricky Collett here? No, he rejoins behind him. I thought he was going to T-bone somebody as he came back on there. That was a scary moment, to say the least. And now Collett's gone off. What's Ricky Collett doing? Well, this is the British Truck Grass Track Championships. That's 3 or 4 of them that have gone across at the Craners. Now, where is Ricky Collett going? East Midlands Airport, if he's not careful. Gets it back on alongside Tom O'Rourke. But, well, that was frightening coming down the Craner curves. You can't go 3 wide through there, and Martin Gibson found that out. I was worried as he came down the grass that he was going to T-bone somebody as he came back on. Well, the big winner in all this is potentially going to be David Jenkins. He's up the inside. There's a lapped truck there as well. Graham Poole pulls out of the way. Well, that was extraordinary stuff. Michael Oliver will be watching all that in his mirror thinking, what is going on? So we've lost Ricky Collett from the equation. He's still going somewhere further back. So it's David Jenkins now in 3rd place. 4th is somehow still Martin Gibson after all that. Stuart Oliver's still in 5th. David Smith is 6th. Tom O'Rourke 7th, and Adam Bint is 8th. Where's Ricky Collett? He's down to 10th after running a podium position for so long. Stuart Oliver still getting impatient because he tries to get up the inside. There's Collett. Who's he battling with now? Stephen Powell and John Bowler. And they're going side by side now through the old hairpin. Who's that slowing? It's Adam Bint. Oh, the Mercedes in trouble. So Adam Bint slowing up there. Collett goes through, so does Bowler, so does Powell. So Ryan Smith and Michael Oliver are out in front. There's a penalty for Archie Handy pending as well. 5 seconds. I assume that's for exceeding track limits. We'll check on the timing screen. Yes, it is. So another 5-second penalty for Archie for exceeding truck limits, you might say. But track limits have certainly been well and truly exceeded by a few drivers in this one. Collett's going 3 wide again, further back with John Bowler and Stephen Powell now. What's got into these drivers in this one? Do they not know there's another race to come yet? We're on the last lap now. There's Ricky Collett. Look at the state of the front of his truck. That'll be caused by his grass tracking. There goes the rest of the front bumper flying off. That's a souvenir for one of the marshals. Adam Bint has got back up to speed as well after he slowed, so he's on the tail of this group. Here comes Stephen Powell around the outside, attacking the 95 of Collett. Oh, they're going to go side by side down the Craners again, or try to. What's going to happen this time? Of course, the way Martin Gibson went off, that's where Jason Plato went off several years ago in his Chevrolet Cruze and ended up rolling over. Stephen Powell pushing Ricky Collett. Literally, he's going onto the grass again if he's not careful. Goodness gracious. What's got into these drivers? Clock has counted down to 0, so Ryan Smith is going to win this. There's Bradley Harvey slowing up again. Jake Evans is going to win Division 2. He's pulled away from Simon Cole. It's going to be an unbeaten run for him. Checkered flag is being readied. There's Ryan Smith. We haven't seen him for a long time. He takes the win. Michael Oliver is going to be second. Now, who's going to survive to take third? I think it's going to be David Jenkins in the number 69. There's Michael Oliver. Jenkins third. Martin Gibson is fourth. Stuart Oliver is fifth. David Smith in sixth. Then Tom O'Rourke and John Bowler will take eighth place. Stephen Powell is next. Ricky Collett in what's left of his MAN takes 10th. Ninth place, sorry. Stephen Powell only showing his 11th. Has he got a penalty? Or is his transponder not working? No, he does correct to 9th place. So Stephen Powell, yeah, his transponder must be playing up. So Stephen Powell is 9th, Collett 10th, Bint 11th. Jake Evans, meanwhile, wins Division 2 once again. Second, it is going to, well, I was going to say it's going to be Simon Cole, but he's lost it coming through the chicane for the final time. Sami Oyanen comes through for second. He must have gone wide there, lapping Graham Poole. Well now, this race, it's full of twists and turns. Oyanen takes second in Division 2. Cole is third. Behind them is Neil Yates. 12th in Division 1. He dropped back a long way. Callum Eason will be fourth in Division 2. The next home should be Archie Handy. Bradley Harvey a couple of laps down after he made a pit stop. That was a bit wild, certainly, for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Donington Park. This is one of our commenters has said that was truck rallycross at times. There were rumours at one time that they were going to try truck rallycross at Liddon Hill, but it never happened. Anyway, let's have a look at the results then. Ryan Smith takes his first win of the weekend by over 13 seconds ahead of Michael Oliver, with David Jenkins completing the podium. Martin Gibson was fourth, somehow surviving there ahead of Stuart Oliver, and David Smith in sixth place. Tom O'Rourke seventh, and John Bowler completing the top eight. Stephen Powell down in ninth. Ricky Collett all over the place on his way to 10th. He tried so hard to hang on for a podium there. Eventually went flying over the grass and nearly ended up heading onto East Midlands Airport's runway. 11th place going to Adam Bintz. Then Jake Evans, the winner of Division 2, ahead of Sami Oyanen and Simon Cole. Neil Yates was next home ahead of Callum Eason. Then Archie Handy with that 5-second penalty. And Graham Poole a lap down. Bradley Harvey a couple of laps down in 19th. Goodness me. That was one of the wildest truck races I think I've ever seen. Certainly need a lunch break coming next. After that we will have the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. We could have 40 cars out in that one if those who failed to finish yesterday's race have repaired. Simon Alloway looking for another win to extend his championship lead, which he took yesterday in the Lotus Esprit by taking the win. And the overall leader in Class E, Paul Rotheroe, failed to start yesterday's race in his Citroën Zara. More on that a little bit later on though, because Pointy is waiting for us down in Parc Ferme.
Well, what a finish. I tell you what, I don't know what's going on in the water supply for the British Truck Racing Championships, but it's certainly kicking in the last 5 minutes of these races this weekend, I tell you what. But of course, a familiar sight here, getting weighed in for the end of race 4. Ryan Smith, reigning champion, back in that pole position as he should be, of course. First place, and his first one of the weekend as well. Just wait for him to get weighed up so we can have a chat to him. But what was going on with Ricky Collett? I mean, it was a close shave. We had Jenkins, the 2 GT trucks, that was getting very, very close. I think it was Martin Gibson went for a country drive, you know, just have a look at the scenery, check out the Armco railings up close. And then Ricky got jealous, so I think he thought, oh no, I'm going to go for a country drive as well. So we're sending some trucks straight back for some reason. So we're only going to get a chance to speak to the odd one. Martin Gibson in the 101 there, over in the background. So of course, if you don't know what they're doing, scrutineering, if you didn't join us yesterday, we're just weighing the trucks now, selection of trucks getting weighed to make sure they are of the correct weight. Might finally get a chance to speak to Ryan Smith. Here we go. told you then, press that fucking right then, so Ryan, well done, well done. So, is it okay to say it's about time?
You know, I can't tell you how bad of a weekend we've had. Just no power, no boost, no nothing. Last race, same again. That race, I don't know what's happened. It was a little bit better. And look, this is a competitive championship. Dave Smith wins a race. Stewart's flying. Michael's on fire. Dave Jenkins. So you can't take anything away from anyone what they've achieved this weekend. We just have to do what we need to do. Look, we will get it right. We will be back to where we belong, but you know, this has been a learning weekend, and sometimes it goes for you learn to lose sometimes, and that's what we're going to have to learn to do. And
but I think it just goes to show, as you've said yourself, with the quality of the drivers mixed in with Division 1 this year, the smallest of issues can really hinder the championship for you, can't it?
Look, I don't want to. The other drivers are incredible. If we hadn't had the non-finishers, we'd be 80 points in the lead. But that's how important. You don't win a championship by not finishing races. No. And you also don't win a championship by winning all the races. It's collectively over the course of the season. Yeah. And we have to learn to be better at that. We have to stop the individual mistakes. And, you know, other teams have the mistakes as well. But we'll lose gracefully. I'm happy for all the drivers that's won here this weekend, and we can't win them all, but we try as best.
But we've got a nice first place to be taken home after this race. Ryan, welcome back to the top of the podium where he should be. 9-time consecutive British champion, Ryan Smith. What a guy. Let's have a look over here now and see who we can find. Martin Gibson. In fact, let's just chat to Martin, because I want to know how good these trucks are off-road. And then we're waiting for, we're just waiting for Dave Smith to get weighed up, Tom O'Rourke, and Ricky Collett's there in the queue for the scales. So we'll see how he enjoyed his delightful drive. Martin, I tell you, I'm not sure whether to laugh or cry, or that was a serious save, if anything else.
Well, I've been doing quite a bit of rallying recently.
Is that what happened?
So, thought I'd bring it into play for the crowd. No, it's really good. That was pretty dodgy, yes, but thankfully nobody got in trouble with each other.
I mean, as much as you shouldn't have been on the grass, you looked very in control on the grass.
I don't know what you expect me to do, but that's what you're supposed to do, is control it.
Exactly that. Straight line, beautiful job. Big smile on your face though, Mike. I mean, have you enjoyed this weekend so far?
Honestly, brilliant. That was ridiculous in a good way. Proper truck racing, I think.
Did you like give Ricky the nod when you came back on the circuit, because he decided to take a leaf out of your book and just kind of go on a little magical mystery tour himself?
Honestly, I think there was a millimetre between us when he came back across. I thought I'd collected him, but luckily he just appeared out of nowhere. So.
And this is where the skill does come in. I mean, these things are not light and they are not easy to slow down, especially when you're on the grass. So Martin, well done for that save. Very, very good job. Obviously all going down to GT tyres. Apparently they're off-roaders, you know. Talk about all weather, we're talking all terrain, yeah? Right, let's head a bit. Hello, what do you want? Hold on. What?
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday.
Oh, for goodness sake. Well done, I did. Well done. Other holiday companies are available. Ricky's out the truck getting weighed up. Why is he having a chat? Ricky! Scales! Hope that wasn't too loud for you at home, ladies and gents. Oh, actually.
Hey.
Yeah, come here a sec. Well, not necessarily you, but we've got a message for someone at home, haven't we?
We have got a message for someone at home, yeah. For my sister that can't make it this weekend, a shout out for you. We love you and we miss you.
I miss you slightly more though, just saying.
You are?
Yeah. Off you go now. No comebacks. Quick, Scales. Right. So, Binty, look at the damage to Binty's truck. My goodness.
Well, looks like we've lost sound from down there in Parc Fermé at the moment. Apologies for that. We'll try and get that back as soon as we can. As the track is cleaned up following that rather bruising affair for the British Truck Racing Championship. We've also got our 2 races coming up later for the International Truck Grand Prix as well. Mark Taylor and Simon Reed were the winners there yesterday. We shall wait and see if they can repeat that a little later on. As Pointy fixed his microphone, let's go see.
Right, very quickly then, before we head back over to the podium to hand out some trophies, because they'll all be waiting. Are we going to do trophies again? We might as well, yeah, that's it. The computer says yes. Ricky, are you all right, mate?
Yeah.
What happened there?
I saw that I was getting away because Stuart and Martin must have got tangled up. I don't know what happened to them.
It was David, Jenkins, Martin and Stuart, very close.
I start coming back up the hill from the old hairpin and I see across on the grass Martin coming across.
That's it, yeah.
So I'm looking at, paying attention to him, missed the frigging corner.
Oh, no. These things happen. I mean, it's a high pressure situation, let's be honest.
I'm absolutely gutted, absolutely gutted.
Look, we've got 1 race left this weekend, so you've still got time to make up for it. But, I mean, you know, this is it. I mean, you've got to show them at home that these are the kind of emotions and these are the kind of things that happen in racing, aren't they? Just 1 second, split second, and it's well, at least it wasn't worse than it could have been.
It could have been worse, yeah. Right. I could have run into Martin.
Only a bumper, yes. Live to fight another day.
Your pride.
Oh, your pride will come back, don't you worry. Ricky Collett, the veteran, more experience than you would know, but these things do happen. It just goes to show. Now, sorry about the technical difficulties. We're going to throw back now for a moment. I'm going to go and sort out some trophies. We'll see you back with some silverware very soon.
Thanks, Pointy. We'll head back down to the podium fairly shortly then. We are now into our lunch break here at Convoy in the park at Donington Park. Give our marshals a chance for a bit of a rest and for our drivers as well. We're back underway at around 1:25 is the time our next race is due off, which is the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons, their second race of the weekend. That's followed by the International Truck GP, both 20-minute races. Our third race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon cars follows that. And then the British Truck Racing Championship have their finale, followed by the Track Action Racing Club International Truck GP finale, and then the OT Publishing Coupe Cup for the 45-minute race. I think we can head back to Pointy. I think he's made it over to the podium. We can see our presentation to our truck races.
Through someone else's microphone. It's ever so weird. Right then. Okay. Right then. Screenshots, this one. Okay. Right then, who's ready for some freebies? Okay. Grab a bag. Oh, there we go, my pre-organised bag of goodies. All these kids at the front. Hot Wheels for you. One for you. One for you. One at the back there. One for you. Oh, I've not seen you before. You're little, you can have one. There we go. Elephants! In the middle! Oh! Oh, come on! At the back! Who wants the bag? The bag in the middle. There we go. Right. And, without me forgetting, who wants a limited edition print? Oh my God, I tell you, these are popular, man. I tell you, we'll have to buy some, I think. Oh. There we go. You can have one. There we go. Lovely. Lady. Ready. I'm going to throw it. I can't do it. Behind. There we go. Fight between yourselves. No fighting. Right then. Thank you very much for joining us again for the Trophy British Truck Racing Championship. That was a hell of a race. My goodness me. I think my batteries are going now as well. There we go. I know, yeah. All good. Right then, so as tradition dictates, let's kick things off with the Division 2 results. And in third place, as they crossed the line, or at least how I saw it finish in third place, please put your hands together for Simon Cole. And in second place, I believe his first trophy this weekend, make some noise for Sammy Iron. Surely not. Again, it's getting a bit boring this, isn't it now? I'll tell you what, in first place, taking yet another podium win, it's Jake Evans. Going to run out of room for these soon, you know. I'll tell you what. That's it. Shake the other driver's hands. Very nice. Get yourselves up. There we go. You got a hat? Oh, Simon's got his hat. That's all right. Right then, eyes forward, drivers. Take some pictures, get some videos, and make some noise for your Division 2 top 3. Beautiful. There we go. Scenes. Right then, over to the right-hand side for you guys. And up in up into Division 1, and in third place with an absolutely phenomenal race yet again, doing it for the family and the team. Make some noise for Dave Jenkins. Well done, sir, very good job. Second place now, look. Look, there you go. Ooh, live on air. Right then, and in second place, doing it for his son and wife who are joining him here this weekend, for the first time this weekend actually. So, make some noise for Michael Oliver! There we go, showing yet another next generation of driver how it's done. Very good. Now, of course, that leaves first place and back on the top spot where he knows he should be. Make some noise for Ryan Smith! There you go, sir. Well done, sir. Well done. Very good job. Get the hats on, get the shots, and make some noise for Division 1 top 3! Okay, Division 2, come on, get yourselves back in. Almost time. Let them find their parking spaces. Simon, how are we feeling?
Moist.
Moist, I love it.
Teamwork. Frantic.
Back.
Harry. Back again.
And here we go for the champagne! Absolutely fantastic scenes. Thank you very much to everybody for coming along for that trophy presentation. Don't forget though, next after lunch we've got the International Truck Prix happening at 2 o'clock, so we'll be back here for more trophies after that. Loads more traffic happening. You got absolutely soaked. Wow. You look like you're going to absolutely stink of cheap bubbly now. That's terrible. It's the second time it's happened. Wow. Oh, don't drink it. Ooh. Even the grown-ups don't drink it. They're allowed to.
Don't drink it. No. Absolutely not. Pointy, another great race. Some dramatic moments in that one.
Some serious dramatic moments. I mean, you know, poor old Ricky's really beating himself up about that incident with, almost incident with Martin Gibson. Martin Gibson having a completely different view of the whole thing, smiling his head off when he came in. And literally, I don't know what's going on. That last race tonight is going to be a serious show for all you guys at home and here at the circuit.
Excellent point. Great job as always. We've got 2 international truck Prix races, haven't we? And 1 more British truck race. Jamie. Championship still to come up. Next will be the CNC Head Sports Saloon Championship. We are actually in the lunch break already, not missing any on-track action whatsoever. That's due to get underway in about half an hour or so. We're going to make our way up to the assembly area to catch up with a number of the drivers. There's about 42 cars in this grid. It's going to be absolutely unbelievable. Whilst we make our way up there, we've got some highlights to show from that race right now. Let's get into it. Keep going, Pointy, still live, keep going.
Well, let's have a look back at some highlights of that previous race then. Ricky Collett bouncing off Neil Yates, the two front rowmen at the start. David Smith having some contact as well, and that just set the tone, really, for the rest of the race. Ricky Collett led off as Neil Yates was the first one to try truck rallycross here at Donington. Ricky Collett had the early lead. Didn't take Ryan Smith much more than another lap to get through towards the front, though. Already challenging Martin Gibson for second, as Neil Yates then decided to explore the other side of the Donington grass. Spending about half a lap on the grass, it seemed like there. He dropped down the order. Ryan Smith then taking the lead with a daring move past Ricky Collett at the Craner curves and into the old hairpin. Impressive drive by Ryan, went on to win in the end by over 13 seconds ahead of Michael Oliver, as everybody else scrapped it out behind. David Jenkins tried to stop Stuart Oliver getting through. Stuart kept his foot in on the grass. As the battle raged between the Oliver team and Ricky Collett, they nearly lost it through the top of the Craner curves, and this was the three-wide moment behind Ricky Collett as David Jenkins saw a chance up the inside. Something had to give as they came down the Craner curves, and that something, largely courtesy of Stuart Oliver, was his teammate Martin Gibson. Off over the grass he went for a bit of rally crossing, and that distracted Ricky Collett, as we heard from Ricky there, who was watching for Martin rejoining, hoping he didn't get T-boned. Came back on. Ricky, as he told us, unfortunately missed the next corner and he went over the infield. There. Up through Schwantz curve towards McLean's, and then he struggled to get the truck stopped as they came back on. Look at him bouncing over the infield there. That could have been very nasty if he'd collected Martin Gibson there. See it from the reverse angle. You can see just how quick Ricky was going there. That was pretty frightening stuff. This is why Graham Poole was a lap down, and he went off later in the race coming through McLean's and ran wide. And there we see, again, that's out close. It's a bit closer from that angle. You can see how close Ricky Collett was to T-boning Martin Gibson again there. You do not want to be T-boned at that speed. I've seen that happen with motorcycles at the Craner curves before, and it's resulted in a very frightening pile-up. Thankfully, no serious injuries. That was several years ago now. We are now in our lunch break, and we're back underway in just under half an hour's time, I think, with the next action for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons, which will be our next race on a 7-race programme coming up this afternoon here at Convoy in the Park 2025.
Hello, what's your name?
Bryson.
Hello, Bryson. And what did you want to speak to me about, Bryson?
I was wondering what happens if a truck breaks down.
Right, well, and it does, we should all know this because it happens quite often, not at all, ever. So what they have to do is they put yellow flags out wherever the truck has broken down. Do you know what a yellow flag means?
Yeah, slow down.
And?
Stop.
Well, not stop, that would cause probably another crash. It's slow down, no overtaking.
Yeah.
Right, so they come out just where the truck's broken down, and then if it's in a dangerous spot, then they'll have to red flag the race, they'll make the decision in race control, and then they'll send the wreckers out to go and drag it back. However, if it's not in a dangerous space, what they'll do is the driver will evacuate and get away from the truck as quick as he can. They'll put a single yellow flag just before it, a double yellow flag on it, and then a green flag afterwards so that all the trucks can speed back up again and carry on racing.
Okay, thank you for doing that for me, please.
Thank you for asking the question, Bryce. It's been a pleasure. Round of applause for Bryce, everyone. Excellent, excellent. And there you go for those at home. That's what we're doing this weekend. Although it's not flags, it's lights, because we're not allowed anybody to stand there waving them. Just saying. Right then, now joining us again for another year in the International Truck Prix is a bit of a motorbike legend, of course, is John McGuinness, famous for his efforts at the TT and, of course, liveried up very nicely with Monster as well. What keeps bringing you back, John? Or what have we got here?
That's an MBE. You missed the MBE bit.
You've got an MBE? Yeah. Shows you how much I pay attention, doesn't it? My goodness. Congratulations.
You know what that stands for?
No.
Morecambe Bell End.
Because bells do have ends, you see, and there's the top and there's the end. So there we go. It's in the dictionary. We're good. So yeah, thanks for that, John. Yeah. So moving on to the truck racing then. What actually keeps bringing you back? Now it's a considerable size difference to what you used to racing around on. So is it? Yeah. What's with the experience for you?
I love trucks. Growing up around them, my uncle used to drive them. I got friendly with Martin Gibson, Stuart Oliver's gang. Did a little bit of Fun Cup racing with the GT tyres on, which opened other doors with Stuart. We did a little bit with Top Gear a few years ago.
I remember the Top Gear. Yeah, very windy down in Wales that weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, they had my truck, my Scania, that I swapped for a pair of leathers, but I didn't have a licence to drive it. So when they borrowed my truck, I said, yeah, you can borrow my truck if you put me through my licence. So I went through my Class 1 with the presenters and then just got friendly, and it just sort of, we had a little spin in the truck, a little testing it at Myra one day. And then he said, you fancy a spin 2 years ago? And so I dipped my toe in, and hard. It's not easy. It's quite frustrating at times, but yeah, you know, we turned up a couple of years ago in the old Scania. Got, you know, the bug really, and you know, I'm super busy with my bike racing all the time, flat out everywhere. But
you were over at Thruxton on Friday, weren't you?
Yeah, we tested here on Thursday and Thruxton Friday. We had nothing here on Friday, so I shot down there, a little bit of business at the BSB. So, yeah, what do you do when you have a day off? Let's drive to another track and do watch some more motorsport. But enjoyed the test on Thursday. Last year we were on the podium in the same truck. Trucks was busy last year. We were sharing the truck with Stuart, I think, so I was under strict orders not to bend it.
Yeah.
But this year I'm sharing it with Martin, and I've really I just enjoy the atmosphere, enjoy the guy, all the boys, the girls, everybody that mucks in. You know, it's a bit big hammers and whatnot, spannering these things. Bit more, not as delicate as the bikes, but thoroughly enjoyed it. And you know, I got the call again off Stuart, and it's great to deal with. It's just like my world, it's contracts and meetings and working out lots of things. And Stuart's like, do you want to drive the truck?
Yeah, do you want to do this? Yeah, all right, see you next weekend. Yeah.
That's about how it went, and I was like, bugger, I better get my licence.
Love it.
Well, that was £350. I felt like I had my trousers pulled down with that one, so I had to get to like a last minute push it through in the 3 days thing, which was a fortune, but it's
when you forgot your passport and you're going on holiday next week, it's like, right, off to Wales.
But to be fair, it's nothing, is it, to what, you know, I'm able to do this weekend. I mean, yeah, you know, we're there or thereabouts on the pace-ish. I wish I could do some more. I get in, I couldn't sleep Wednesday night before the practice. I couldn't sleep, and I got up at 4 o'clock and set off here. Was bang here early, like 7 o'clock, all excited to drive the truck.
Absolutely wired.
Yep, absolutely. You know, I get to do some cool stuff on the bikes and that, but nothing can prepare you for going down Craner curves in one of these on the speed limit at 100 mile an hour. They are hectic, handful, lot going on. You know, it can be you're on curbs, you're off curbs, you're on grass. You can't do that on a bike. You've got to be a little bit more precise.
Do you ever feel yourself in a truck trying to like lean to one side, thinking, "Oh yeah, this should have helped me go around here quicker"?
Yeah, I mean, you take some leaning it over. If we're on 2 wheels in the truck, I think we're going. It's all going a bit wrong. But
5.5 ton just on the left side. So, yeah.
But the lines are different, and you've got to be patient. You've got to turn in a bit later. On a motorcycle, you've got to turn in a lot earlier, and you know, you can just nip an odd curb and use a little bit of the track. But I mean, they're slower. Don't get me wrong. I think the bike's doing about 160 mile an hour before you hit the brakes for Redgate, where these are doing 100. Well, 100's plenty in a truck.
Oh, well, the 5.5 ton at 100 miles an hour, that's a lot of momentum to stop, especially when you're trying to keep control of it around a tight bend.
Yeah, they're definitely a different thing, very acquired sort of skill, you know. Everything's a lot slower, and when they start losing their rear, you know, it's not like a race car, there's lots bit, you know, sharper input. These are sort of lots of input, but slower, you know, and breaking into the bends with your throttle on to keep the boost up, and make sure you keep the brakes at temperature. There's a bit going on. You've got you know, your spotters in your ear talking to you, and we don't have that on the bike. You know, we have a pit board. There's no pit boards. You don't want to be stood on the pit lane.
You can't be on the pit lane. How do you get on with the water-cooled brakes? Because obviously when you've only got to squeeze a handlebar, it's a bit different to having to think about twisting knobs and keeping temperatures down. And
yeah, there's something on the steering wheel, but sometimes when you get into a rhythm and you're concentrating really hard, you forget to look at temperatures. So the good thing with the radio guys, they explain to you that, you know, make sure you check that, how's this, how's that. So just keeping you up to speed, and you can have a little glance down and, it needs a bit more, or, you know, a little bit more of a, you sort of arming them up when you set off, you put your water on, and then you can speed the water up. But they stay quite consistent. They get a little bit slower as the race goes along. I think everything just gets hotter and hotter and a bit more squirmy, if you like. But yeah, there's a bit going on, but I'm getting used to it now. But I'm still a bit nervous about it.
bit nervous. Yeah. John McGuinness nervous. My goodness. I mean, this is it. So watch this space. We've got 4 international truck Prix races this weekend, and I'm sure you'll thoroughly enjoy all of them. Qualifying soon for you, and let's just see where you end up on that.
I think if we get the truck back safe and, you know, with a bit of a dust up with a few guys and nothing too hairy, and you know, I'm not prepared to you know, do anything crazy.
Yes, if you break it, you buy it.
If I break it, I'm going to select first gear in my motorhome. I'll be heading north. I'm going that way.
Yeah.
With my tail between my legs and gone.
Good. Right, John McGuinness, thank you very much for joining us. Loads of racing action from this biking legend this weekend. Make sure you keep your eyes peeled over on BARC Live and the
MBE.
British Truck Racing. Oh, MBE. MBE. John McGuinness, MBE. Sorry, sir. So here we are down.
Yes, he is good. John is brilliant with his camera, I got to say. We're here at the assembly area. Lunch break almost over. That means it's time for the second race of the weekend for the CNC Head Sports Saloon Championship. Yesterday, Simon Holloway over here in the Lotus Esprit took the win, but to be honest with you, we always talk to Simon, don't we? So let's leave him be for now, because I've got a sneaky feeling we might be catching up with you in. Actually, no, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I don't want to give the curse to him. What a mixture of cars we've got here. Of course, Simon took the win yesterday. Darren Owen was in second place, and Andrew Armiger in that Vauxhall Tigra was in third. And this is going to be round 9 of the CNC Head Sports Saloon Championship. What a mixture of cars we have got. So we're just going to do a little bit of geeking out, I think, on cars. Let's just go down and have a quick chat with Alec here in the Westfield and just find out a bit more about Alec. It's good to meet you, by the way. How are you?
Yeah, doing well, thanks. Yourself?
Yes, I'm very well. Enjoying the weekend?
Yeah, it's hot.
It's baking in that suit, aren't you?
Yeah, it's really good, thank you.
Tell us about the car. How did you come to be behind the wheel of it?
So my brother raced it last season, and he's had a slight upgrade, which is still sort of in the works.
Okay, can you
tell
us
as well?
Right,
yeah, it's Westfield as well. So I've taken ownership of this and sort of just getting to grips with it at the moment. Third race out with it at the moment. Handles like nothing else. Went out without the spoiler yesterday, and it was a bit shaky going through Craner curves, but put it back on, got some new tyres, and hopefully it'll be a good race today.
I bet you can't wait now with this.
I'm really excited.
Another sort of. No, it's never really a glorified test session, is it? We're going for this one, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how I can do. I'm hoping top 3, but don't want to say something too early.
No, say it anyway. Say it anyway. Don't worry about it. It's not like we're live or anything. Cheers, mate. Anyway, it's great to see you. Thanks for talking to us. Let's go have a quick chat. We've got Billy over here in a Ginetta G56 GTA. Billy, wow, what a car. How did you end up being behind the wheel of this?
Well, my dad, we all sort of did Fiesta Juniors, and then my dad wanted to do it as well, so I thought we'd get one of these. We'll just take it in turns and take rounds in turn of each other, so good bit.
How old are you?
17.
You're 17?
Yeah, 17, yeah.
You're like a foot taller than me already.
I know, everyone says
that's not
that.
hard, is it?
No, that's not too hard, no.
Oh, Billy!
I don't want to offend you.
It's all right, People have said worse.
Yeah.
Look, what are you expecting from this race?
I don't know, just go out and have a bit of fun. Don't know, not really going for any places, just go out and have a bit of fun, like I say.
Talking of fun, my producer in my ears just said he's going to take that clip of you saying it's not hard for anybody to be taller than me.
Oh, yeah, is that what he said? Yeah.
That's it now. Look, enjoy the race, but it's great to meet you, mate. Take care, won't you? Let's move down a little bit further. Who else should we go chat to? We've got Jamie here as well. Let's just find out a little bit more about the car. I'll come around this way, actually, if I can. Lots of cars coming in now. We're not too far away from getting underway. Tell us about the car.
Yeah, Ginetta G20. This will be 12th season with it. 12th season? Yeah, just gradually developed it over the years. Keep getting quicker and quicker, which is positive.
Where's your favourite place to take it out?
Cadwell, unfortunately, which we're not going to this year. Not a particular
so you
fan
like,
of Donington,
you like, you like narrow circuits with lots of tight
twisty and technical. Yeah, this place not really my cup of tea, and I've not had the best of luck here recently. So,
can we change that now?
I hope so. Yesterday was fantastic, so hope for more of the same today.
So it's a 12th season. So how did you come about to get in this car?
Well, I've done 15 years in this championship.
Yeah.
I've just moved up. Just looked at it and just thought it's a good base for a special that you can develop over the years.
So 15 years in the CNC Heads.
Yeah.
What makes it so special for you then?
How friendly it is, the people.
Yeah.
Good, close, clean racing, and we can all get together afterwards and have a laugh and a beer.
Top man. I'll join you all next time. Thank you so much. Great to see you. Look at this as well. A Vauxhall Vectra. Marshall Groves behind the wheel of this one. Let's grab a quick chat with Marshall, shall we? What a crowd pleaser this is, Marshall. A Vauxhall Vectra. Tell us more about the car and how you came to be behind the wheel of it.
So this is number 009, Vectra 009. It's 1997 car. These were built by Vauxhall to support the BTCC, and there's a few left out racing. There's a few hidden away in sheds, but this one's still going. So
if anybody's got one of these in a shed, oh my word, give you a shout, eh?
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, there's a few guys who've helped me out actually, who are local up to Alton Park area. And there's a little Vauxhall mafia going, but I've had this since 2018. I've been racing it on and off. And
so how did you get hold of it then? How did you find it?
I just bought it by accident, actually.
Bought it by
I
accident?
tried to buy it once, and then it didn't sell. And then a few months later, I got in contact with the chap again, and then had a deal. And like I say, I've raced it on and off since then. Had a few problems with testing as well. Rear brake failure, so I got new rear brakes on, and had a cracked exhaust as well. One of the truck guys helped me out, welded it out.
Nice.
Shout to 333 Motorsport for helping me out there. So really pleased to be back out, and hoping for another good clean race today.
Top man. Look, best of luck. Thanks for bringing it out to play as well. Yeah, I love that. Sort of got it by accident. Yeah, I often walk into a door and then walk out of a Vauxhall Vectra. Right, let's move down, shall we, a little bit further. One of my favourite cars here, Mark Primmett in the Banks Lotus Europa. Mark, what a car. How on earth does someone get in this car? I mean, your feet are almost on the floor, on the ground, literally, aren't they?
Yeah. I must be the tallest guy to race a Lotus Europa, I reckon.
How tall are you?
6'2".
You're 6'2". I'm glad you're sat down because I'm only 5'7". I look tall now. It's the first time ever. What is it like to drive?
It's a pussycat, really. Yeah, no, it's really nice, neutral car. Yes,
it's not a neutral car.
It is. It's lovely.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
How did you come to be behind the wheel of it?
It's my third one. Well, it's third Europa, second Banks Europa. I've had inline ones, transverse ones, and this was sort of like the latest evolution of a transverse one we did, which I've been driving for 20 years.
Why CNC heads? Why is it such a good championship to be part of?
Oh well, it's just apart from the fact there ain't a lot else I can run it in. Apart from that, so such a good. Well, most of the time it's just like a club atmosphere. It's just like really nice lads. They'll all muck in and help if you've got a problem and all that. So it's just like, just a nice place to be, isn't it? That's what you come here to enjoy yourself. This ain't a career move.
No, I like that. Look, Tom, man, thanks so much for talking to us, mate. Enjoy it, won't you? In fact, the drivers have been asked. Just before we do, very quickly, we've got the Citroen Zara over here. In fact, it was Paul who was leading the championship. Let's just jump in very quickly with Paul. Citroen Zara. What a unique selection of cars we've got. Paul, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah, how are you, mate?
I'm very well. How's your weekend gone so far?
I had a bit of a mechanical problem yesterday. After about 4 laps in qualifying, I lost drive, so I had to shoot all the way back to Aldridge in the West Midlands and put a clutch in it.
Blimey.
Yeah, and I'm here.
You've got to go. Look at that. We are underway. Time to go racing now for the CNC Head Sports. So let's move out of the way, John, before we get run over. Look at that. Straight into the action here, live at Donington Park. The CNC Head Sports Saloon Championship. Second race of the weekend coming up. Let's go racing, everybody. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, welcome back after the lunch break here at Convoy in the Park at Donington Park. Time for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship, and Anything Goes Championship. As long as it's not a single-seater, you can race it. The grid set by the second fastest time for each driver in qualifying yesterday, and it is Simon Alloway in the Lotus Esprit V8 who will line up on pole, yesterday's winner. Hopefully alongside him we will see John Wolfett's Spire GTR, and on the second row Rick Wood in his Australian V8 Supercars Holden Commodore. Both of those cars failed to finish yesterday's race. We'll wait to see if they are definitely on the grid. David Lawrence will line up on row 2 in his Seat Cupra. Row 3 we'll see a pair of Mark 1 Escort space frames. Had a good battle in yesterday's race. Lee Wood and Darren Deadly Daz Owen. Lee Wood ran out of fuel on the last lap of yesterday's race and dropped back. Darren Owen finished second. Row 4, Gary Wardle with his Audi A3 and Paul Masters in his Westfield. Completing the top 10, we just heard from Alec Modrow and Billy Blockley, Westfield and Ginetta. Row 6, 117 Carl Bennett, he's in a BMW, and Jamie Cryer, the former champion, in his Ginetta G20. Row 7, Andrew Armiger with the Vauxhall Tigra space frame, that's the blue car we saw down in the assembly area, alongside Marshall Groves in the Vectra Challenge car. It was a one-make series back in the 1990s for those cars. Row 8, we just heard from Mark Primmett and Paul Rotherow. Fair play to Paul for replacing the clutch overnight on his Citroen Zara. Thankfully Aldridge, where he's based, not too far away from Donington Park. Row 9, Ian Bamber. He failed to start yesterday's race. The ECU played up on the green flag lap and he wasn't able to get away. James Owen, son of Darren, alongside him in the Tigra space frame silhouettes. On row 10 we have Baz Johnson in the Pontiac Grand National Coupe, ex-short oval car, one of a number of ex-short oval racers in this race. Baz Johnson starts alongside Jason Hennifer with his Ford Fiesta, completing the top 20 on the grid. Row 11 will hopefully see Thomas Frankland in his Renault 5 Turbo. Ended up in the gravel at Coppice in yesterday's race, starting alongside reigning overall champion Stephen Parker with the number 1 Ford Fiesta. Then on row 12, we'll have Simon Gravely, 1380s in a VW Golf GTI. He's alongside 164 Paul Goodlad in a VW Scirocco. Row 13, 98s, which is Matthew Jones in a Ford Focus, and Ricky Walker with a BMW Mini Challenge car. Row 14, Stuart Connolly with a Honda Civic. I think he got excluded from yesterday's race result. We'll double check that. Yes, he and Marshall Groves, they were both disqualified yesterday for overtaking under yellow flags. So they'll be minding their P's and Q's today. Louis Dobson starts alongside him in a Fiesta ST 150. Row 15, Rob Wakelin with a Honda Civic and Cavan Taylor with a Renault Clio. Then on row 16, we've got number 12, John Edwards Parton, veteran campaigner with his Fiesta XR2, alongside Dave Owen, brother of Darren Owen, in his Space Frame Escort. Row 17, Jonathan Lee with a BMW Mini Cooper, alongside Bob Claxton, the oldest man on the grid, in his VW Golf Mark III GTI. John Maddock Jones will round out the grid in his BMW, the Welshman. There's a couple of withdrawals. We don't have Phil White's BMW in Class A. Ralph Underwood's Triumph TR7 V8 has withdrawn as well. We don't have John Wolfett. There's a gap on the front row. The Spire GTR sports car is missing, but Rick Wood is there in that rumbling Holden V8 supercar. We lost a couple of cars after qualifying yesterday as well. Zach Booth's Renault Megane R26 is not there. We don't have David Jones, number 5, with his Ford Focus, I don't think. There's a gap in front of Matt Jones, possibly as well. Who are we missing there? That might be the Renault 5 that's not there. No, Tom Franklin's not there. So a few cars missing in action then. We don't have Errol Taylor's Toyota Yaris either. That pulled up in yesterday's race, the little Toyota Yaris T-Sport. We also lost Helen Allen's Ford Fiesta after qualifying yesterday. Is anybody else missing from the lineup? Simon Hutt is not there. The BMW Z4 Space Frame isn't there. So Simon Alloway it is who leads them round, looking for another overall win. I think he's won all but one race so far this season. That was when he got some damage in a start line collision at Anglesey. Cracking field of cars, anything up to 45 cars we had in the paddock this weekend. There were even cars on a reserve list to make the grid. There's Jamie Cryer with his Ginetta. Looking back to see if Ian Bamber's there. Yes, the white Ginetta G20. So Ian Bamber hoping to get away this time. Pulled up on the green flag lap in yesterday's race. This will be a 20-minute race for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. Championship started back in the early 1980s as effectively a home for all the former Special Saloon and Special GT cars of the 70s. Simon Alloway certainly a Special GT. That Lotus effectively a single-seater underneath the chassis with a V8 engine on its rear end. Rick Wood, the sponsor of the championship, the owner of CNC Cylinder Heads, collects classic touring cars. Watch out for Darren Owen, Deadly Daz in the red Escort as well. Second overall yesterday, the ex-Bangor racer. There's one car going in. Oh, Rick Wood's going into the pits. Don't tell me we've lost the Holden already. Or is he going to start from the pit lane? We'll wait and see. Hopefully he does. So Simon Alloway all on his own in the yellow and orange Lotus. The black and red Seat is David Lawrence, the Cupra Leon. The two Mark 1 Escort Space Frames next. In the white one is Lee Wood, the ex-British touring car racer. Darren Owen alongside him. Gary Wardle with the Audi A3 is next. Paul Masters in the orange Westfield. The blue Westfield is Alec Modrow with the rear wing. Billy Blockley in the Ginetta, the blue and white machine. Carl Bennett's BMW. Jamie Cryer in the Ginetta. Andrew Armiger is there. Marshall Groves, Mark Primet and Paul Rotherow we've spoken to. Ian Bamber is there. James Owen, you can just see the grey and orange Tigra. Baz Johnson is there. I think Jason Hennifer's there with the Fiesta. See Stephen Parker and Paul Goodlad. Simon Gravely is there. Tom Franklin's Renault 5 Turbo is not. So a couple of absentees. Potentially significant ones with no John Wolfett, potentially no Rick Wood. This will be a 20-minute race then. Simon Alloway, the man to beat in the Lotus from pole position. The 5-second board is displayed. Tension mounts. The second race of the weekend for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons on their away day at Donington. The race gets underway. Cracking start by the Westfield of Paul Masters down the outside. Lee Wood's got a good getaway as well in the white Escort, but Simon Alloway leaves them all behind as they go into Redgate for the first time. Great start by Paul Masters, the orange Westfield up into second place. Look how many cars there are behind them. Look at the variety of machinery we have out there. Anything from a standard hatchback up to a fully fledged kit car or special saloon or GT car, you can race it in this series. Lee Wood's going for second into the old hairpin. He goes through. Dazzo in trying to chase his way through as well. David Lawrence next in the Cupra. Paul Masters down to third in the Westfield. But look, the Lotus has checked out already. It is so quick in a straight line. That V8 powered Lotus Esprit bodied special GT machine. Lee Wood in second place. Dazzo in having a go at Paul Masters for third. Excuse me, my voice is running out already. We've got a few races to go, yes? Deadly Daz makes the move to the inside. Started his career as a banger racer at his local track of Hensford Hills Raceway. Raced in many different short oval formulas. Here comes David Lawrence. Look at the Cooper up the inside. He's going for third place. He could get past the Westfield here as well. Yes, he's done it. David Lawrence has got that Cupra well wound up. 6 different classes in this race. Classes A, B and C are for the more silhouette and special cars, further divided on engine capacity. Classes D to F are modified saloon cars. Class D is where you'll find David Lawrence in the Cupra. Dazzo in is in Class B. His Escort is a space frame car, so it's in the specials division. Simon Alloway leads Class A. He's away and gone in front. He's already leading by over 1.5 seconds ahead of Lee Wood. Here's Marshall Groves under fire from Andrew Armiger in his Tigra. Got an overall podium yesterday after Lee Wood ran out of fuel on the last lap. Deadly Daz was second on that occasion. The best we've seen him run in the championship so far, the man from Hensford. Fell in love with classic Escorts, racing in the classic hot rod formula on the short ovals before moving to circuits, and has done a bit of rallycross in his time as well. You name it, Daz has raced it. Runs a successful metal recycling business in Staffordshire. And he came across most of the cars he used to bag a race. Alec Modrow on the tail of Marshall Groves, and there's the Banks Europa, that low special GT car driven by Mark Primetz. Having a go on the inside there, Alec Modrow, his brother Connor, a very successful Westfield racer as well. Gets the move done on Marshall Groves in the deceptively standard looking Vectra. Carl Bennett's BMW up behind them as well, and here comes Ian Bamber, who of course didn't get to race yesterday with those ECU issues on the little Ginetta. He's going to make a move here on Bennett. Gary Wardle's dropped back a bit behind them in the Audi A3, and then we've got Paul Rotherow, the man from Lichfield, runs Aldridge Motor Bodies down in Staffordshire. Andrew Armiger's got ahead of Jamie Cryer, the former champion in the Ginetta. Started out in this championship in a Fiesta XR2, if I remember rightly. Ian Bamber making a move as well in his nimble little Ginetta past the Vectra. Lead is up to nearly 3 seconds. Alloway ahead of Lee Wood. Lawrence is third. Keep an eye on the class leaders as well. Alloway leads Class A, Lee Wood Class B, Lawrence Class D. There's only one entry in Class C. That's John Edwards' partner in his Fiesta XR2. His car further down the order. Class E is led by Paul Rotherow, the overall championship leader coming into this weekend, but I think he lost that championship lead when he failed to start yesterday's race after those clutch problems in qualifying. There's the Zara, just behind Gary Wardle's Audi. Class F is being led by Rob Wakelin, the orange Honda Civic, further back to the more standard, smaller saloons. I think he's only got one class rival in this race. Yes, Jonathan Lee's Mini. We haven't got Errol Taylor's Toyota Yaris. We haven't got Helen Allen's Fiesta. Did Rick Wood join in from the pit lane? No, he didn't. That's a shame. The Holden Commodore not out there. I thought the ground wasn't shaking. The big Aussie V8 supercar. We saw that in action at the Goodwood Festival of Speed this year in the hill climb. Mark Primetz giving chase to Alec Modrow. Sorry, that's the battle for 9th. Lotus has a look on the inside. Carl Bennett, that was making a move on Marshall Groves further back as well, the BMW and the Vauxhall Vectra. Simon Alloway leads by nearly 5 seconds now. 20-minute race, and the way Simon is going here, he's lapping in the 1:13, 2 seconds a lap quicker than everybody else. He's probably going to lap most of this field. No disrespect meant to anybody else, but that Lotus is just so dominant this year. I've seen several special GTs in this championship in the past. We mentioned yesterday the late great Tony Sugden and his Skoda 130 RS Cosworth. Yes, really. As we see Alec Modrow leading the Banks Europa of Mark Primet. Tony Sugden in the 1990s was one of the great stalwarts of this championship. Sadly passed away last year at the grand age of 91. Began racing back in the late 50s as a motorcycle racer, including the Isle of Man TT. There's still a nod to him at Donington Park every year, home of this championship. It's effectively their home circuit, based in the northwest, along with Anglesey. There's the Lotus. Simon Alloway from Preston in Lancashire, pulling away all the time from Lee Wood in the Escort in second place. Penalty for Gary Wardle in the Audi, 10-second penalty for a false start. He must have either started out of position or jumped the start. That's a 10-second penalty for the Audi A3. Here's the battle for third. David Lawrence in the Cupra going well, holding off Paul Masters in the Westfield. There's Daz Owen behind them, and Andrew Armiger moving up as well. He's come through the field pretty rapidly in the blue. Well, it looks like a Vauxhall Tigra. It's a space frame tubular steel chassis with a carbon fibre and a Kevlar body shell in the shape of a Tigra. A silhouette racer like a national hot rod from the short ovals. Indeed, the Armiger family have raced in hot rods quite successfully. Lapping one of the slower markers there, that's Bob Claxton. 83 years young and still going strong in his Golf. We said yesterday, though, not the elder statesman of British motorsport. That is the great Tony Skelton, still racing at the age of 90. He was out at Liddon Hill recently in his 500cc F3 car that he's raced since the 50s. There's the Civic of Stuart Connolly being lapped, one of our Class E runners, as at the inside Paul Masters has a look at David Lawrence for third overall. Of course, they're battling each other. Lee Wood is getting away in second place with his Escort. Used to drive the Binns Racing Vauxhall Vectra in British touring cars and the Honda Integra before that. David Lawrence has lost 3 places there into the chicane because Owen's got through, Masters has already gone through, Armiger's through as well. I think that Cupra might have a problem here. They're well clear of their opposition. Next through it'll be Jamie Cryer. He's 7th in the Ginetta. Billy Blockley's Ginetta, the bigger G56 GTA, is 8th. Saw several of those in the brick car race yesterday as Daz Owen gets a bit sideways there coming out of Redgate. He wants another overall podium here. Alec Modrow is 9th and Mark Primet in 10th. There's a, whoa, Andrew Armiger. That was very nearly a big spin. Got a wheel onto the grass. You do not want to get a wheel onto the grass down the Craner curves, goodness me. Pit stop for new underwear needed, I think, this time through for Andrew Armiger after that one. There's the Europa, the Ginetta of Ian Bamber. Lovely looking little car, isn't it? It's a little Ginetta G20. It's meanwhile Alec Modrow putting Billy Blockley under pressure. This is for 8th place. Billy Blockley is 2nd in Class A. Of course, we lost one of our Class A runners, Rick Wood. He starts the race. John Maddock-Jones, the Welshman, has pitted in his BMW as well. Possible retirement there as Alec Modrow moves into 8th place. Alec is in Class B. More engine capacity between Classes A to C and Classes D to F. Andrew Armiger has got ahead of Daz Owen. Not Daz Owen, David Lawrence, sorry. Because there's Daz Owen. He's pulled away in front of this group now into 3rd place. David Lawrence is definitely dropping back. I think there's an issue with the Cupra. He's still leading Class D. And here's our leader in Class E. It's Paul Rotheroe in the Zara. Behind him, Marshall Groves. And there's James Owen, son of Daz Owen. Novice cross on the back of his car. He's a relative newcomer to circuit racing. certainly doesn't seem 5 minutes since he was racing in ninja carts on the short ovals as about a 7-year-old. Makes me feel ancient, that does. Here's a replay of a move into the chicane. We saw Dazzo make his way through. Oh, that was nearly all three of them taken out because Andrew Armiger nearly lost it again. So that's why those two have dropped back. I thought they dropped a long way back from Dazzo in. So that's what happened. Andrew Armiger nearly lost it again. Maybe he's having problems with the brakes. Where's Rob Wakelin? He's leading Class F in his Honda Civic. Oh, 10-second penalty for number 714, false start. That's Lee Wood in second place, so he's got a penalty as well. Now, how far ahead of Daz Owen is he? 5 seconds, so that's going to lose him second place potentially. Unless he can get 10 seconds clear of Owen. There's Louis Dobson in his Fiesta. His father, Paul Dobson, was champion a few years ago in a Mazda RX-7, carrying Lightning McQueen colours. Rob Wakelin, oh, he's struggling to get out of the way of the quicker cars there. Paul Masters got a bit delayed in the Westfield. He's down to 5th now behind Andrew Armiger in that rather wayward handling Tigra. It's under 9 minutes of this race still to go. Simon Alloway is away and gone in the Lotus. What's his lead over Lee Wood? 4.5 seconds, but obviously Lee has got that penalty. Daz Owen still third. Hope Lee Wood's not going to run out of fuel again on the last lap. In the background, David Lawrence has lost out now to Alec Modrow, who's up to 6th overall. Cryer's in behind them in the Ginetto, then Billy Blockley's down to 9th, Ian Bamber's up to 10th. Giving you the class leaders. There is a Class G as well for motorcycle engine cars. The only entry in that is John Wolfett, and we know he was a non-starter. Louis Dobson all over the back of Wakelin there. That's for position, but they're in different classes. Somebody's pulled over on the grass on the run out of the old hairpin, I noticed on the inside. I think it's Mark Primet. I think that's the Banks Europa that's pulled up. It was a white car, I'm certain of that. Cupra Leon certainly slowing down. He's got, David Lawrence has got the Ginetta of Cryer behind him, and yes, there's the Europa on the inside of the exit of the old hairpin, out of the race. And 888 of Dave Owen has pulled into the pits in his Escort. And Daz Owen's got a penalty as well of 10 seconds. Ian Bamber's pulling off in the background, more problems for him. Daz Owen's got a 10-second penalty as well. Another false start. Well, there were a fair few either out of position or jumped the start. Black and white flag for track limits is shown to number 91, which is Jonathan Lee's BMW Mini towards the back. It's all happening. And all playing into the hands of Simon Alloway, although on the last lap, his lead came down to 3.75 seconds. Lee Wood has taken some time out of him. There is Lee, coming up to lap Jason Hennifer's Ford Fiesta. Now, what's the gap going to be this time through? They complete lap 11. Maybe it was back marker traffic that delayed the Lotus a little. Yeah, it's back up to 5 seconds now, so that's just a bit of traffic delaying Simon Alloway. So Wood and Owen separated by just under 4 seconds. Armiger is 4th, and he's 6.4 off Daz Owen, so with penalties applied, Andrew Armiger could inherit second place here. And it'll be the win in Class B as well. They're all in Class B, those three. Paul Masters likewise. Five and a half minutes to go as Daz Owen comes up on the Fiesta of Jason Hennifer. A slightly lower attrition rate than we saw yesterday at the moment. Further back in the order, there's Matt Jones's Ford Focus being lapped, the number 98 car. There's John Lee, we mentioned the BMW Mini, and behind him John Edwards Parton in the Mark II Fiesta XR2. He's leading Class C. There's Dave Owens' Escort, the turquoise car. He's rejoined out of the pits. He's on the tail of David Lawrence now. Dave Owen, who, like the rest of the family, was a short oval man for many years. Now switching to circuits, as many have done in recent times. Through the chicane. Jamie Cryer goes through to lap the Escort. There's the Golf of Gravely. Looks like a bit of damage on the front there for Simon Gravely as Alec Modrow goes through to lap him. The later Golf GTI than that of Bob Claxton. And there's Baz Johnson. That's the little Pontiac Grand National Coupe. They were a short-lived, short oval formula. Kevin Clark, who is now more famous for racing BMWs, built those cars. They only ran for a couple of seasons, they only had small numbers, but a few of those still exist. Baz Johnson converted to that formula after racing Lightning rods and National Hot Rods. I remember seeing him at Hensford in my youth. He's lapped by Lee Wood. Baz Johnson used to be number 91 in Lightning rods, I remember. Had a green and gold Ford Sierra, if memory serves me correctly, although my memories are a bit hazy from back then. I suppose 911 is more American for a Pontiac. Billy Blockley closing back up on Jamie Cryer. That's the battle for 8th place. Gary Wardle's Audi behind them. Well, Simon Alloway has got the lead out now to over 9 seconds. He just done new fastest lap, 1 minute 12.374. You'd say Alloway has run away in this one. BMW Mini is lapped by BMW there. Carl Bennett going past Jonathan Lee. Mentioning BMWs as we did yesterday, let's spare a thought for Chris Roberts from Chester, who was hoping to race his BMW M4 this weekend. Unfortunately, it broke down in qualifying, and he'd driven that car here on the road to the event. Maybe had to get the AA to take him home, or other breakdown services are available, of course. Jonathan Lee, the Wirral Angling Centre sponsored Mini. Behind him is James Owen. He's in 12th place. Just got past Paul Rotherow there. Paul still leading Class E. He'll get some championship points on the board as he tries to fight with the man about to lap him for the overall championship lead. Simon Alloway's got the lights on the Lotus Esprit V8. He's over 10 seconds clear of Lee Wood. Now, Wood and Owen separated by 5.3 seconds. They've both got 10 seconds of penalties to add on. How far ahead of Armiger are they? Owen is 6 seconds ahead, so he'll lose out to the Tigre. I think Lee Wood, though, might do enough to keep second place. We'll wait and see. To the chicane, we've got 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock. I think we might get 2 more laps out of this. So Simon Alloway has lapped everybody up to James Owen, who's 12th. So he is going to lap most of the field. Oh, and off goes Jonathan Lee. I think that's down the chicane. The Mini is beached in the gravel trap. We're sponsored by Wirral Angling Centre. There'll be more than fishing rods to fish that out of the gravel. Might see a safety car because of that. There's only less than a minute left on the clock, though, so they'll probably cover it with yellow flags. The Lotus laps the Golf of Bob Claxton there. Jonathan Lee walks away. He's okay. There's James Owen charging his way through as well, the back markers there. Rob Wakelin still leading Class F in the Honda Civic, and somebody else is off. That's at Redgate. That's Baz Johnson. The Brand National Coupe is in the gravel. Sponsored by House of Balloons. He's certainly looking a bit deflated, isn't he? Marshals will maybe give him a push. Yes, there they are. Hopefully they can get him out of the gravel. There's 10 seconds left on the clock now. Will the officials put the checkered flag out this time? There'll be yellow flags at the chicane. They might checkered flag it a lap early because of those stranded cars. Let's have a look as he comes to the line. Yes, there's the checkered flag. It does go out one lap early. The win goes to Simon Alloway. It's going to be Lee Wood in second over the line, but we'll wait to see what happens when the penalty is applied. There is Daz Owen over the line. They've got those 10-second penalties to be applied, though. Here comes Andrew Armiger across the line in the Tigra, and then Paul Masters. Wood will keep second place. He was far enough ahead of the Tigra, but Daz Owen drops to fourth. So Andrew Armiger is third overall. Lee Wood wins Class B, Simon Alloway Class A. Alec Modrow, a good finish. He's certainly pleased with that, giving us a wave there. He finishes sixth. Seventh is going to be David Lawrence, the Cupra, a bit slower than we saw yesterday. And then it's Jamie Cryer, Billy Blockley, and Gary Wardle across the line in 10th. Next home should be Carl Bennett. Wait for the BMW to come in. If he's within 10 seconds of Gary Wardle, he'll gain the place. Here comes Dave Owen in the Escort. Simon Gravely's Golf. Just waiting for Carl Bennett now, and I think everybody will be in. Matt Jones in the Focus, just ahead of him, in fact. Bennett crosses the line. He's not within 10 seconds of Gary Wardle, so Gary keeps the 10th place. So the cars will make their way into Parc Fermé then. And we'll confirm the provisional results in a moment. Car 26 got a track limits 5-second penalty as well. That's Louis Dobson's Fiesta. Provisional results of the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship as follows then. Another win for Simon Alloway, over 20 seconds clear of Lee Wood in second place. Lee, of course, had that penalty added on. Third for Andrew Armiger in the Tigra on the podium once again. Daz Owen dropped to fourth. He got a penalty for a false start as well. Paul Masters Westfield fifth, ahead of Alec Modrow. Lee Wood winning Class B. David Lawrence won Class D in the Cupra. Alloway, of course, taking Class A. Class E went to Paul Rotherow, getting a finish this time in 13th place. The other class winners, John Edwards Parton took Class C as the only entry. And Class F went to Rob Wakelin in the Honda Civic a little bit further back. A few retirements in that one. Sadly, we lost Rick Wood at the start into the pit lane. Great shame. The Holden would have been a contender for victory there. Baz Johnson, about to have his Pontiac extricated from the gravel by the telehandler. And let's head down in the meantime to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Fermé.
Well, it was a pair of wins at Alton Park for Simon Alloway, and it's a pair of wins here at Donington Park as well. We'll just let him get his helmet off and let's have a quick chat with him. Great racing further back, wasn't it? I can see Lee Wood over there. We'll grab a word with him very shortly as well. Managed to overcome that 10-second false start penalty. Simon, well, what do you make of that?
Well, it's a shame. I don't know what's happened to kind of Rick there, because I was hoping we were going to have a good scrap there. So yeah, there was an Escort kind of kept me honest.
He actually had I think it's Lee over there. He actually had a 10-second penalty for a false start, but overcame it to finish second.
Oh, well done. Yeah, good drive. Yes, I could feel my tyres were going to get very hot, so I tried to manage the tyres. And I'm pretty hot, but yeah.
Perfect weekend for you, Simon, eh?
Yes, yeah. The good season continues.
It certainly does. Yeah. It was perfect at Alton. It's perfect. Congratulations, mate. It's great to see you again as well, by the way. Let's move over. Let's grab Lee Wood for a quick chat, shall we, as well? He did jump the start. Lee, congratulations, buddy. Made that P2 despite a 10-second false start penalty as well.
Oh, have we for
did
creeping?
You not know that?
For creeping, I didn't know. It started to creep and then I braked.
Yeah.
And then, I think I'm going to possibly send it back to SHB and get some front brake handbrake on it because it's
it wasn't just you, by the way. It wasn't just you.
Yeah.
But you managed to. Of course, you didn't even know that, so that's pretty important.
Yeah. So did we still keep the position?
By my
think
reckoning,
so,
double check it. But as far as I'm aware, you've kept that.
Yeah.
Too,
Well,
so makes up for yesterday.
Absolutely, we fixed the problem that we had. So we worked on it last night, got it. It made it to the end of the race. It wasn't us putting the lack of fuel in. We had a problem with it. So yeah, sorted it. So over the moon.
Top man, well done. Congratulations, Lee. Right, we want to find the Vauxhall Tigre as well, don't we? Oh, it's right next to us. There we go. Let's go have a quick chat with Andrew Armiger. What a drive that was as well by Andrew. He started 13th, technically 12th because there was a car missing. Let's let him get his helmet off. I think there's going to be a big smile from Andrew in a minute. Andrew, that was one hell of a drive, wasn't it? My word.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a long way back.
It was.
A little bit disappointed at the start because I know it's non-contact, but you can't help but someone, just touched me and it threw me out. And then coming down the back straight, I had a nice lunge and I thought I could just make it, but it was just a little bit too tight. And unfortunately, I missed my gear pulling away, so I lost all that gap. Otherwise, might have been the best move I've done all weekend.
Well done.
It was great.
I think you started 13th, technically 12th because there was a car missing. But
right, okay.
Pretty special stuff though from you. You must be delighted then, Andrew.
I am absolutely delighted. The car is, Jerry Harris set it all up for me. My dad runs the team. I just push the pedals. I got the easy bit, believe it or not.
I don't know if I call that easy. Can I ask you a quick question, actually? I've never asked this question before. Do you guys go back and watch the races?
Yeah, I did last night. I had a quick look on YouTube just to see where I was going wrong. Because like I say, I've only actually done like about 60 minutes in this car at this track. So it was a case of seeing if I could learn something new from watching the other guys who were slightly quicker. But you adapt, you tend to use your own line and try your own thing, and no doubt we'll have a look at it later and I'll go, well, maybe if you did this, maybe if you did that, maybe if you waited, maybe if you, but it's motorsport. If there's a gap, you go for it, don't you?
Mate, well done. Go back and watch it. It's worth the watch. Take care, mate. It's great to see you. There you go. Good stuff indeed. That is it, actually, for the CNC Heads Sports Saloon Championship here at Donington Park. They are done. Congratulations to Simon Alloway. A pair of wins for him. Congratulations, Andrew Armiger. Double podium. And, of course, Lee Wood coming home second. Well, come on. We've got a bit of time. We've got a bit of time. We've got a little bit of time. How's your weekend been?
Yeah, it's been not too. It's been a bit hot, though.
It's roasting, isn't it?
It's
nice, though. We like this, isn't it? We always
moan
moaning, Britain, about it.
It's nice when you're not in the race car and you're not in a full fireproof suit with the car overheating and everything like that. So, yeah, it's better out here.
It certainly is. Look, CNC Heads, why is it so good?
Yeah, it's a variety mixed grid. I mean, you can't imagine putting some of the space frame cars with cars like mine. I mean, mine's just a road car. I drive to the shops in it and stuff every now and again.
Do you actually?
And I'm competing against space frame cars and V8 Holdens and stuff. So
the grid is remarkable, isn't it?
It is absolutely remarkable, yeah.
And what's it like for you then as well, driving around and seeing the masses of crowds we've got? Have people been asking you for autographs?
Well, a couple of my friends have just taken a minute, but yeah, it'd be nice if people asked me. But
right, here we go. Look, do us a favour. Autograph time.
Right, on your back.
Right. No, right. Anywhere you like. Right here. Anywhere you like. There we go. Look. Fast Dave. Yeah. Fast Dave. Top man. Look, thanks for talking to us, mate. It's great to see you again. Take care. Yeah. Right. There we go. Time to get back to more truck action now. The first race of the day for the International Truck Prix. Dave Goddard, over to you, my friend.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, and well done to all our CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship competitors. That's the end of their two races this weekend. Next up, it is the third race of 4 this weekend for the International Truck Grand Prix. 12 trucks we'll see for this one. Some of these drivers you'll have seen in the British Championship races, and quite a few you won't, because we've got some drivers that have come over who have competed in the European Championship and some other special guests as well. Pole position for this one goes to a driver we didn't see yesterday. Jamie Anderson takes the wheel of the number 33 truck. Neil Yates was driving that truck yesterday, but his former British and European Championship competitor, the ex-rally driver, Jamie Anderson, is on the pole. He lines up alongside Mark Taylor, who won race 1 yesterday. Second row, number 11, Nathan Smith, son of David, who we've seen take a win already this weekend. He lines up alongside race 2 winner yesterday, Simon Reed, in the number 89 Iveco. Row 3, and yes, he's there, Jock Borthwick, number 32. You may remember Jock had a big smash with the man starting alongside him, Craig Reed, in yesterday's first race. Jock has rebuilt his MAN overnight, and the Scotsman is going to be on the grid. He's thankfully okay after a big impact there coming out of the chicane, and he has rebuilt and was out in qualifying this morning. Row 4, John McGuinness. Yes, Isle of Man TT, legend himself, 23 times winner around the Isle of Man. He takes the wheel of number 101, Martin Gibson. Truck for this one starts alongside number 37, Terry Gibbon. First time out in a few years in his MAN. Row 5, number 92, Simon Faulkner in an Iveco. And number treble 3, Graham Poole was racing that truck yesterday. Stephen Powell is at the wheel today. He's taken over, so watch out for that one. And the final row, number 23, Steve Thomas, one of the promoters of the British Truck Racing Championship. He's driving a Scania owned by Stuart Oliver. And number 6, John Powell in his DAF, hopefully is at the back of the lineup. We've not seen him out yet today so far, though. Trucks are already making their way around on the rolling lap. Is John Powell there? No, he isn't. So it looks like just 11 trucks for this one. Do I hear Thunderstruck on the circuit PA? Not very often you hear rolling lap music in truck racing. I have played that once or twice when we had a CD player in the box at the much missed Rockingham when the classic Thunder cars were racing there. So Jamie Anderson is back. Can he make a winning return? It's been a while since we've seen him at Donington Park. He's in Neil Yates' truck. Jock Borthwick, look at that. You wouldn't know the MAN had nearly rolled over yesterday, would you? He went right up over the back of, actually hit the side of the cab on Craig Reed's truck, and Craig lost it coming out of the chicane. Thanks for all your comments coming in. We mentioned Chris Roberts there. Simon Davies said gutted for Chris Roberts from Roberts Factory Racing. Hope he was able to get home okay. Right to Mark Tucker, Dan Hughes, Richard Moxley, Green Armchair Gaming. Kev's Banger Racers says, I know an interesting story about Deadly Daz Owen when he took a huge American hearse to Swaffham Raceway for the Earthshaker Unlimited Banger meeting back in the late 90s. It was an ambulance, actually. Kev, I remember that. It was a huge Oldsmobile 98. He didn't even see the green flag before he got followed in absolutely flat out. But hey, that was Swaffham in the 1990s. I've got that moment on video somewhere. So here we go then. 11 trucks out there for a 20-minute race, the International Truck GP. This is leg 3. Yesterday the first race went to Mark Taylor. He came home in front of race 2, but had a penalty for exceeding track limits, and Simon Reed in the Iveco inherited the win. You see the Reed brothers in the 2 red Ivecos on the outside, virtually identical from a distance, those 2 trucks. Nathan Smith looking for his first win. Well, his dad David's already taken a win in that truck in the championship this weekend. And Jock Borthwick in the yellow, blue, white and tartan livery. Man who raises money for the My Name's Doddy campaign in memory of Scottish rugby star Doddy Weir, raising money for motor neurone disease research. Hopefully improving on yesterday when he had that big accident. So the pace truck about to pull into pit lane then. The red lights are on. It's leg 3 of the International Truck GP here at Convoy in the park. The revs rise, and here we go. Charge down to Reggae. Oh, and Simon Reed moving across on Nathan Smith there, bashes into the side of him. Looks like it is Jamie Anderson in the number 33 who has taken the lead. Mark Taylor in second place, trying to defend the line there from Simon Reed. Craig Reed is on the outside in the 68, the other Iveco. So a bit of a sort out there. Craig Reed goes out wide over the curve. They're going to be 3 wide into. Oh, look out. We know what happens when they go 3 wide through the Craner curves. And that's John McGuinness in the middle. I bet he's used to going 3 wide, but on something a bit smaller, on 2 wheels. Simon Reed kicking up the dust there down the grass as he takes Mark Taylor for second place. They both slide out wide. Taylor over the gravel. John McGuinness over the gravel as well. This lot have been watching the British Championship drivers, haven't they? Let's hope nobody goes rallycrossing in this one. Jamie Anderson's already checked out in front. Nathan Smith still side by side with Terry Gibbon in the white number 37 there on the outside. And through all that, Jock Borthwick's been able to come through in the 3rd place. Fantastic in his rebuilt MAN. Full credit to all the team for putting that truck back together overnight. Out of Coppice for the first time. It's Anderson who leads. Simon Reed in 2nd. Borthwick, then Taylor. John McGuinness up to 5th. Here comes Craig Reed. Moving to the inside there. Watch for Stephen Powell in the treble 3. He's taken over at the wheel of Graham Poole's truck. Graham was racing yesterday. He's relegated Simon Faulkner to the back of the field in the grey and orange Iveco. Over the line they go. Ready Jamie Anderson over 1.5 seconds clear of Simon Reed in 2nd place. With a bit of bumper flapping on the front of Nathan Smith, the number 11 truck there. Bit of contact in the early stages. That's what happens if you try and go 3 wide through the Craner curves. As Craig Reed up the inside attacking. Oh, they're not going to try and go 3 wide through the Craner curves again, are they? No, John McGuinness went out wide there. Craig Reed's gone through. Smith has gone through as well, and Terry Gibbon. Ploughing up the dust again, that was Nathan Smith. Jock Borthwick coming under fire from Mark Taylor. Mark, a regular these days in the European Championship. Jock Borthwick competes on the continent mostly as well. Of course, Jock was out of racing for over a year after suffering injuries in a motorcycle accident. He's lost out there to Mark Taylor coming through McLean's. Good dive up the inside from the 81. Into Coppice, the right-hander. They're losing ground to the top 2 here already though, because Anderson and Simon Reed have pulled away. Here comes Craig Reed, the younger of the 2 brothers, attacking Borthwick. Nathan Smith in behind. There's Terry Gibbon, Humberside. Not seen him out in the British Championship for a few years now in his MAN. They make their way onto the pit straight, the Wheatcroft straight once again. Behind them, John McGuinness. Then it's number 23, the Scania, being driven by Steve Thomas. It's got to be close to 10 years now since we saw a Scania as a regular fixture in the British Championship. That was Trevor Martin in Division 2, had the last Scania regularly seen, the Wiltshireman. They're taking some liberties through the Craner curves. Look how much dust they're kicking up. Hope we don't see any track limits penalties here. Mark Taylor lost a win yesterday because of that. Steve Thomas still ahead of Stephen Powell. Stephen Powell not in his regular truck, he's in Graham Poole's machine. To the top of the course. Still plenty of time to go. There you can see the My Name's Doddy campaign logo on the front of Jock Borthwick's truck in the windscreen. I mentioned earlier that Carl and Holly Brownsell have done so much fundraising for the campaign with their effort of lapping circuits by bicycle. And they're here spectating this weekend. Jock Borthwick pulling away a little from Craig Reed. This is the point where they tangled yesterday, and Jock Borthwick turned into the Flying Scotsman, quite literally. How he didn't roll it, I do not know. Nathan Smith putting Craig Reed under pressure now. Things calming down after those frantic opening exchanges. Simon Reed is just on the fastest lap of the race, 126 rather, 0.109. Just under 2 seconds behind Jamie Anderson out in front. It's great to have Jamie back. Comes from Colville in Leicestershire, so fairly local to Donington. Began his career in rallying before switching to the British Truck Racing Championship and thence to the European. Back out this weekend driving the Neil Yates truck. Jock Borthwick still holding off Craig Reed and Nathan Smith here. This is a good drive by the Scotsman. Hopefully we'll see him back in the British Championship next season. There haven't been all that many truck racers from Scotland over the years. I do remember Archie Argo back in the 1990s. He was based up in the north of Scotland. Donington was his local track that staged truck racing. Sideways there, he's been tagged by Craig Reed. Jock Borthwick, Reed nearly spins. That's going to allow Nathan Smith and Terry Gibbon through. Gibbon nearly hits the back of Nathan Smith. So Jock Borthwick gets away with that, as does Craig Reed, at the loss of a couple of places. Craig Reed tried to get down the inside there. There wasn't enough room. He just tagged the back of Jock Borthwick. But it was Reed that lost out. New fastest lap for the race leader. 1:26.048 for Jamie Anderson. He leads by 2.3 seconds. Mark Taylor still in a podium place in the number 81 machine. Everybody else battling for fourth. Scrap further back, headed up by John McGuinness. 23 times a winner in the Isle of Man TT. A record pretty much only bettered by the Dunlop family. It's the all-time great being the late legendary Joey Dunlop. Here comes Steve Thomas on the inside in the 23. Takes John McGuinness. Stephen Powell's going to go through as well. I wonder if McGuinness has got a problem. He's suddenly slowed there. Yes, I think he's in trouble. The MAN. Look at the treble 3 there, Stephen Powell. He's lost the side panel there. Looking rather shredded. Simon Faulkner behind him. And now in last place, John McGuinness. I think we might be seeing him heading for the pits. Black and white flag for number 32. That's Jock Borthwick for exceeding track limits. Can't take too many liberties there. We saw the black and white flag go out. Simon Faulkner trying to move up to challenge Stephen Powell and Steve Thomas. Thomas in the Team Oliver Racing Scania. John McGuinness has slowed right down. I think the Lancashire driver is heading for the pits. Simon Faulkner competes in the British Championship for a couple of years alongside the Reed brothers in their Ivicos. Now attacking Steve Thomas. Used to run an MAN, the British Championship, up until a few years ago before he joined the organisers. Now runs the British Championship behind the scenes. Still got a good turn of pace though. Terry Parker asking in our comments, what's happened to Tom O'Rourke and Ryan Smith? They're out in the British Championship races, not the International Truck GP, so we will see them back out in another race a little later on. This is not a British Championship race. If you have just joined us, the International Truck GP is for guest drivers, some drivers from the European Championship and some making a one-off comeback as well. It's a special field for Convoy in the Park. Second year in a row we've done this. We'll see your British Championship regulars have one more race later on. And David Smith will be hoping Nathan doesn't damage his MAN anymore because he's got to compete in that race. See the bumper hanging off there. He chases Jock Borthwick for fourth. Craig Reed further back behind them in sixth. Total of 4 trucks have been given the black and white flag for exceeding track limits. Jock Borthwick, Steve Thomas, Simon Faulkner and John McGuinness, although John is now in the pits, he's pulled off. Looks like he's out of the race. Nathan Smith maybe looking to make a move at Coppice. More likely to do it on the straight if he's going to take 4th place as Jock Borthwick slides his rebuilt MAN. Goes out wide. This is Nathan's opportunity to get through on the inside. Down towards the chicane, the man from near London. You're going to get the overlap on Jock Borthwick. Borthwick's not giving way. That was almost a repeat of what we saw with Craig Reed earlier on. Smith backs out of it. Anderson, meanwhile, leads now by nearly 4 seconds over Simon Reed. Taylor a quarter of a second back on the 89. And then this lot, nearly 6 seconds back on Mark Taylor. You can see him up the road there, just going into the crane of curves, the grey and orange number 81 MAN. Somebody else has kicked up a lot of dust there. Well, there's our leader. We haven't seen much of him so far because Jamie Anderson has cleared off in front from pole position. Driving the number 33 Alco Neil Yates Recovery MAN. John McGuinness, I can tell you, is rejoined, but Simon Faulkner has now pulled into the pits. Problems with the Iveco. Anderson from Simon Reed, who was a winner yesterday. Still got 8.5 minutes of this race to go, and Mark Taylor is going after Simon Reed here for second place. Gap comes down very slightly, their lap time's only a couple of tenths apart. They're not going to catch Jamie Anderson. He leads by 4.75 seconds now. He's also provided one of our heavy recovery vehicles this weekend. We saw that recovering Craig Reed and Jock Borthwick's trucks yesterday when they crashed at the chicane. Well, thanks to Anderson Commercials for that. There's Mark Taylor. Used to see him in the Taylor's Haulage MAN in the British Championship. Had a couple of wins here at Donington. Now competing on the continent in the European Championship, the European Truck Racing Cup. 5-second penalties for 2 trucks for exceeding track limits. Jock Borthwick's one of them, so he's going to lose 4th place, unfortunately. And Steve Thomas is the other in the 23. So penalties for Borthwick, so he's got 2 trucks up behind him. He'll drop behind both of them on corrected time. Into the chicane again. Jock Borthwick getting a bit of a push there from Nathan Smith. They're sideways. Need to be careful there. You know what happened through the chicane in race 1 yesterday. Craig Reed's not far away either. Sliding. Look at Nathan Smith. We saw him showboating a bit in yesterday's race, but he's working here to hold off Craig Reed, and Craig could get him here as a result of that slide. They just kissed together there coming into the Craner curves, and through goes Craig Reed up into P5. Mentioning Kiss, it is Norbert Kiss, the Hungarian, who is the current star of European truck racing. Wouldn't it be a story if we could get him here for this event next year? Norbert Kiss and his European rivals like Jochen Hahn, Steffi Helm, the German lady driver, Sascha Lenz, his father Heinz Werner Lenz was a star of the European Championship in the 90s in a Phoenix MAN. Antonio Alberthetti still going as well, the Spanish veteran. In terms of British drivers competing in Europe, best of them at the moment is Mark Taylor in 8th place in the standings, 1 place ahead of young Bradley Smith. John Newell also competes over in Europe, the number 18. We saw him at this event last year. And Luke Garrett as well, the former British Division 2 champion, is now in the European Championship. Jock Borthwick continues to work away, holding off Smith and Reed. Penalty pending for Stephen Powell as well in the number 3 for exceeding track limits. And Craig Reed's just got the black and white warning flag as well. He's gone ahead of Nathan Smith as a result of that moment at the chicane. At the top of the Craners, I should say, last lap. 5 minutes of the race still to go, and Craig Reed's having a go again at Jock Borthwick. We don't want these two to collide again, so yep, they go easy. Three of them together for 4th, 5th and 6th. Mark Taylor's escaped into 3rd place. There he is, just going around McLean's. Craig Reed puts a wheel on the grass, he always does there. Well, Jamie Anderson leads by nearly 5 seconds now over Simon Reed. Looks like 1st and 2nd place is fairly cemented. Into Coppice. Jock Borthwick still holds off Craig Reed and Nathan Smith. Craig Reed a little bit wide, but he's moving across there to try and get the line for an attack into the chicane. Is he going to get the inside line away this time from Jock Borthwick? No, he's not. Borthwick placing the truck very well indeed there. This is allowing Terry Gibbon to close up as well in the 37 in 7th place. We've lost John McGuinness somewhere out on circuit, I think. He did rejoin from the pits, but he stopped somewhere out on track. This battle continues on. They head towards the Craner curve, so what is the 12th time? Still, Jock Borthwick holding off. Craig Reed in the Iveco, Nathan Smith in the MAN. Nathan Smith had to lock the brakes up there as they headed down into the old hairpin. I think Jock Borthwick's truck not quite as fast as the other two, but they just can't get the line away from him. Defensive work here for Borthwick, but it'll be irrelevant in the final reckoning because he's got that 5-second penalty to add on for exceeding track limits. So he'll drop behind the two of them anyway in the final results. He slid wide there at McLean's. And here comes Reed. He's going to have a go on the inside at Coppice. Now is Borthwick going to do the sensible thing and let him go? I think he is. Oh, Borthwick slowing. Borthwick has slowed there. Did he miss a gear coming into Coppice as he let Craig Reed through? Yeah, he's back up to speed now. And that's delayed Nathan Smith. He won't be too happy there. That's allowed Craig Reed to escape into 4th place. Into the chicane. Borthwick sideways on the way in. Over the line they go. Black and white flag being shown there to Mark Taylor. Another track limits penalty. Oh, and Jock Borthwick's got an even bigger penalty now. He's got a further 10 seconds for another track limits offence. So it's going to drop him even further down the order. Yeah, another transgression for Borthwick. He may not have seen it, so he continues to defend from Nathan Smith. He'll keep pushing though, because if he can stay clear of Terry Gibbon, he won't lose another place. Well, there's Jamie Anderson with just over 90 seconds left on the clock. He's coming round to start his final lap. We've barely seen him all race long. He's so far ahead of Simon Reed. Great to have Jamie back here at Donington. Through the chicane. 1 lap to go this time for the Alco MAN. Now, can Mark Taylor catch Simon Reed is one remaining question, because he's got the gap down to 1.6 seconds. The lap times are about the same that time through though. Craig Reed in 4th place. He's 11.5 seconds back on Taylor. Mark Taylor goes into the old hairpin as Craig Reed heads towards the Craner curves, and Nathan Smith has got past Jock Borthwick there coming out of Redgate. So Smith up to 5th. Borthwick will lose another place with the penalty, of course. But he's got 15 seconds to add on now. Although Craig Reed has now got a 5-second penalty too. There's track limits penalties appearing everywhere. So how far ahead is Craig Reed from Nathan Smith? So Nathan Smith could end up with 4th place here, but this man is going to end up with P1. The clock has counted down to 0, and here comes Jamie Anderson, his first race of the weekend. It was Neil Yates driving this truck yesterday. Jamie returning to his local circuits, and he's going to win race 3 of the International Truck GP. Power slides it out of the chicane. Great dominant drive by Jamie Anderson. Comes in to take the win. 2nd goes to Simon Reed in the Iveco. Mark Taylor crosses the line in 3rd place. And now we wait to see who is going to be 4th on corrected time. Craig Reed will come home in 4th place. I think it's going to be Nathan Smith corrected into 4th position. We'll wait and see. Penalty has not been applied to Craig Reed. It did come up at the bottom of the timing screen, 68 plus 5 seconds. So we'll wait and see on that. Reed crosses the line 4th. Smith is 5th. Terry Gibbon will take 6th. Borthwick down to 7th. In comes Stephen Powell. Now, how far ahead of Steve Thomas is he? Because he's got 15 seconds of penalty. Now, there's Thomas going rather slowly through the last chicane. He comes in behind Stephen Powell. So, yes, even on corrected time, Stephen Powell stays ahead of Steve Thomas. We lost Simon Faulkner into the pits, and we lost John McGuinness as well. So Jamie Anderson is who takes the win. 2.3 seconds ahead of Simon Reed. Simon actually closed in by a few seconds on that last lap. Jamie Anderson backed off, I think, on that last half a lap or so. Mark Taylor completes the podium, then Craig Reed in 4th ahead of Nathan Smith. Terry Gibbon 6th. Jock Borthwick with the penalty drops down to 7th ahead of Stephen Powell and Steve Thomas. We lost Simon Faulkner and John McGuinness. Fastest lap of the race also to Jamie Anderson, 1:26.048. He may not have raced at Donington in a year, but he's certainly got no rust on him at all. It's the man from Leicestershire who takes the victory. Next up on track here today, we will have the Junior Saloon Car Championship, their 3rd race of the weekend. Can Josh Salvadori make it a hat-trick? We'll shortly hand down to Park Fermé. See if Ian or Pointy is down there in a moment.
Is it finished? They finished, have they? Yeah? Cool. Found John McGuinness, look. Don't know what happened, but yeah, in fact, Michael Oliver, finish your crisps. You're allowed to show crisps. Oh no, you're not. They're the healthy, low-fat crisps they are.
Exactly. The missus is here.
Oh no, just hide them, hide them.
Not me bag of salad.
Do we know? Well, your bag of salad, yeah. You're only keeping it in a crisp bag to look cool, weren't you?
Yeah.
Tell us, what's happened to John? Do we know?
What's happened is he's gone out first lap. The shock absorber snapped. The bolt that holds the shock absorber to the cab. So he's just been rattling around. So he's bouncing like a...
So not good?
No, not good.
And because of that, obviously, we've got Martin Gibson out in that truck in about half an hour. It's pretty imperative that we get that fixed.
Not for me, no, because he's not for me, because he's just behind us in the championship as it stands. So I could do with a bit of breathing room, but no,
yeah,
it'll be fixed. Martin will be out.
Martin will be out. It will be fixed. Right, we can see the International Truck Prix. Thank you, Michael. Truck Prix trucks coming in now. So let's take a small wander down the paddock to find Jamie Anderson in the 33, of course, driven by Neil Yates on a day-to-day. Simon Reed making a great result there as well. Huge gap there in the top 3 for the rest of them. We're just going to wait there whilst we get Jamie Anderson reversed in. You can tell by how quiet the paddock is when these trucks are out on circuit, how many people rush over to the track to go and watch them. And pretty soon this place will be heaving again. So of course, Team 333 headed up by Stephen Powell, another long-standing racer. Neil, whilst we've got you, what's it like kind of seeing your truck, your baby, being driven by somebody else?
It's in good hands, it's in the best hands, as you can see.
It's a winning truck.
It is a winning truck with a winning driver, so we're working our way there. Won't be long.
Yeah, how did we get, because of course, this time last year we had Tears on the podium, you know, Jamie Anderson stepping down from a career of racing, and now all of a sudden he's back again like nothing ever was said.
Occasionally you have to dangle the carrot.
Is that all it takes?
That's all it took. It was no. 2 weeks ago, can I do a Sunday? And then, given the chance, I think he would have done both days. But no, he did an amazing job, as we knew he would.
As we knew he would. Let's go and find him then, shall we? See if we can't have a quick chat before we head off to do the trophies. If we can get some kind of... Come on, hurry up. Got things to do. Drivers, I think it's all about them. Hi mate, how are we doing?
Not bad, you?
Absolutely fantastic. Saw you out on track yesterday, but not in the same capacity.
Yeah, a bit different yesterday. A little bit of a different subject, a bit of recovery, so keep our hands in everything.
Indeed you do. Speaking about keeping your hand in, I was just talking to Neil about how last year it was all never doing it again, can't believe it's over, ooh, and now you're back.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it was quite an emotional last year, and Neil gave me the opportunity to come here. He's been teasing me all year. We did testing, and he says you need to, you come back, and here we are. We're here on the Sunday, and he enjoys it, and it's good for him, and it's good for us. We can't thank him enough. He gives us a good opportunity, and we're not rested dying.
Indeed, and I tell you, it was funny. I can't remember who I said it to, but when we were talking about the International Truck Prix, there's a different driver this afternoon. So I said, yeah, it's Jamie Anderson. He'll win, and then everybody else will figure out on the day.
Wow.
I mean, I don't want to. It's a positive jinx, but I said it was going to happen. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think a lot of people. There was a lot of talks with a qualifying lap, But at the end of the day, the biggest thing happens when the flag drops. All of that other stuff has to stop.
Indeed.
And that's the main thing. And we enjoy it. We've got a smile on our faces, no pressure on us. And we're thankful for Neil and his wife Vicky to obviously allow us to be here. And it's good.
Excellent. Well, speaking about good, let's go and hand out some trophies, shall we?
Might as well get on with it.
Excellent. Right, I am going to hand back now because we've got more racing action on the track for you. Over to Dave in the commentary.
Cheers, Pointy. Good to hear from Jamie Anderson, who's not been racing over the course of this year. We haven't seen him in Britain or in Europe, so good to see he's still got the pace on his comeback. The drifting displays continue. Look at all those MX-5s in there. But it's Citroën Saxos we turn to next because the Junior Saloon Car Championship have their third race of the weekend. Josh Salvadore is on a hat-trick. Let's see who Ian caught up with a little earlier.
Right, here we go, last dance for the Junior Saloon Car Championship here at Donington Park this weekend. Josh Salvadore looking to make it 3 from 3. Can he do it? We're going to find out very soon. Let's have a quick chat, though, with Max Scharfegger here. Max, how's your weekend gone? It's good to see you, by the way.
Thanks, good to see you too. It's been a bit off the pace from normally.
Yeah.
We're struggling a bit power-wise compared to some of the other cars.
Yeah, okay.
So it's been quite hard to keep up.
Is that it then for this weekend, this third race? Let's just get it out of the way and move on to the next round.
We can try and move forwards next time.
Excellent. Look, how do you rate your season so far?
About 8 out of 10. It's been going quite well.
That's pretty good. You learnt a lot?
Yeah, learnt quite a lot.
And how old are you, Max?
14.
14. What's the plan next? In more JSCC?
Yes, most likely.
Excellent, mate. Good luck. It's great to see you again. Enjoy it, won't you? And use it as a bit more of a glorified test session. Yes, looks like Max just down on power a little bit this weekend. Here we go. One final dance for the Junior Saloon Car Championship here this weekend at Donington Park. Josh Salvadore, can he make it 3 from 3, or can Wilf Butler get his title fight back on track? We're going to find out right now. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, we'll shortly see the cars out on the track. I think John McGuinness's truck might be being recovered at the moment, because I think he stopped out on circuit in the previous race. We'll give you the grid shortly for our Junior Saloon cars. We say we won't have Martin Wright, number 14. He's unable to race today. We saw him out yesterday in the scholarship car. Well, the scholarship winner from last winter. He man all the way from Cornwall. So, can Josh Salvadore make it a hat-trick? He'll pull away from Wilf Butler in the championship, if so, because Wilf's only had a 5th and a 3rd. A few braking issues for his car this weekend. But Lightning McQueen, a.k.a. Josh Salvadore, going for 3 wins out of 3 and looking to pull away at the top of those standings. Ollie Kerr is up there in 3rd place, looking to get back to winning ways after a couple of successes at Croft and Silverstone. while Ollie Smith will want to make up for lost points. He broke down in the race this morning. Pulled up on the inside of Schwantz Curve. Keep your comments coming in. Hi to Tom Justice. Spoke to him earlier. Bob Gnarly. Lemon Tang. Andy Spate. H2.1. George Penlington. Billy Buzz Smith. He was cheering on Nathan Smith. Keep on trucking, he says. Callum said, who put the Bangor Racing rolling lap music on? The Bangor Racing theme's Mouldy Old Dough, not Thunderstruck. He's cheering for Team 333. Stephen Powell, Graham Poole and so on. Thanks again for all your comments. Over 200 likes on the stream so far. Give us a like and a subscription. This is a comment during our earlier race. How on earth is that truck still facing the right way, said Rapid Scorpion, aka Scott Woodwiss, fellow commentator. Good to see you watching on, Scott. They're waiting to get back underway. They're just waiting for the circuit to be clear. After our previous truck race, we've also got to wait, of course, for the marshals to get back into position. They move back off their posts for safety reasons during the truck races, for obvious reasons. Let's see a couple of our orange family making the move there at the Craner Curves. Let's have a look at the grid then for race 3 of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, set by the third fastest time for each driver in qualifying yesterday. Wilf Butler is on pole in the number 70 with Josh Salvadori alongside him. They were very, very close on times, the third fastest time for each driver, only separated by 0.003 of a second. That's how closely matched they are. Ollie Kerr and Ollie Smith on the second row. Row 3, Matthew Swatton, number 27, and Louis Austin, 26. Row 4, 87, Leon Holly, and 23, we just heard from Max Scharfiger. Had a retirement in race 1 yesterday, so hoping to make up for some lost points here. Tim Leonard and Lexi Powell start on row 5, and on row 6, Sherry-Ann Powell and the green machine of Bailey Roberts. Hopefully he's secured his boot lid once again this time, after it came open in yesterday's race. It was acting as an air brake down the straights. So that's the lineup. Hopefully Lexi Powell on for some better fortune. She ended up in the gravel in race 2 on a couple of occasions, got stuck at Coppice. Frustrating for Lexi. She's improving all the time, particularly her qualifying times. Still that cacophony of air horns from the infield from our show trucks. Got them playing tunes now. I reckon they're listening to me and they're responding with that show of air horns. Well, there are the Citroen Saxos on the grid then. Ollie Smith is back out. His car's been fixed from earlier on. Is Lexi Powell there? Yes, she is. So we've got all 12 cars out there. Oh, we mentioned Jamie Anderson. There's his recovery vehicle. Look, the Anderson Commercials truck, and that's recovering Simon Faulkner back to the truck paddock. He pulled up in the pit lane during that race. Imagine that, bearing down on you on the motorway, all lit up at night, that huge recovery vehicle. I mentioned yesterday we've got the CWT recovery truck here this weekend as well. I did spot that on the motorway on Friday night. I was travelling up to Middlesbrough for a job on Friday, and on my way back I did spot that truck on the M1. Just awaiting the all clear then to get the green flag lap underway. The board is displayed. We can't see whether it's 1 minute or 30 seconds. Must have been 30 seconds because there's the green flag and away they go. Wilf Butler only a 5th and a 3rd so far this weekend. Led the championship but only by around 7 points coming into this weekend, so it's now Josh Salvadori on top. There is Lightning McQueen, the red machine. Down the Craner curves they come. Just one final warm-up, the last race of the weekend. They've got three meetings, I should say, to go this season, the junior saloon cars. Their next meeting coming up is at Snetterton in September. They go to Alton Park in October. The finale is at the start of November at Brands Hatch on the truck racing and fireworks weekend, when the champion will be decided. Well, just having a few technical difficulties here in the studio at the moment. Our apologies to our viewers. The race is about to get underway for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, race number 3 of their weekend. They're just getting underway now. We'll get full pictures back just as soon as we can. So it's Wilf Butler and Josh Salvadori will be battling for the lead. We'll wait for them to come into sight at the old hairpin. As you say, just a few technical difficulties at the moment. Apologies from our director. We'll restore full pictures as soon as we can. Just waiting for the cars to come into sight into the old hairpin. It is Wilf Butler who is leading ahead of Salvadori. Third place is Ollie Kerr. Then Ollie Smith holding off the Kersley Motorsport car of Matthew Swatton as they make their way up towards McLean's for the first time. So we're back to full pictures just as soon as we are able. I'll let you know the race order as they come up towards the end of lap number 1 of our final junior saloon car race of the week. And as we say, having just a few technical problems at the moment. Apologies from our director. This is a chance to say a big thank you to all our camera crews here this weekend for being out there bringing us the action as always. The completion of the first lap, it is Wilf Butler ahead by 0.4 of a second from Josh Salvadori. Kerr in third, then Smith and Swatton. Leon Holly is up into 6th position ahead of Scharfegger. Louis Austin's lost out on that first lap. He's down into 8th position, and Tim Leonard has dropped to the back of the field in the number 29. Lexi Powell is up to 9th position, just behind Louis Austin. Wait for them to come back into our sights once again. It's Butler who leads. First 3 breaking away slightly. Salvadori in second, Kerr in third place. Ollie Smith a little bit wide there. Matthew Swatton could attack. There's a battle developing for 6th as well. Max Scharfegger's up into P6 ahead of Leon Holly. So Scharfegger leading the chase of those first 5 at the moment. It is Wilf Butler who holds the lead in our junior saloon car finale. As we say, a few technical problems at the moment, and we will get back to full pictures just as soon as we can. Just a few problems here in our studio at the moment. Butler leads up the line from Salvadori by 0.339 of a second. Salvadori got the quicker lap that time through a 1:26.148 as opposed to Butler with a 1:26.240, so the gap came down a little. Scharfegger up into 6th place. Louis Austin is 8th behind Leon Holly. Lexi Powell and Sherry-Ann Powell rounding out the top 10 ahead of Bailey Roberts at the moment. Tim Leonard at the back of the field. Josh Salvadori is going to have to start pushing fairly early here, but he's still behind Wilf Butler as they head out of the old hairpin at the moment. Kerr in 3rd place. Those three are pulled away from Ollie Smith and Swatton in 5th. Max Scharfegger kicking up the dust in 6th position. Lexi Powell moving up to try and have a go at Sherry-Ann Powell. There's a little battle developing between those two. It looks like Sherry-Ann has got through into 9th place there. So the two young lady racers battling it out for 9th position. Heading up towards the line once again to complete lap number 3 of this 3rd race for the Junior Saloon cars. Have full pictures back just as soon as we can. Virtually identical lap times that time through for Butler and Salvadori. 1:26.396 for Butler, 1:26.395 for Josh Salvadori. Now, is he going to be in a position to make a move to try and take the lead away? Lexi Powell has dropped behind Bailey Roberts into 11th position. She'll look to fight back as they come down the Craner curves this time. Is it going to be the white and black of Butler or the red of Salvadori who leads the way as they come back inside? It is still Butler. The first three pulling away now. They're 5 seconds clear of 4th place, which is still Ollie Smith. Swatton in 5th place. And then a gap back of about 4.5 seconds to Scharfegger ahead of Holly. Louis Austin is next. Next to Sherry-Ann Powell. There's Bailey Roberts and Lexi Powell just running a little bit wide over the curb there. Behind them there's Tim Leonard in the Orex car at the back of the field. All 12 still running, covered by about 18 seconds at the moment after 3 laps. As they make their way back up towards the McLean's Coppice section. Our director, I can tell you, is working to get full pictures restored. Sorry again for a few technical issues at the moment with our stream. Getting the view that a spectator on the inside of the old hairpin would get at trackside at Donington Park at the moment. We're very close to where the old spark plug commentary box would have been. Sadly, that's disappeared before my commentary career began. I never did commentate from in the spark plug. Four laps completed. The lead gap is down to 1/4 of a second. Butler and Salvadori. Just about 8/800ths of a second taken out of Wilf Butler's lead that time through. Still ahead as they come through the old hairpin. Ollie Kerr just keeping a watching brief behind. They're nearly 7 seconds clear now of Ollie Smith in 4th place. There he is ahead of Matthew Swatton. And then the gap back to 6, which is Scharfegger on the outside of Leon Holly. They have side by side on the run up towards Schwantz Curve. Louis Austin behind them. And then the next three of Powell, Sherry-Ann Powell, that is, Roberts and Lexi Powell. Tim Leonard at the tail of the field. Well, it's getting spicy for 6th place. Max Scharfegger and Leon Holly side by side. I thought Scharfegger was going to run wide onto the dirt there on the outside. Those two are 5.3 seconds off Matthew Swatton. Just coming up to half distance in this one. We can now bring you a few more pictures there of the leaders coming over the start-finish line. It is still Butler who leads from Lightning McQueen, aka Josh Salvadori. So no major change. The main battle is for 6th place at the moment as they come over the line. It is Scharfegger ahead of Louis Austin. He's got ahead of Leon Holly there down the straight. The leaders come down the Craner curves. So well done to the technical team and to our director. We've got a few more pictures for you now. In this Junior Saloon car finale. Ollie Smith's pulled away a bit there from Matthew Swatton. as they go up towards McLean's. It is still Wilf Butler who leads the way from Josh Salvadori in second place. It looks like we are returning to a bit more normality now. Well done to Elliot, our director, and to the technical team here in the studio for rectifying those few problems. And talking of problems, oh, the leader very wide there at Coppice Corner. I thought Wilf Butler was going to go off. This is a golden opportunity for Josh Salvadori to try and make his way into the lead. He's going to go through at the chicane. Down the inside, Salvadori takes the lead into the Robert chicane. Wilf Butler very wide there under the curves, nearly into the gravel at Coppice. That's what Lexi Powell did in race 2 earlier on. Over the line they come, so it's Salvadori who leads. Butler in second place. I thought I saw Wilf Butler had a penalty pending there, but no message from race control to confirm it. It does say 5 seconds pending on the timing graphic, though. We'll wait for official confirmation of that. So it could lose him second place to Ollie Kerr. But Butler is fighting back here on the tail of Josh Salvadori. Through the old hairpin they go. These three well ahead, nearly 9 seconds clear of Ollie Smith in 4th place now. Yes, 5 second penalty pending according to the timing screen. Meantime, here's that battle further back for 6th place. Scharfegger, Holly and Austin's back into 8th place now. And behind them, Lexi Powell, up until he was got back ahead of Bailey Roberts, up into 10th. She's running well. Leon Holly on the bumper of Max Scharfegger with the yellow wheels. Some of our show trucks starting to depart in the background. But they're missing a good race here for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Josh Salvadori with the lead. What's Wilf Butler going to try here? He's had a frustrating weekend so far. Restricted to 5th by braking issues in the first race yesterday. 3rd earlier on today. And now losing his lead by running wide at Coppice. Here's the Muni Hire car going to fight its way back into the lead here. He's got to be mindful that Ollie Kerr is shadowing them as well. Smith and Swatton 4th and 5th. Down to Redlands. 4.5 minutes just over of this race to go. Is it going to be a hat-trick for Josh Salvadori? It's Kerr in 3rd. Somebody swept a bit of gravel onto the circuit there. Somebody must have run wide earlier on. Ten seconds clear of Smith and Swatton. Leon Holly has got past Scharfegger up into 6th position. He must have done that at the chicane. Bailey Roberts back ahead of Lexi Powell there, having a good scrap for 10th place. We keep an eye on the lead fight because we know if we look away for 1 second, there'll be a change. There's Leon Holly. He's having a decent weekend. Up there, he's got ahead of Scharfegger and Austin into 6th position. As Wilf Butler moves up onto the bumper again of our race leader into Coppice. This time Salvadori runs a bit wide. This is Butler's opportunity. He's got the better exit there. And he's going to be alongside on the run down to the Robert chicane. Kerr up there on the outside. Butler's surely going to take the lead back again here into the chicane. Who's going to be later on the brakes? It's Butler. He's done it. Good move by Wilf Butler. Retakes the lead. Pulls away a little bit from Salvadori on the exit as well. In the background there's Leon Holly. He's pulled away from Scharfegger and Austin, who are side by side as well. Smith still ahead of Swatton for 4th and 5th. Butler, possibly with that 5 second penalty pending, has come up there. We'll await official confirmation of that. See as he crosses the line. If he's to overcome that penalty, if it is a 5 second penalty, he's got to win by more than 5 seconds to keep P1. That's a tall order in cars this evenly matched, but he's trying his hardest. Look, he's pulling away from Salvadori now. You'll have seen via his pit board. There's Scharfegger and Austin. They're 7th and 8th, dropping back from Leon Holly a little now in the light blue car. Sherry-Ann Powell is 9th, and then Bailey Roberts and Lexi Powell, with Tim Leonard still at the tail of the field. Here are the leaders coming out of McLean's. Wilf Butler from Josh Salvadori. Of course, if they get together, then Ollie Kerr could capitalise here and take his first Donington win. He's having a look on the outside there, down into the chicane. He's getting closer 2 minutes on the clock just over, so this will be penultimate lap. Fastest lap of the race with Salvadori, 1:26.148. 2 laps to go for the junior saloon cars here at Donington Park. Over the line they go. 3 leaders, line astern, covered by 0.7 of a second, the 3 of them. We're in for an absorbing finish here. Can Wilf Butler hang on and end Josh Salvadori's hopes of a Donington hat-trick? It's going to make things very interesting in the championship. We'll have to go to the calculators later on to work out who's leading going into Snetterton. Down the hill they come for the penultimate time. Got them drifting almost their way in a beautiful 4-wheel drift there from Wilf Butler. Superb car control. Now this is interesting. 5-second penalties pending for Butler and Salvadori on my timing screen, and for Matthew Swatton. So Ollie Kerr could be on to win this. They don't know it. They're too busy fighting for the lead. And look at Kerr up the inside. He's going for Salvadori into Coppice. He's got through. He's into second place. Great move by Ollie Kerr. Now Butler's going wide. Oh, they're going to be 3 wide into the straight. This is going to be interesting down towards the chicane. Butler's gone back around the outside to hold his lead. Salvadori's there on the inside. Suddenly, it's all come alive at the front of the field in the closing stage. It'll be last lap this time. Kerr's got back into second place on the outside line. He slipstreamed Wilf Butler there. So if Butler and Salvadori do both have 5-second penalties pending, well, Ollie Kerr's going to be on to win this. Over the line they go. Swatton's got a penalty pending as well, according to my timing screen. But he's safely clear of Leon Holly for it not to affect his result. The only way it will have an effect if he gets ahead of Ollie Smith. Side by side, this is Louis Austin and Max Scharfegger for 7th place. Austin goes through into the chicane. Behind them there's Sherry-Ann Powell. Behind her is Bailey Roberts. I think Tim Leonard's got through into 11th place ahead of Lexi Powell as well. Here are the leaders. Ollie Kerr, he wants to take the checkered flag in first place. He could well inherit the win here anyway. They're serenaded by the air horns of Collins Contractors, whose fleet is on its way out of the circuit in the background. It'll be spurring them on, certainly, these youngsters. Up to the top of the circuit they go. There's the battle for 4th between Ollie Smith and Matthew Swatton, and Salvadori's dropped back there. You can see the red car in 3rd place. Now, up to the chicane for the last time. Wilf Butler and Ollie Kerr. Is Ollie Kerr going to go for a last spend lunge? If Butler's got that penalty, he doesn't need to. They come into the chicane for the final time. It's going to be checkered flag for Wilf Butler in the number 70. Out of the final chicane they come, up towards the line. Wilf Butler's going to take the flag. We'll wait to see how things work out. It is going to be Ollie Kerr who inherits the win. 5-second penalties for Butler and Salvadori. They'll be 2nd and 3rd. Ollie Smith is going to take 4th, makes up for his retirement earlier on. Matthew Swatton has a 5-second penalty as well, but he's safely clear of Leon Holly to keep 5th place. So the result will remain provisional, I'm sure, for now. Leon Holly, a good run to 6th place for him. Louis Austin in 7th. Max Scharfegger dropping back a bit there. He'll finish in P8. And 9th is going to be Sherry-Ann Powell, although Scharfegger's just got a penalty as well. So Sherry-Ann Powell's going to be 8th. Max Scharfegger's got a 5-second penalty as well. I'm assuming they're all for track limits. We didn't get told the reasons why in that one. Roberts is 10th. Tim Leonard comes through for 11th, and the final finisher, albeit on the lead lap this time after her problems earlier on, will be Lexi Powell. All 12 starters make it home. Let's have a look at the provisional result then. Ollie Kerr inherits the victory, win number 4 of the season for him, ahead of Wilf Butler and Josh Salvadori, who both pick up 5-second penalties, presumably for exceeding track limits. Ollie Smith in 4th place ahead of Matthew Swatton, who also got a 5-second penalty. Leon Holly a good 6th ahead of Louis Austin and Sherry-Ann Powell. Max Scharfegger got a 5-seconder as well, down to 9th place, and Bailey Roberts rounding up the top 10. Tim Leonard and Lexi Powell completing the finishers. Martin Wright's a non-starter. Josh Salvadori got the fastest lap, 1:26.148. Our apologies once again for the technical issues with the stream in the first few laps of that race, but a good race it was. And it is Ollie Kerr who takes the provisional victory. And Josh Salvadori's hopes of a hat-trick ended. Still, he will, I think, provisionally be leading the championship heading into the next round at Snetterton. It's going to be a very interesting battle between him and Wilf Butler for the rest of the season. But Ollie Kerr is closing up all the time as well. That victory will keep him in title contention. It's going to be a great run into the season over the last 3 events between that trio. Saw how close they were on track there. Could be that close in the points as well. Cars are heading into Parc Fermé, and we can head down to Ian to join the drivers.
It's a 4th win of the season for Oliver Kerr, and I tell you something, things have tightened at the top in the title fight. We believe on a very loose mass that Josh Salvadori leads the championship by a single point by Wilf Butler. And this man here, Oliver Kerr, who's just won his 4th race of the season, just 9 points back indeed. This is what we like to see, isn't it? Handshakes all around. But just let's Oliver Kerr get his helmet off, then we'll have a quick chat with him. Great racing indeed, wasn't it? Unfortunately, Josh Salvadori and Wilf Butler getting penalties in that one. Oliver, you have been racy all weekend and you deserve that one. How does it feel to be the race winner?
Obviously it's not the way we kind of want to win the race, but it's a win nonetheless, and it's good points for the championship. I think, you know, us 3, we drove really well to kind of work with each other to pull a gap, and then I think we started battling towards the end, and just a really good race overall.
I think you should take a lot of pride. You deserve the race win this weekend though, and there's penalties galore, but it's on merit, this one though.
It's a little bit on merit because I got into 2nd, but still we got 1st because of you know, the unfortunate penalty of Wilf. So good race nonetheless.
Let's have a look at your windscreen. What's going on with the windscreen? It seems to be quite heavily cracked here. What's
I think that's you know, when the trucks go out, I think they leave a lot of gravel all over the place. So I think following a car, it just spits up gravel and then starts cracking the windscreen like there's no tomorrow.
Right, well, look, well done, Oliver. Congratulations. Good stuff indeed. I'm trying to find a driver. So if we can, is that Josh there? Let's grab Josh for a very quick chat if we can. Josh, I'll let you get your helmet off. Good man. Of course, not quite the result you were hoping for in that one.
No, it's all right. You know, we just go for points. Yeah, just got a bit unlucky. But yeah, still a good result.
I actually think, don't take this as fact, but my calculation means I think you've got a 1-point lead in the championship. So actually, it's been a pretty successful weekend, hasn't it?
Yeah, turnaround. I think we were like 7 or 8 points behind. But yeah, it was good. You know, good result, good weekend.
Top man. Well done, Josh. Well done indeed. Right, let's keep going, shall we? See if we can find where is Wilf Butler gone. He might well have disappeared. Where's Wilf, Vicky? I'm trying to find him. Is he? He's not by. I can't find Wilf either. Oh, there he's over here. He's over here. Yes, thank you, Mark Werrell there, very kindly let us jump in. Wilf, kind of the weekend sort of ended on a little bit more of a high there for you.
Yeah, I mean we had the pace. It was just unfortunate with a 5-second penalty, but yeah, definitely back on the pace and back fighting for the wins again. So
you, Josh, and Oliver, you are locked in this momentous title fight at a minute. Are you relishing the rest of the season?
Yeah, it's going to be tight no matter what. So just got to try and consistently get points and not make any silly mistakes, and that's what wins championships really.
Top man, Wilf, thank you so much. Well done this weekend as well. Not quite the weekend I was kind of hoping for, but still right in that title fight. So yes, by our calculation, Josh Salvadori is the championship leader by a single point from Wilf Butler, with Oliver Kerr just 9 points back. The Junior Saloon Car Championship moves on to Snetterton next month. Now we'll be live for that one as well. But now I hear the rumble of trucks once again. The final race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship coming up next. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, I was just checking the results from earlier in the weekend to see if there'd been any changes to our truck race results. I don't think there has. That's good to see. No penalties applied. And we'll be getting ready shortly for our final British Truck Racing Championship race of the weekend. Now, of course, the truck on pole here we saw out in the International Truck GP race, and it's pulled off in the hands of John McGuinness. That's Martin Gibson's truck, broken shock absorber, or shock absorber mounting, as we heard from Michael Oliver down in the paddock with Pointy. So the team will be repairing that because Martin is starting on pole for this next race with Neil Yates alongside him. Now, where are our championship contenders? Stuart Oliver starts on row 3 from 5th place. Ryan Smith is 12th on the grid because this grid is based on the results of race 3, this morning's race, and Ryan, of course, finished several laps down. He pitted with problems. So Ryan Smith's going to have to go from row 6 ahead of the Division 2 trucks. This is going to be an interesting one. We've got a truck parade of sorts going on in front of our crowd on the bank there as some of the trucks making their way out of the circuit. We haven't got a full show truck parade on the circuit this time at Convoy in the Park. There isn't quite enough time on the schedule for that, but we will see that at the end of the season, of course, at the firework meeting at Brands Hatch, where the circuit will be completely full of trucks. I was at trackside in the media centre for that last year, and it was magnificent at Brands Hatch, seeing so many illuminated trucks on the end of season parade. See that again this year on Bonfire Weekend at the start of November, and a massive firework display as well. Before that, we go to Snetterton in September for the penultimate truck race weekend of the year. There's the trip to Le Mans in France as well. Thinking of Le Mans, wouldn't that be awesome? A 24-hour truck race. Circuit DJ's playing Convoy by C.W. McCall now. I won't sing along, don't worry. It's the theme song of Convoy in the Park. Seeing Convoy on the Plain at Thruxton this year as well. They're on the southern plains of England in Hampshire. A convoy of our show trucks making their way through the infield area. I'll give you the grid as soon as we can. This is Martin Gibson and Neil Yates on the front row, with Tom O'Rourke and Michael Oliver behind them. I reckon Tom O'Rourke, if his problems from yesterday don't return, could be in with a chance here. Stuart Oliver is on row 3 in the Volvo alongside John Bowler and David Jenkins and David Smith. Top 2 from race 3 this morning start on the 4th row of the grid. Adam Bint and Ricky Collett are on row 5. Stephen Powell and Ryan Smith on the 6th row. And then we've got the Division 2 trucks. Father and son on row 7, Simon Cole and Archie Handy. And Sammy Oyanen starts behind them. Then Jake Evans. He must be a bit frustrated to have to move further back on the grid every time with the novice drivers. Bradley Harvey and Callum Easton behind him, and Graham Poole rounds out the grid. I imagine John Powell won't be starting in the DAF because we haven't seen him all day. Quick hello to Race Coupe Cup getting in touch on our YouTube comments. I'm assuming that's John Winter behind that account, the coordinator of the Coupe Cup. They've got their 45-minute race later on. The Jones father and son pairing, and Nathan Williams, the favourites for victory in that one. Great to hear Convoy in the background. Where's Rubber Duck? We actually had 1 year at Convoy in the Park a replica of the Mack truck that Rubber Duck drove, aka Chris Christopherson, in the film Convoy, with its tanker trailer. Rare example of a song inspiring a film instead of the other way around. It's getting everything into position, I would imagine, at the moment, getting the marshals back off their posts again. While we await our next race, we can see some of the show trucks departing. 4 races to go here today, 2 truck races and 2 from the cars. We've got the Track Action Racing Club out after this, the International Truck Grand Prix finale, and then our 45-minute race, the longest race today for the OT Publishing Coupe Cup. It's a 15-minute pit window in the middle. The pit window opens after 15 minutes, closes after 30 minutes of the race. You have to make 1 mandatory pit stop in that time. And if a driver change takes place, they swap over at the pit stop, of course. But if it's a single driver car, the driver has to get out, close and reopen the door and get back in again. So single driver cars don't have any time advantage. You have to effectively do a phantom driver change. Hopefully we'll get notice of the starting drivers for that race as well. We can bring you, we've got some of them but not all, thanks to Wayne Rocket who sent us some of them. I think he's going to be starting the 17 car. The minimum pit stop time for the Hyundais is 90 seconds. Crossing the pit entry line to the pit exit line, so your shortest your pit stop can be is 90 seconds. Anyway, more on that a little bit later on, because we're now getting ready for our final British truck race of the weekend. Martin Gibson and Neil Yates on the front row, Tom O'Rourke and Michael Oliver on row 2, then Stuart Oliver and John Bowler on row 3, David Jenkins and David Smith on the 4th row, and Adam Bint and Ricky Collett completing the top 10. Ryan Smith, after his problems in race 3, back on row 6 on the outside of Stephen Powell. Then we've got the Division 2 with Simon Cole and his son Archie Handy, Sammy Oyanen and Jake Evans, Bradley Harvey and Callum Eason, and Graham Poole starts at the back. So who's it going to be this time then? GT Tyres MAN is in position to lead them off. Could Martin Gibson take his first win of the season? 2 on the front row have yet to win this year. Michael Oliver's had a couple of wins, Tom O'Rourke's had 1, Stuart Oliver's had a couple. John Bowler and David Smith have had wins, David Jenkins has as well now, and Adam Bint. So 9 different winners so far this year. Of our comments going in. Hi to Alex Pryor. Mentions there was a spoof charity version of Convoy done a few years ago. Yes, with the British theme lyrics, I remember that. Hi to Dan Bartlett, one of our regular viewers as well. We've never seen Rubber Duck in the Mack in a race. We've seen, I think it was Tony Jenkins. David's father used to race a Mack for a time. There was one competed in France as well, and in the European Championship it was Rafi Gore, I think, who drove that one. We haven't seen many American trucks. Well, the Volvo Whites that used to be very common back in the 90s, I suppose you could count them as partly American. Likes of Slim Borgwood and George Allen used to race those. Richard Walker as well. One of the most successful of them all. Before that, Richard Walker had a Kenworth, of course, the famous Century Oils Kenworth. I'd forgotten about that. Got destroyed in a crash at Zolder when the front row on the rolling start suddenly stopped and the rolling start was aborted, and Richard Walker had nowhere to go but plough through the back of Gert Korber and wrote off his truck. The Dutch driver, Ad van Coverdon, had an American, I think it was a Peterbilt in the early days of truck racing, and he raced that at Brands Hatch. Full-size American cab. How he got it round Druid's hairpin, I will never know. Later switched to a DAF. Hi to Jamie Wise, says hello to John Wise. Thanks for tuning in. Do give the stream a like and a subscribe to British Automobile Racing Club. Okay, the pace truck leads them away then. The GT Tyres MAN from Martin Oliver Transport. It's a Team Oliver truck on pole. Martin Gibson. Can he take his first win of the season? Simon Cole leads Division 2. Will it be a clean sweep for Jake Evans in the MAN? Thanks for the coverage, as always, says Sean Hancock Photo Film. No problem, Sean. There's Ryan Smith back on row 6. Can he make his way through? Expect him to charge down the outside off the grid. He's got Ricky Collett in front of him. Let's hope for no rallycross moments this time. Gibson and Yates on the front row. Tom O'Rourke and Michael Oliver on row 2. 19 trucks out there. Now, finale at Convoy in the Park does tend to be, by tradition, a bit lively, shall we say. Crowd settling in. This is going to be a good one. Bird life moving out of the way. Last thing we want is one of those going through somebody's windscreen. Here we go then. 5th and final race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Convoy in the Park 2025. Tension begins to mount. Will we see a new winner this season, this weekend? 4 different winners in Division 1 so far this weekend. Revs begin to rise, the pace truck into pit lane. Waiting for the red lights to go out. And the pack is unleashed. Here we go. Good start by Michael Oliver down the outside in the number 12. Tom O'Rourke's going to try and squeeze up the inside. Martin Gibson moving to cover. Neil Yates has made a good start in the 33, and Neil's got the lead as they head into the first corner. The crowd approves of that. Neil Yates leads into Hollywood for the first time. Ryan Smith is boxed in there at the back of Division 1. He's going to have to work hard here. There's a bit of push and shove. Oh, they're going 3 wide again. John Bowler on the outside. He's going to be squeezed onto the grass. He goes rally crossing. Stuart Oliver and David Jenkins were involved there as well. John Bowler's going to have to be careful as he rejoins the pack here, just in front of Stephen Powell alongside Ryan Smith. So they start to settle in then. Now, has Neil Yates been able to hold his lead as they head up towards McLean's? Indeed he has. So this is the first time I think we've seen Neil lead a British Championship race in the 33. He was in good spirits in the paddock earlier on. He leads Michael Oliver, who's up to second. Martin Gibson down to third. There's been a bit of contact. There's a bit of bodywork hanging off Michael Oliver's truck. Fourth place is Tom O'Rourke. David Jenkins up to fifth. And Stuart Oliver in sixth position. I think it's David Smith in seventh. And Ricky Collett is eighth. They start to move around, weaving about there. Look at David Jenkins trying to hold off Stuart Oliver down the straight there behind the 86 of O'Rourke. It is the 33 of Neil Yates who will lead as they complete the opening lap. An impressive drive so far from the recovery company Boston down in Kent, but Michael Oliver's got a run on him here potentially down towards Redgates. Has he got the straight line speed to draw alongside? I think he has. Michael Oliver's going for the lead. He takes the lead into Redgates. The battle for third is between Martin Gibson and Tom O'Rourke, with David Jenkins on their tails, but we have a new leader, Michael Oliver, the winner of race 1 this weekend, looking to make it 2. There's Ryan Smith. He's made his way through into ninth place, I should say now. He's made up a couple of spots with that incident early on, possibly helping when John Bowler ran off track. He's got ahead of Adam Bintz, Stephen Powell. There's Bowler. Leading Division 2 is Simon Cole in the Iveco in 13th place. There's Callum Eason, Archie Handy at the back of Division 2. Up towards Coppice for the second time. Incident involving truck 14 noted, say the stewards. David Jenkins under intense pressure from Stuart Oliver. It is Michael Oliver Jr. who leads the way. Neil Yates trying to keep up in second, and Ryan Smith onto the grass there as he tries to get past David Smith. They ran out of room a little bit further back there. Martin Gibson in third place. He seems to be a bit slow out of Coppice, and that backed everybody else up. So the first two have been able to get away slightly. Michael Oliver leads the way over the line this time. He's 1.25 seconds ahead of Neil Yates. Here comes Adam Bint attacking in the background, on the back of John Bowler, that is. Ryan Smith is at the back of this train, attacking David Smith. Stuart Oliver seems to be glued to the rear of the 69 of David Jenkins. Down the Craner curves. Ryan Smith making a move on David Smith. Will he have the inside line here to try to take 7th place away? He certainly will. And he makes up another place. David fights back though. Leaders head up into McLean's. Start to string out slightly now around the Donington Park circuit. There's the Division 2 leaders. Cole ahead of Oyanen and Harvey. So Jake Evans has not yet made his move. We've lost Ricky Collett into the pits, unfortunately. Problems for him. David Jenkins has got a black and white flag being shown. That's a warning for exceeding track limits. One more offence, he'll risk a 5-second penalty. They're definitely pulling away from Martin Gibson here. We know that truck had to be repaired. Suspension damage after John McGuinness drove it earlier on. Tom O'Rourke attacking for third place in the International Navistar. A few mechanical problems for him yesterday. He's ahead of David Jenkins. He could be ahead of Martin Gibson here. Going down the inside, Gibson doesn't give way. He moves across the front of the 86. Try again down the Craner curves, I'm sure. Tom O'Rourke, a very tenacious driver, the Scotsman. He's got the line this time on Martin Gibson, and he's up into P3. Jenkins in 5th place, then a gap back to Ryan Smith. Made up another place there into 6th position. Bit of steam there possibly, or is that smoke from Tom O'Rourke? I hope that's not his engine trouble returning. Ryan Smith has got ahead of Stuart Oliver now. That's important for the championship. He's going for the inside on Martin Gibson as well. He gets through into McLean's. Behind them, David Smith, Stephen Powell and John Bowler. Division 2 still led by Simon Cole. Adam Bintz dropped further back as well. His last lap was a few seconds slower, may have had a moment somewhere. Stuart Oliver attacking teammate Martin Gibson. We've been here before this weekend. Up the inside past the 101. Losing places all the time here, but Stuart Oliver's overshot the chicane there. Just goes over the gravel. David Smith next to have a go at the 101 truck. Across the line, the lead gap is up to 2.7 seconds now. O'Rourke up to third, Jenkins is fourth. Ryan Smith is now in P5. Stuart Oliver P6. David Smith is going for seventh on the inside. Martin Gibson's dropping back. And he gets forced wide there onto the gravel. Contact with David Smith. Things going to get a little bit fraught in there as Martin Gibson rejoins. He's towards the tail end of Division 1 now. There's Division 2 boys in the background. Simon Cole could be about to lose his lead. I do believe it looked as though Sami Oyanen was going for the lead of Division 2 in the Sisu. Yes, he's got through. Leads Division 2. Adam Bintz in that group as well. So maybe Adam's got a problem here. There's a bit of bodywork goes flying. That was the rear wheel arch coming off the Mercedes. So Adam Bintz has dropped back into the clutches of the Division 2 leaders. So sounds like the Merc must have a problem as well. He's dropped behind them there. So I think Adam Bintz may be heading to the pits. Not been a happy weekend for the Mercedes and the Bint Racing crew. It's a shame. They're great entertainers. It's Sami Oyanen from Punkalaidun in Finland, who leads in his slightly smoky Sisu. He got the black and orange flag earlier on, remember. The Division 1 is led by Michael Oliver, and he's now over 3 seconds clear of Neil Yates, who's still there in second place. But for how much longer? Here comes Tom O'Rourke. The Scotsman up the inside, he takes P2. The International Navistar into second place. And now pulling away in second. Oh, Neil Yates is in trouble. There's smoke from the 33. Oh, what a disappointment. Neil was going so well up there in second place, so the truck has let him down. And that truck is due out as well in the International Truck GP with Jamie Anderson at the wheel. So they'd have to get that fixed quickly for Jamie to race. Meanwhile, here comes Callum Eason. We've not seen too much of Callum this weekend. Past Archie Handy. He's looking a bit smoky as well. This is a battle in Division 2 for 5th in the class at the moment. And Ryan Smith is on the tail of his old rival David Jenkins. This is for 4th place. Making short work of the field in the early stages, Ryan Smith, to come through from 12th. Neil Yates is trying to take a shortcut back to the pits, I think. Maybe he's gone onto the grass. If the truck is leaking oil, then that's considerate for his fellow racers because he's not dropping it on the tarmac. Or has he pulled it over there and that's end of game? If so, it means Jamie Anderson probably won't be able to race later on unless it's recovered very quickly. Ryan Smith's got ahead of David Jenkins. He's up into 3rd place now, and Jenkins under fire from Stuart Oliver, who's weaving about behind him. Stephen Powell behind them, so a better run from him. Still Michael Oliver from Tom O'Rourke up front. This is the battle for 3rd. Ryan Smith, Jenkins, Oliver, Stephen Powell in 6th place. Then a gap back to David Smith and John Bowler. Well, there's Neil Yates. He has come to a stop out on circuit. Such a disappointment. There's O'Rourke going through in 2nd, Smith in 3rd. Lead gap is 4.3 seconds. It was 4.5 from O'Rourke back to Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver having a very close look at the back of David Jenkins there. Stephen Powell sliding the MAN behind them. Oliver goes for the inside, down into the chicane. Nope, thinks better of it. Jenkins able to hold that 4th place. Stuart Oliver will have another go, as will Stephen Powell. Jenkins moves across there. Powell is forced onto the grass. He's leaning on Stuart Oliver. He's going to keep his foot in there, Stephen Powell. They come into Red Gates, and Stephen Powell, has he got the place? Yes, he gets ahead of Stuart Oliver. Now Oliver's on the outside line, and David Smith thinks I'll have a go at this as well. Stuart Oliver is shuffled back another place. John Bowler behind him now. Looks like David Jenkins' windscreen is broken there, and there's been contact at the chicane. Bradley Harvey in a spin. There's a bit of damage to Jake Evans there as well, I note. Looks like those two have had some contact. We're down to 16 trucks running now. Ricky Collett's in the pits. Yates is out of it, we know that. Adam Bint has pulled off somewhere around the circuit as well. Let's have a look again here. This is the incident we've just seen the aftermath of. Bradley Harvey went across the chicane, then he spun, and Evans just missed him. Good avoiding action by Jake Evans there as Bradley Harvey took a spin. Here's the tail end of the field in Division 2. Callum Eason, Archie Handy and Graham Poole, but again, Graham Poole, seen him get lapped in races so far this season. This is a bit quicker from him. He's keeping up with Archie Handy. He's getting quicker all the time, is Graham. Here's the battle for 4th place, headed up by David Jenkins, ahead of Stephen Powell. See there, David Jenkins badly cracked windscreen. You can still see where he's going though. Stephen Powell giving chase, then David Smith. Stuart Oliver down in 7th place now, ahead of John Bowler. They're about 10 seconds ahead of Martin Gibson, who's down in 9th. Only 2.5 minutes of this race to go. It's not been as wild so far as it normally is, the last race at Convoy in the Park for the British Truck Racing Championship. But another truck race to come, the International Truck GP finale. Stuart Oliver trying to get back ahead of David Smith, but Oliver has seemed off the pace. Maybe that air restrictor fitted to the 7 Truckers Championship leader is affecting him here. Down to the chicane once again. David Smith holds off Oliver. It's the battle for 6th place. Sammy Oyanen still leading Division 2. Just over 2 seconds clear of Simon Cole, and he in turn is 5 seconds clear of Jake Evans. So I think the unbeaten run of Jake Evans is going to be ended here. Are we going to have a finish victory? Through the chicane. Is that smoke or is it our camera lens? Coming down into the old hairpin. Has somebody gone off there? Less than a minute to go, so it's going to be a win for Michael Oliver. It's going to be our first double winner in Division 1 this weekend. And Tom O'Rourke has been caught. Through goes Ryan Smith on the run into Coppice. He's got 2nd position. I think he's going to run out of time to catch Michael Oliver. O'Rourke, I think, is slowing down. Yes, there's a problem with the 86R. What a disappointment for him. He's going to be caught by David Jenkins, who's going to go through for 3rd place. Such a frustrating weekend for Tom O'Rourke. He loves racing at Donington, and the 86 truckers sadly let him down again. I thought Ryan Smith went past him rather easily there. There is going to be one more lap, I think. We're on to the last lap now of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Look at Stuart Oliver kicking the tail out there. Somebody's lost a wheel arch there on the exit of the chicane as well. So Michael Oliver leads Ryan Smith. He's nearly 7 seconds ahead now. I don't think even the great Ryan Smith can make that up in less than a lap. It's going to be a win for Michael Oliver. What a great weekend he's had. Ryan Smith on his own in second. Is Tom O'Rourke going to make it home? Is he going to try and ease the International Navistar home? Because it's now David Jenkins up to third. Fourth is Stephen Powell, but he's going to get a 5-second penalty, we've just been told, for exceeding track limits. Stephen Powell's going to get a penalty. So that could put David Smith up into fourth place. And Stuart Oliver possibly P5 and John Bowler P6. We'll wait to confirm that. There they are. Out of Coppice for the final time. He qualified on pole position. He won race 1 yesterday. And he's going to take a clear win in race 5 today. Here he comes to end his weekend as he started it in P1. Michael Oliver takes the checkered flag at Donington. Ryan Smith comes through for second, a good effort from 12th on the grid. And who is going to be third? It's going to be David Jenkins. Great weekend for him with a race win. He completes the podium. Penalty for Stephen Powell means that David Smith will be fourth, Stuart Oliver fifth, John Bowler sixth, Stephen Powell provisionally down to 7th place. And we'll wait to see who's going to come home with P8 and who's going to win Division 2. There's the Division 2s in the background. 8th is going to be Martin Gibson. I think we've lost Tom O'Rourke, unfortunately. And here comes our Division 2 winner. It is going to be Sami Ojanen. He's going to end the run of successes for Jake Evans this weekend. Here he comes. The Finn takes the win. Simon Cole second. And there is Jake Evans in third place with a rather bent front bumper. His hopes of 4 out of 4 not realised. Sami Ojanen, an excellent 9th overall. Bradley Harvey comes in. 4th in Division 2 for him. Next home we should see Callum Eason. There he is. Slides his MAN home ahead of Archie Handy. The others to finish, Tom O'Rourke and Graham Poole. But has Tom made it round? Here comes Graham Poole. Is he not nearly as far behind as he has been? Tom O'Rourke was on for a podium, trickles in a dejected 16th. Oh, bit of breaking news. David Jenkins has been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. He's lost 3rd place. So it'll be David Smith who completes the podium. Jenkins and Stephen Powell both get 5-second penalties. David Smith promoted to 3rd. Stuart Oliver is 4th. And John Bowler moves up to 5th. A little bit of breaking news post-race. We'll confirm the result then, well, the provisional results as follows. Michael Oliver, the winner by 5.5 seconds. Ryan Smith from 12th on the grid to 2nd. And David Smith inherits 3rd, ahead of Stuart Oliver and John Bowler. David Jenkins and Stephen Powell both penalised 5 seconds for exceeding track limits. Martin Gibson completes the top 8. Then we've got the Division 2s. Sami Ojanen ends Jake Evans' winning run. Jake has to settle for 3rd behind Simon Cole. Then Bradley Harvey, Callum Eason and Archie Handy. Graham Poole behind them. Tom O'Rourke making it home, struggling round with problems, having run as high as 2nd for most of the way, and sadly lost Neil Yates while running 2nd. Adam Bint was a retirement, and Ricky Collett pulled into the pits early on. That concludes the British truck racing for this weekend. We've got 3 more races to come, 1 truck and 2 car races still to go, so do not go anywhere. Keep it BARC TV. And we'll be underway again soon with the Track Action Racing Club, our next race on the programme. Hopefully we'll see the full 20-car field out for this one. We'll await to hand down to Pointy in Park Ferme to get all the reaction to the action with our British truck racing drivers in just a moment. Next up it is the Track Action Race Club. Okay, I think Pointy is ready down there in Park Ferme, so let's hear from some of our drivers.
Come on, come on! Oh, he's going to be so thrilled about this. Here we go. Ryan Smith straight out of the cab to congratulate Michael. Ryan, fantastic effort there. I mean, a few seconds behind Michael, but my goodness me, that was a race.
He got his head down, he didn't make no mistakes, he drove very well, his pace, he got
Come here.
he got pole position in the quali, you don't get that by fluke. Got his 2 wins, bit unlucky to get the 5 second, but well done.
Oh, I know, yeah. Well done, buddy, well done. Dude, unbelievable. I mean, I'm thrilled. I was watching the race, I'm thinking the whole time, if he gets a first, let's just leave it there. I'm happy you got a first.
I was the entire race. I was thinking these races are way too long. We need 5-minute races. As soon as I'm in the front, checkered flag.
Not sure that's how it works, Michael. To be fair,
I'd much rather been in second and pass someone on the very last lap, to be honest, because the concentration.
Wow. I mean,
the concentration.
It was almost a 5-second gap by the end of that race between you and the rest of the pack.
Oh, I could have had a track limits then.
Yeah, you could have. In fact, speaking about track limits, Dave was reading out the results as I watched TSL update.
Yeah.
And am I undone? Are you undoing me?
Doing it.
Oh, thanks. You're undoing me. Stop it. Jesus. Calm yourself. You might have got a first, but I'm no one's hussy.
Come on, what are you telling us about results?
Yeah, I think Jenko got a 5-second penalty, so Dave Smith's moved up at the last second as well into 3rd place.
Dave Smith, who's he?
I don't know, some guy.
Oh, that's Nathan Smith's dad, the race driver.
That's it. Yeah, the racing driver's dad.
Yeah, the racing driver's dad.
Why has he started undressing me on camera? It's very difficult. Stop it, get off you. Right, round of applause for Michael Oliver, ladies and gents. Come on. Excellent, well done. Right, let's go and see who else we've got very quickly, because we have got lots and lots of trophies to hand out. Simon Cole. We've not really had much chance to speak to Simon this weekend, so let's take the opportunity to say one of your one-word wonders on the podium this weekend was consistency. And looking at these results, yes, perhaps not the places you'd all obviously want to race for, but very good results for the weekend.
Yeah, we got here in testing, the truck weren't on the pace, it seems to be breathing a lot. We got upseal gone all weekend, bleed on the back brake, so I said to the boys, let's go back to what we've done last year, let's bring it home the weekend, rebuild it for Snetterton and get going. I mean, look, I've come in here, I've got no brakes whatsoever. I drove the last 3 laps with no brakes.
Wow.
Just slinging it down the gear.
So, I mean, it just goes to show where the experience you've got obviously came into play there to get you in the position you were in.
Probably more mojo than anything else I would have
It's
thought.
all about the mojo. We know that Simon Cole likes to rely on his mojo, and the mojo is officially back.
Yeah, the mojo's back. We lost it for a year or so. We was on a bit of a downer, but all of a sudden we got it together. So.
And it's fantastic to see you and the Beast up there on the podium on a frequent basis now.
Yeah, that's it. We've had 5 DNFs and only 2 of them were breakdowns. We've had some bad luck, windscreens going when we was having a clear run at Thruxton and bits like that, but that's racing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just hoping the others had the same bad luck as I had, and then that give it.
Yeah.
And it all evens out at the end of the season, which it is. You can't grumble. That's racing.
It is indeed. That is racing. Well done, sir. Shake my hand. Let's go and get some silverware handed out as quick as we can before we lose him. Where's Sammy? Here's Sammy. Race of the season. Sammy, shake my hand. Well done. First place.
Yeah, finally.
Finally. Good. Happy?
Yeah, I am very happy.
Good. And now you get big trophy.
Yeah.
Excellent. Now?
Come to sauna.
Come to sauna. Yes, sauna. Let's do it. Yes, first sauna, then trophy.
Yes, of course.
It looks sauna already, huh?
Yeah, a little bit.
Well done to Sammy Ireland. Fantastic race. We'll get you some trophies, yes? Right, before we go, I must ask a driver a very important question wherever he is.
He's just ran for the podium.
Jay, he's gone. He's gone. He's gone. I've missed my opportunity. He's gone. We'll speak to Dad instead.
He's coming.
He's coming back.
I'm not Dad.
You're not Dad. No, you're not
No,
Dad,
I'm not
are you?
Dad,
What are you
no.
doing here? Who are you?
I'm just lost.
Someone else's dad.
I'm just lost. I thought I'd take the truck back for him.
Alright, now make sure there's not too many of you standing around this time.
Don't worry.
Oh my God! We've got what? No, look, we got camera evidence. There's one. There's two. Just the two plus the driver.
We're going now.
Jake, I've been asked to ask you, have you got your panties on?
Apparently I ain't got no panties on.
Apparently I haven't got no panties on
I don't
either.
know what
but
it's about. Just seen a dance. Is it a TikTok trend? I don't know.
Apparently, I spoke to your TikTok manager. I mean, you're going to do it whether you like it or not, aren't you?
Oh yeah. 100%.
What is your TikTok? Do you know?
Jake Evans Truck Sport, all one word, I think.
Don't add the all one word at the end though. It's just Jake Evans Truck Sport. Give him a follow, yeah?
Yeah, please do, yeah, on Facebook
It's going as well. I mean, if your TikTok goes as well as your race career, you won't need a race career.
Exactly, yeah. Trying to pay for all this lot.
I mean, just about covers it, I'd say.
Yeah,
look, we're going to go and hand you some trophies out very shortly. We've got races left to do, so I'll hand over to Dave very soon. But what a fantastic weekend you've had. I mean, to come from Thruxton with the issues you had and to absolutely smash it out of the park. I'll be honest, I was hoping for 5 out of 5, personally. But that's just so I'd have something cool to talk about.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, the rest of the division have pulled it out there. We didn't get the best of starts, but fantastic to see Div 2 back where it should be, in my opinion. The team have done a fantastic job on this thing all weekend long. The prep before, the late nights, and the sponsors have backed us financially to get to where we are now. So without all that package, I wouldn't be here playing, would I? So I've just got to say thanks to them.
Well, there we go, and it is with the sponsors, but of course, what an investment from the sponsors, backing the right guy there, my goodness me.
Yeah, I appreciate everything that they do for us and the team as well. You know, it's a package. It's not me on my own. It's everyone together.
And what a package it is too, giggity. Right, let's get some trophies. Over to Dave. That's enough from me. We've still got one International Truck Prix race left for the afternoon, and then of course the Coupe Cup to finish out the day later on. But until then, back to Dave.
I didn't understand much of that, Pointy. TikTok trends? Forget that, I'm too old for that. And who said giggity? I'm supposed to do the innuendos around here. Oh, I don't know. Thanks to Pointy down in Parc Fermé as ever. We've got a bit of a recovery job going on at the moment. That's the truck I told you about earlier on, recovering Neil Yates, number 33. Now, that might affect Jamie Anderson's participation in our last truck race of the weekend. Of course, he's supposed to be driving that truck. Will he switch to another truck, I wonder? If that's cleared by the officials. We'll wait and see. But while that's recovered, there will be a short delay. Such a shame for Neil, who could have scored a podium there, had the truck not let him down. We've got 3 races to go. We've got the Track Action Race Club for their second race of the weekend up next. Hopefully we'll see the full 20-car field out for that one. We had hoped to see a couple of rather quick BMWs out in track action today, with Brian Bransom and Jazz Sapra entered, but they were out in the brick car race yesterday instead. They were on the entry list originally but withdrew. While we've got this recovery work going on, let's see who Ian's caught up with down in the paddock.
Right, everybody, it is the final race of the day for Track Action coming up. Can Paul Rudderson and his Skoda Octavia make it a pair of wins? We are about to find out. Actually looking a bit sparse up here, but not too long to go until we go green flag racing. So let's go have a quick chat show with Lee Bull over here. Lee's the only one. Lee gets the honour of talking to us because he's the only one here at the minute. No, Lee.
Hopefully it stays that way.
It's funny you say that, because what coincidence I'm talking to anyway. Action-wise, it's so good.
Well, the cars that you're racing against, everything's a bit different, and it's just competitive throughout.
Yeah.
A lot of other series and championships, some things can get quite spread out.
Yeah.
But even with the Peugeots coming through from the juniors, it's just a feeder, so it's really good.
How did you get involved in motorsport?
A friend of mine, Andy, that you spoke to earlier, he raced for a year or two. And he knew I wanted to do it, and then on my birthday he went, right,
really?
There's the £100 that I've paid for to get your odds licence started,
Yeah.
and that kind of pushed me into it, and I've been doing it since.
When was that? How long ago?
2020 or 2019,
Okay,
I
so
think
you've
it
done it a
was.
few years now,
Yeah,
yeah?
5-6 years now. Yeah.
One of the best things you've ever done?
Definitely, without doubt. The wife says different, but yeah, without doubt. Full weekend, I literally live 2 minutes away, and I've been here since Thursday.
Oh. Best of luck, mate. Enjoy the race, won't you? Top man, more cars coming in. So I guess it's best time to hand over to Dave Goddard, because Track Action on the track here in action at Donington Park is coming up for Track Action. It's going to be a cracker. That doesn't make any sense. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Good to hear from Lee Bull down there. He's on the second row of the grid in his Honda Civic Type R. It is Paul Rodison on pole. This grid set by the second fastest times from qualifying. So the Skoda on pole. Hopefully we'll see David Clark back out with the Renault 5 Turbo on the front row, retired from race 1, of course. Lee Bull and Adam Croft in the Scirocco on row 2. Then Dan Earl in the Vauxhall Astra and Andy Wheatley's Honda Civic on row 3. Fourth row, Anthony Allett and Lee Curry, Civic and Clio. Completing the top 10, John Halliwell's Scirocco, Lee Hazlitt, the Welshman, in his Mazda RX-8s. On row 6, we've got Andy Mitchell's in the first of the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup cars alongside Dave Scotting. Then Noah Checkley and Mervyn Beckett. Mac McCarthy hoping to get a race this time alongside Stephen Rigby's Mazda MX-5. Then Barry Morris and Chris Van. And 2 cars that didn't set a second lap time in qualifying. We know Sean Deacon had problems in the Peugeot 106, as did Grant Hatfield. And I don't think we're going to see either of those 2 out, but we will wait and confirm as soon as we can. Cars are out on the grid. I think Sean Deacon is there. I can see the 113 at the back of the field. Grant Hatfield is not there. The other car that missed race 1 was Mac McCarthy, aka Dr. Evil. Can't quite see at the moment if he's there. David Clark's got the Renault 5 Turbo going again. That's great to see. $18 cars out there, so no, Mac McCarthy is not there. Watch for Sean Deacon, the Peugeot 106 from the back of the field, number 113, the little black, blue and yellow machine. Very potent, modified machine indeed. He'll make short work of the 206s, I think. There's Barry Morris, the Welshman. Track Action Racing Club led away by the grey and green Skoda of Paul Rodison, looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 here at Donington today. As we mentioned, it was touch and go whether the car will be out this weekend. He said a big thanks to Ben, Roach and the team Raceline in Milton Keynes, who've been working very late in the evenings this week on the car to get it ready for today. Thanks to Glyn Frost as well, who has been transporting the car for him. Only just made it here in time for the weekend, the Skoda. David Clark alongside him in the Oriental Club Dine at Home sponsored Renault. The Oriental Club, of course, famous establishment in London. The RX-8 back out there are the Peugeots towards the back, along with Stephen Rigby, the Londoner, in his MX-5. $18 cars on the grid then. It'll be a 15-minute race for the Track Action Race Club. And they are almost ready for action. Remember the start that Lee Bull made in his first race was down the inside, nearly got into second place. Dropped back a bit as the race went on. Just heard how he got into racing through Andy Wheatley, who's out there in the white Civic. Getting your ARDS licence pack as a birthday present, that's a bit of a dream, isn't it? Hello to Dan Bartlett, also Pit Road Productions. Thanks for your kind comments on our stream. Do give us a like and a subscription. Hi to Sam Watley as well. He used to race when it was known as the Track Attack Racing Club a few years ago. I think he raced a Peugeot as well, if memory serves me correctly. Just waiting for the marshal at the back of the grid to display the green flag as Sean Deacon puts the 106 onto the correct grid slot. Here we go then. Waiting for the 5-second board, there it is, waiting for the red lights to come on. Race 2 for the Track Action Race Club here at Donington Park. Lights, out, action. Here we go. Paul Rodison gets away well. Another good start by Lee Bull. He bounces off David Clark. Excuse me, he says to the Renault pilot as they head down towards Redgate. Good start by Adam Croft on the outside in the Scirocco. He's going to sweep round the outside into second. He might even get the lead here with a bit of luck. The Clio of Lee Curry runs out wide, nearly loses it over the curbs. He drops back. It's side by side, Volkswagen versus Skoda down the Crane occurs for the first time, and the Volkswagen goes into the lead all the way around the outside. Good one by Adam Croft, a great first corner, and he's got the lead ahead of Paul Roddison. Here comes Lee Bull up the inside. He's into fourth behind David Clark in the Renault 5. That's the Vauxhall Astra of Dan Earl in fifth position. Up towards Schwanz for the first time. A super start by the number 73 of Adam Croft, who leads the way into McLean's for the first time. Paul Roddison's under fire from David Clark. He looks fired up in the Renault 5 Turbo this time. Maybe he's a bit angered by that collision off the line with Lee Bull, channeling his anger into his racing. Bull in fourth place in the first of the Civics. Then it's Dan Earl. Behind him is Anthony Alex. Then we've got John Halliwell. He's got away well. Andy Wheatley's dropped back in the white Civic behind Lee Curry's Clio now. In fact, Andy pulled to the right there coming down the straight. Has he got an issue? No, he's still ahead of Lee Haslett's Mazda RX-8, but it's Adam Croft in the Volkswagen Scirocco who leads the way as they complete the opening lap. Paul Roddison moving up to challenge. He's going to try and go around the outside. Look at the torque of that Skoda. He pulls straight past him, and Clark's going for the inside as well. He's going to go up into second. The Scirocco just hasn't got the power in a straight line compared to the more beefy engines in the Octavia and the Renault. Down the hill they come. David Clark is not hanging about it. Look at him lifting a wheel there through the Craner curves. He wants to attack Paul Roddison for the lead. David Clark, who's been with the Track Action Race Club for many a year now with his Renault 5 Turbo. That's the point where he went off track earlier on, damaged the underside of the car, had to pull out of the race. Adam Croft's fighting back though. He's back alongside the Renault at Schwanzko. He's going to retake second place. Maybe he just missed a gear there coming down the straight and lost out to the other two ahead of him. He's back up to P2. A good fight developing here. He does not want to let Paul Roddison get away as he did in race 1. Roddison getting into his groove now, though. A lot of experience. Multiple champion in Mazda MX-5 racing, among other things. Here comes David Clark, though. Clark, he's going for the inside into the chicane. No, he's not. He bobs back in behind the VW. Lee Bull is still fourth in his Honda Civic, just ahead of Dan Earl's Astra. The Astra having a look on the outside here. Then it's Alex. Lee Curry's Clio recovering from a bit of a moment on the first corner. Who's leading the 206s? Let's have a look at the timing screen. We've got one car into the pit. So Andy Wheatley, he did have a problem. I thought he'd slowed up as they go through the smoke screen from the drifter. I hope that is just from the drifter in there. That was like Days of Thunder, wasn't it? Where Tom Cruise goes through the fog. Apparently we've got trucks doing burnouts in the drift area. That's why you can't see Redgate Corner at the moment. Dear, oh dear. I bet the drivers in this race were wondering what was going on there for a moment. Paul Roddison hasn't slowed down though. Andy Wheatley, I was about to mention there, has pulled into the pits. I thought the Civic was slowing down. He's got a problem. The leading Peugeot 206 is Noah Checkley. He's having a good run. And Sean Deacon's 106 in 2 laps is up to 9th from the back of the grid. So watch for him coming through. Is he going to challenge the leaders here? Skoda, VW, Renault, Honda, Vauxhall. 5 different makes in the top 5 places. And Dan Earl's going for 4th in the Astra VXR. He slingshots up the inside of the Honda Civic of Lee Bull. And he get it turned back there, just avoids the tyre stack at the chicane. And he's up into 4th place. Good driving there by Dan Earl in the Astra. Allett and Curry closing up as well. There's Sean Deacon in the background. He's up to 8th now. He's got ahead of Jonathan Halliwell. Lee Haslett rounds out the top 10. Here comes the Clio. Has a look on the inside. Anthony Allett turns in. Honda just holds off the Castle Carpets Clio. There's the smoke in the background. It's not affecting anybody in this race though. Paul Roddison's got the fastest lap, 120.019. Number 52 has got the black and white flag. That's Noah Checkley, our 206 class leader. To 1/3 distance, just under 10 minutes of this race to go. Let's have a look at Sean Deacon's lap times. That's Peugeot 106. Yeah, a few tenths of a second a lap quicker than Curry and Allett ahead of him. Oh, David Clark slowing down. The Renault slows. Such a shame for David. That car A beautiful machine, quick but so often unreliable, sadly, and I think he's going to be heading for the pits. So Croft is up into second place. It's Dan Earl's Astra in third. Lee Bull is fourth. Here comes Anthony Allett. Next through is the Clio. And another place made up for Deacon in the 106. Can he catch this group ahead of him? If they start to squabble, he certainly will. There's the Civics. Lee Bull just ahead of Anthony Allett. Wait to see if David Clark, yes, he has headed into the pit lane. That's two potential front runners we've lost. Paul Rollison has now checked out. He's 6 seconds clear of Adam Croft. There's been a change for second in the 206s as well. We've not seen them yet. Andy Mitchell has taken Mervyn Beckett up into second place. They're fighting for 11th overall. Always close in the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup. Wonder if one day we'll see enough of those for a separate grid, possibly. Right, so it's an ideal, cheap way to go racing. I believe it was Jason Jesse who first came up with the idea of the 206 GTI Cup. Used to race a Toyota Celica with the Nippon Challenge many years ago, and it was the Track Attack Race Club. Down into the chicane go the leaders. Rollison's already gone through. He's increased his lead by another half a second. He did a fastest lap last time around of 1:18.323. It's only 3 seconds quicker than anybody else has managed. Here comes the RX-8. We spoke to Lee Hazlitt earlier on, loving every second of his time here at Donington, the former Welsh Sports and Saloon Championship racer. Sadly, the Welsh Championship doesn't get very high numbers anymore, based down at Pembroke. It's a great show. Well, we mentioned the 206s. Here they are. And Andy Mitchell comes barrelling up the inside of Noah Checkley to take the lead of the class. He picked them up just in time there. Here comes Mervyn Beckett in the yellow car, up alongside Noah Checkley. Three of them absolutely together, almost three wide into Red Gates. This is great stuff. Behind them is Rigby in the MX-5. Andy Mitchell has the lead of the class. Beckett up to second. Checkley goes down to third. And further back we've got Dave Scotting in his Peugeot 206. Barry Morris next in the... No, Barry Morris is in a different class. He's in Class F. Or maybe that's just a misprint on the timing and he should be in Class TF because he was on the entry list. Noah Checkley comes flying off the curb there. Cut the inside of the old hairpin. Nearly clattered into the side of Mervyn Beckett. That's allowed class leader Andy Mitchell to get away a little. Man from Reading. Mervyn Beckett up there in second from Milton Village. Noah Checkley from Birmingham on his local circuit. No relation, I don't think, to the Birmingham-based short oval racer of many years standing, Carl Checkley. Dan Earls got through into second in the Astra while that was going on. He's gone ahead of Adam Croft. Croft lost a couple of seconds on that last lap. Here's Sean Deacon. A very potent little modified 106 on the tail of Lee Curry's Clio. There's Adam Croft. Oh, Dan Earl's gone wide. Is that smoke I see from the Astra? Perhaps just a bit of tyre smoke as he ran wide there. Side by side for second between the VW and the Vauxhall. The Vauxhall pulls back ahead. Lee Bull's got them in his sights as well. Adam Croft won't quite get up the inside there at the chicane. Well, Paul Roddison has pulled away in the lead. Let's see what the gap is as Dan Earl comes across line. It's nearly 8 seconds now. Black and white flag for car 27. That's Lee Curry in the Clio for track limits. Another violation. He'll receive a penalty. Lee Bull up the inside. He came from a long way back there. And he's taking Adam Croft up into P3. Anthony Allett's getting involved in this as well, the bewinged Civic behind him. So 4 of them fighting for second now. 5 minutes of the race to go. Dan Earl holding second in the Astra. Can Lee Bull get a podium here? He says he's been here since Thursday, testing and fettling his Civic ready for action. The hill they go. They're coming up to lap 1 of the 206s. That's Chris Van Goes a lap down, the man from Wantage. Well, he needs to keep on his mirrors here. They go on this side of him. Oh, that was close. Thought Adam Croft was going to clip the back of it. Another 2:06 there. That will be Barry Morris. He keeps out of the way at Coppice. The battle is on for third now because that's allowed Dan Earl to escape slightly. So Lee Bull is now defending from Adam Croft and Anthony Allett. Top four all leading their classes. Roddison's away by 8.3 seconds. He's going to take another overall win in the Skoda. Earl, Bull and Croft next in the order. They all lead their subclasses. Drive-through penalty being given to car 88, it says on my timing screen, for a pit lane infringement. I'm not sure what that's all about because, to my knowledge, car 88 is Dave Scotting, and according to the timing screen, he's not been into the pit lane. So I'm not sure what that's all about. There's no pit stops in this race, and the 80 car's been in and back out again of Andy Wheatley, so is that an error on the timing screen, and it means him. But anyway, we've got a side-by-side battle for third because here comes Adam Croft up on the outside in the Scirocco. He's already proved he can pass on the outside at the start of the race. He took the lead briefly, and now he goes all the way around the outside of Lee Bull at Coppice and up into third. That's one of the overtakes of the weekend. That's an excellent piece of driving from Adam Croft. Now Anthony Allett's going to have a go, and that's for the lead of their class, I think, as well. Yes, Class NA of the Nippon Challenge. So Andy Wheatley's got going again. He's a couple of laps down. The 88 of Dave Scotting does come in. I'm not too sure what the pit lane infringement could be because, to my knowledge, he hasn't been into the pit lane. So, not quite sure what that's all about. Clarify it with the officials if we can. That's a bit of a mystery to me at the moment. Anyway, just over 2 minutes of the race to go. Adam Croft back into a podium place. Lee Bull in the Honda Civic, the local man from Derby. Would love to finish on the podium here. Paul Roddison's going to win it for the second time today in the Skoda. Barely seen him all race long. Here are the 2:06s. Dave Scotting just ahead of Morris and Van now, I think. Dave Scotting in the white car. Time penalty, 5 seconds for track limits, number 52. That's Noah Checkley. So Noah Checkley's got a 5-second penalty. There he is. He's just been lapped, the blue and black car, for exceeding track limits. So it looks like it's Andy Mitchell who's going to win the 2:06 class in this race. He's about to be lapped by Paul Roddison. We may get 2 more laps out of this. It was touch and go as he crossed the line. And the Skoda Octavia, it was best known as a rally car back in the late 90s when Skoda first entered the WRC in that era. Of course, they'd had their rear engine cars in rallying for many years before that, but the Octavia was briefly a rally car. Pavel Sibera was one of the leading drivers. As Noah Checkley takes out a marker pole as he slices past. Hello. Chris Van's been watching the junior saloon cars. We saw this yesterday. Bailey Roberts had his boot come open, and now the 2:06 has done the same thing. Well, it's 40 seconds left, so he's going into his last lap. Staying ahead of Barry Morris, though, so it's proving an effective spoiler there for Chris Van. And now you can see how much boot capacity a 2:06 has. He's lost the rear light there as well. I reckon somebody's hit him. Here comes Paul Roddison. It's 15 seconds on the clock. Is it going to be checkered flag this time, or are we going to see another lap? Here he comes. No, the last lap board, I think, is out there. Yes, we've got 1 more lap to go. 7 seconds left as he crossed the line. So Roddison with a chance to extend his lead a little more. Is he going to back off a bit on this final lap? It's a new idea for British Motorsport, the Octavia. We've not seen one in circuit racing before. And it's working out beautifully here at Donington. Apart from that brief spell at the start of this race when Adam Croft got into the lead, Paul Roddison has not been headed this weekend. slapping Lee Haslett's RX-8 there. And up towards McLean's. Bruce wants curve into McLean's for the last time. There's Dan Earl, a lot of understeer on the Astra there, and Adam Croft could snatch second place as a result of that. Wonder if the Astra's tyres are going off. Dan Earl against Adam Croft. They've had a great fight in this one. They'll change for fourth as well. Anthony Alex got ahead of Lee Bull. And they're coming up on Andy Mitchell, the 206 Cup leader. He moves out of the way. Croft has a look to the inside. Earl defends. It's going to be a win for Paul Rodison, but who is going to be second? That's going to go right to the last corner. Clock has counted down to 0. Paul Rodison comes out of the final chicane, flashes the lights, takes the checkered flag. 2 out of 2 for the Skoda. We await to see who's going to be second. They're coming down to the final chicane. It's going to be Dan Earl, I think. He's just about held off Adam Croft. Great race between them. Second goes to the Astra, and Anthony Alec comes over in 4th place ahead of Lee Bull. Well done, Sean Deacon. 6th place from the back of the grid. And the 206 Cup is won by Andrew Mitchell, a lap down. Lee Curry's Clio just holds off Jonathan Halliwell for 7th place. Waiting the remainder of the 206s to come home. Now there's Dave Scotting coming along Exhibition Straight. Noah Checkley's got a further penalty, a further 10 seconds, another track limits violations. That's 15 seconds of penalties altogether. I think, is he 15 seconds clear of Dave Scotting? Let's have a look as Dave comes over the line. Yes, he was safely clear, so he will get 3rd in class, Noah Checkley. Just waiting for Chris Van and Barry Morris to come in. There's Andy Wheatley, he's a few laps down, rejoined from the pits. And Chris Van, despite that boot lid being open, is going to beat Barry Morris to the line. Didn't prove much of an air brake then. I thought he was going to be called in to shut that, but finishes the race with the boot up in the air. Paul Rodison takes the win then, and by the bigger margin of nearly 15 seconds this time over Dan Earl. Great fight between him and Adam Croft. So Rodison wins the Deutsche Marks split for the German or VAG group cars. Second for Dan Earl, he wins the British car split. Then Croft 3rd, Anthony Alec the top Japanese car home in 4th ahead of Lee Bull. Best of the French cars was Sean Deacon, back of the grid up to 6th ahead of Lee Curry in the Renault Clio. Then John Halliwell, Lee Haslett, Andy Mitchell wins the 206s ahead of Mervyn Beckett. Then Stephen Rigby's Mazda MX-5, Noah Checkley despite his penalty 13th, then Dave Scotting, Chris Van with the new design of Aero on his 206, and the final finishes Barry Morris and a few laps down Andy Wheatley. Sadly, one retirement, and that was the unfortunate David Clark. So, despite initially thinking he might not make it this weekend with engine issues, profitable weekend for Paul Rodison and his Octavia. Catch up with Paul down in Parc Fermé shortly. Next up on track is our final truck race of the weekend. It's the International Truck GP. I think we can hand down to Ian first of all in Parc Fermé.
Well, it's a pair of wins for Paul Rodison. The first time this Skoda Octavia has taken the checkered flag in 1st place. And he's done it twice today. Oh, Paul, let you get your helmet off because I'll tell you something, the rebuild over the winter for this car, it must be something quite special for Paul. An emotional weekend for him, no doubt. And a culmination of all of that hard work over the winter, done and dusted. Another great race, wasn't it? Congratulations, Dan Earl in 2nd, Adam Croft in 3rd. Of course, multiple classes in this one as well. It wasn't me, Paul. It wasn't me. I didn't chuck it down. We'll grab it for you. That's all right. It's a good job. It's a helmet, isn't it? That's kind of the point. Paul, how proud are you that today and this weekend, especially? All the work that you've done over the winter on this car, and now it's a double race winner.
You know what? That we went quicker that time. Some more adjustments, and we sort of now knowing we found out what we need to do. So very pleased with it. Yeah.
It just seems you got a bit of a Midas touch, Paul. Is that right? what are the winning lottery numbers for next week?
Hey, I wish I knew because I could do with some to fund this.
Look, well done, congratulations. I'll let you crack on away. It's great to see you again. Good stuff indeed. Dan Earl in second. Where's Dan Earl? His car is over here. I wonder if he's gone anywhere. I don't know where's Dan? Where's Dan? Is that Dan over there? I don't know Dan. Actually, let's just jump in and have a quick chat. We'll let you get your helmet off. Hot enough in there, is it?
It's warm in there.
Yeah. How's your weekend been? All right.
It's progressed really nicely over the weekend. Yeah, we got faster and faster. I haven't been here for over 10 years, so
have you not?
No. So first laps were tentative, but last race we just go for it at the end.
What were you driving 10 years ago?
It was a Civic Type R then as well. Yeah. But it's a completely different animal now, so we learn how to drive it much better. Following the other guys, I have to say.
Look, thanks for talking to us, mate. Good stuff indeed. We're still trying to find. Look, we've got Adam Croft over there. Let's go talk to Adam Croft, coming home in third place. Had a second place earlier today as well. It's just catching up with Matt Suckling, so we'll jump in very quickly after he has finished. Whilst we just meet, in fact, he has finished now. So sorry, John, I'm annoying you, aren't I, by walking all over the place? Baking hot sunshine now. It's getting hotter and hotter and hotter. And Adam, the track actually just gets hotter and hotter and hotter, doesn't it?
Does it look hot?
You are pretty red-faced now, and that's not from standing out in the sun, is it?
No, I had to work for that. That was epic, but hard work.
It's been a pretty good day for you, actually. Double podium. You must be delighted, right?
Yeah, pleased with that. Yeah, I'll take that all day long. Really happy.
Excellent. Top man, look, go get some water or something. Relax a little bit, can't you? Right, everybody, I think that is it for... I apologise, I have no idea where Dan Earl has gone. But there we go, that is it for Track Action. They are finished for here this weekend at Donington Park. But we still have 2 more races coming up for you. International Truck Prix. Their final race of the weekend is about to get underway. And then, of course, we've got that 45-minute Coupe Cup race as well, in which Kieran Mogg will be joining us on the mic for that one. So I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard to take you through the action for the International Truck Prix. Enjoy.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, the International Truck GP will be our final race of the weekend for our truck racers here at Convoy in the Park. The show truck area is now starting to empty. Will we see 4 different winners from our International Truck GP races? Mark Taylor took the first, Simon Reed the second, Jamie Anderson the third. Now, Jamie should be on pole for this one, but he was driving Neil Yates's truck. So we'll wait to see if he's out in this one, because Neil broke down, of course, in the final British Truck Racing Championship race of the weekend. We'll see if Jamie does make it out for this one. Mark Taylor scheduled to line up on the front row with him. I think we're just waiting at the moment for the marshals to move back off their posts again. Make sure the circuit is ready and clear for truck race action. Hi to Rosa Saunders. She says, well done, Sean Deacon. Great race. It certainly was. Last on the grid to 6th. And they've saved the best until last. Coupe Cup at 5 p.m, says Race Coupe Cup. Is that you, John Winter? Alan 1066 said, go Mervyn Beckett in our previous race. Yes, it was Jason Jesse who came up with the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup. Sam Watley confirms that. Remember him racing, I think it was a Toyota Celica GT4 he used to have in Nippon Challenge. It was painted up in police colours. No blue flashing light to get the opposition to move out the way, though. That was in the days when we had Adam Lockwood in his, I think it was a Nissan Silvia he used to have, James Janicki in his Skyline. You know, races in Classic Thunder occasionally. Who else was there? Steve Lawty in his Mitsubishi GTO. Homer to his friends. He worked in a power station. And they used to be mixed in with the Clios of the Tricolor Trophy. Some of the earliest races I used to commentate on when I was on PA commentary around the UK. I remember them at Rockingham, among others. We still miss Rockingham. Hopefully we'll see racing there again someday. So just waiting the all clear to get our next race underway then. Should be Jamie Anderson and Mark Taylor on row 1, Simon Reed and Nathan Smith on row 2. And Craig Reed and John McGuinness have qualified on row 3. Jock Borthwick and Terry Gibbon row 4, Simon Faulkner and Steve Thomas on row 5, and Stephen Powell in treble 3 should be starting from the back. I don't think we'll see John Powell. We haven't seen the DAF in action all day, which is a great shame. It's a great looking truck and great livery, the green and black Greenhouse Group DAF. This Greenhouse Group have been DAF and Leyland DAF dealers, among other brands, for many, many years now. Well, the breezy conditions here at Donington, still very warm and sunny this late in the late summer afternoon. Reminder, our next action on BARC TV is coming up in nearly a month's time. We've got a short break over the next couple of weeks. The 6th of September, a one-day event at Alton Park where the Caterhams take centre stage. Get your comments coming in. Right, to Matt, who says, so glad I have internet down at the Autograss track, as have spent the weekend prepping the track for the British Autograss series next weekend. Hello to Solo Tribesman, who says, what's the best British motor race you ever saw? I'll have to get back to you on that one. Best I've commentated on will take a while. I think my favourite race I ever saw was here at Donington in 1998, British Touring Car Championship, the race Nigel Mansell was in and almost won. And John Cleland it was who eventually took the win in the Super Touring days. It was in fairly wet conditions. I think nearly every car in the grid led that race at some point. It was incredible. L4L says, who do you think's going to win at Knock Hill next weekend in British touring cars? I don't think I'm going to pick anybody because I don't want to put the curse of the commentator on anyone. I don't tend to make predictions for that very reason. Our director says Dan Rowbottom, Dan Camish and Tom Ingram. As for best race I've ever commentated on, that's going to take me a long time to think of. Some of the truck races I've done over the years have been superb. I remember one at Pembrey a few years ago, and I was on the PA commentary, and Adam Bint managed to hold everyone off for the entire race in his Volvo to take the win. Some of the Caterham races have been fantastic, the slipstreamers. See more of that at Alton Park in September, of course. Hi to Lewis Tiger 5898. I'm currently waiting at the airport for my plane to get back to the UK, so thought I'd see what's on the stream. Hello, Lewis. Which airport are you waiting in out of interest? I know you're flying back to East Midlands, just next door to Donington. See our drift cars still moving about down there. We had some trucks doing burnouts as well during that last race. That's what explained all the smoke. Didn't smoke out Paul Roddison though, did it? A few of our show vehicles and the fairground rides still on the infield. Lewis watching from Paris. I'll be heading to France next month for a job. Will you predict whether or not old-timers Alex Kersley and Wayne Rocket will beat the young pups in the Coupe Cup, says Race Coupe Cup. Again, I'm making no predictions. It's going to be a very interesting one, that is. There's some of our Orange family. Big thanks to all our marshals. It's taking a short break in this one. Give us a wave, that's it. Thank you, marshals, for all your hard work over the weekend and all our events that we see around the country. British Marshals, best in the world, if not always in choice of headgear. Hi to Jordan, who says, watching from home today, but was marshalling at Thruxton for the trucks and was right where Michael Oliver crashed. That was coming out of Allard. Yes, he went into the barriers. Tangled with Stephen Powell, if I remember rightly. That was beginning of July. What a turnaround for Michael Oliver. His truck rebuilt, pole position and 2 wins. Mark Tucker says, Formula Ford Festival Final 2021 was one of the best I've seen. Yes, you're right. I was there at Brands Hatch when that happened. That Formula Ford Festival, the whole of that meeting was brilliant in 2021. It was the first year we ran the Brian Jones Memorial, won by Matt Rivett, and then the Formula Ford Festival final afterwards. That was incredible. The top 10 were literally nose to tail, almost touching for the entire race. I loved every second of that one. That's one of the best races I've seen, certainly. Quick hello to somebody called Richard Barwick, who says, I'm filming at King's Lynn, watching the trucks in between. Get back to the Saloon stock cars, Richard. One of our camera team over at King's Lynn today. Congratulations incidentally to Ryan Santry, who won the Saloon Stock Car World Final at King's Lynn last night. So we're in position on the grid then, ready for our final truck race of the weekend, and as I expected, Jamie Anderson is not there. The truck he was going to be using broken down in the previous race in the hands of Neil Yates. They haven't been able to repair it, so Jamie's going to have to sit this one out, unfortunately. So this is a golden opportunity for Mark Taylor to take his second win of the weekend. So Mark Taylor on his own on the front row. Second row, Simon Reed, number 89 in the Iveco. Nathan Smith, number 11. Row 3, 68, Craig Reed in his, not an MAN, he's in an Iveco as well. And John McGuinness, number 101 alongside. Row 4 is Jock Borthwick and Terry Gibbon. Fifth row, Simon Faulkner and Steve Thomas. And Stephen Powell will be at the back in Graham Poole's number 333 truck. It looks like just 10 trucks out there for this final 20 minutes truck race of Convoy in the Park. It's the Napa Auto Parts pace truck leading them round. Just doing a quick head count though, we may be missing somebody else as well. I think Simon Faulkner's not there. Yeah, should be alongside Terry Gibbon on row 4. There's a gap there. So it looks like just 9 trucks for our last race of the day. Yes, Simon Faulkner broke down in the previous race. We saw him being towed back to the paddock. So will it be Mark Taylor? Will it be Simon Reed? Or will we have a new winner? Can Nathan Smith take his first truck race win? Will Stephen Powell come through from the back in treble 3? Or could Jock Borthwick take his first outright win? He's had 1 or 2 Division 2 wins in the past. What a story it'd be if John McGuinness was to win here, swapping 2 wheels for 6. It's more of our show trucks leaving as the Convoy heads up towards McLean's. Keeping it steady up towards Coppice. Steve Thomas lurking at the back of the field there in the Scania. Mark Taylor alone on the front row. Getting ready for our penultimate race of the day. 20 minutes for the International Truck GP. Mark Taylor probably starting as the narrow favourite here, the European Championship regular, currently 8th in the European standings. The highest placed British driver in the championship at the moment. Simon Reed ready to challenge. Could Nathan Smith take his first win? Through the chicane they come. Final truck race of the weekend here at Convoy in the Park 2025 about to get underway. The pace truck is in pit lane, the red lights are on, waiting for them to go out as they come up to the line, and off they go. The power comes on, and here we go. And look at Stephen Powell onto the grass, straight down the inside there. He's determined to try and come through to the front as quickly as he can. Simon Reed on the inside of Mark Taylor. Absolutely side by side into that first corner at Redgate. Nathan Smith has got away in 3rd place. There's a bit of push and shove there. Jock Borthwick sends John McGuinness out wide into the gravel. They're still side by side for the lead. I think Simon Reed's just got his nose in front there. They clash together again. Great cloud of dust's been thrown up at the back of the field there. They're still side by side down to the old hairpin. Fantastic stuff. Mark Taylor's on the outside. Simon Reed's going to take the lead. He pulls ahead in the Iveco, but Taylor's not giving way. Keeps his foot in. Nathan Smith in 3rd. 4th is Craig Reed. That quartet have broken away slightly. Something goes flying there. I think that was one of the course markers. Mark Taylor still side by side with Simon Reed. Terry Gibbons come through into 5th place. He's made a good start. Mark Taylor keeping his foot in. He cuts in on Simon. Oh, that was aggressive. Mark Taylor had enough of being side by side. Look at the chunk he's bitten out of the front of the bodywork of Simon Reed's Iveco. Craig Reed goes through on the inside of Nathan Smith up into 3rd place there at Coppice. And the Reed brothers, they look like they're going to gang up on Mark Taylor for that. Don't want too much needle creeping into the play here. Mark Taylor leads it then. He certainly leaned on Simon Reed in no uncertain terms there. There's bits of bodywork flying off Simon Reed's Iveco everywhere as they come over the line to complete lap at number 1. Nathan Smith in 4th, Gibbon is 5th, Stephen Powell with his flying start down the grass is up to 6th place. More truck rallycross we saw there. Jock Borthwick I think has gone missing. Where's the 32? He definitely started the race. Craig Reed goes gravel bashing. Looking for Jock Borthwick. I thought I saw him run wide as they came through. Well, everybody's running wide coming out of Redgate. I thought I saw him run wide coming out of the old hairpin. So is he in the gravel? No, he's pulled into the pits, I can tell you. So problems for Borthwick. He could be out of the race. Not been a very happy comeback, has it, for the Scotsman? Craig Reed on the tail of Nathan Smith for 3rd place now. Terry Gibbon giving chase in the 37. Up the hill they go towards McLean's. There's Borthwick. Team checking the truck. Hopefully he can rejoin. There'll be a lap down if he does. So Taylor leads from Simon Reed. It has been a bit of a battle between them. So Craig Reed puts the bumper in on Nathan Smith. Get off, says Nathan. I knew it'd get a bit lively in this final race. Simon Reed is determined to try and attack to retake the lead from Mark Taylor, whose rear wheel arch is coming loose. Power their way out of the chicane. Really get a sense of the torque of these 13-litre engines as they charge out of the chicane. Now, fastest lap for Simon Reed, and he's going for the lead down into Redgate. Got a great hole in the bodywork on the front of his truck. He's got the inside line on Mark Taylor, who leans on him again. It's European Championship against Dutch Championship competitor on British circuits here. And Simon Reed's up the inside again. Look at this. Side by side down the Craner curve. Simon Reed is not holding back here. There goes the wheel arch. That goes flying off. And Simon Reed is going to get into the lead, into the old hairpin. He's done it. What's Mark Taylor going to do this time then? He's ready for a fight back. Oh, his tyre's gone. The wheel arch has punctured the tyre. So he's on 5.5 wheels now, effectively. That wheel arch coming loose has punctured his tyre. That's going to hinder Mark Taylor, but David Jenkins, we saw, kept going for 2nd place with a puncture earlier on. So Mark's not going to slow down too much. Here's our 3rd place man. It's Nathan Smith ahead of Craig Reed, then Terry Gibbon. Stephen Powell is 6th in Graham Poole's truck, then Steve Thomas and John McGuinness round out the field. Maybe slightly smaller in numbers, but not on action in our final truck race of the weekend here at Donington Park's Convoy in the Park 2025. And we certainly have got ourselves a convoy here. Here are the leaders of it. Into the chicane. Further back there's Powell, Thomas and McGuinness. They're all together for 6th place. Over the line they go. New fastest lap for Nathan Smith. 1:28.1 for him. Nathan Smith is going after our leaders here. He's pulling away from Craig Reed. Nathan wants his first win. Are we going to get 4 different winners this weekend? The black and white flag is shown to Mark Taylor for exceeding track limits. He got a penalty for that yesterday, of course. There's Terry Gibbon. A steady comeback for him. He's trying to catch the leaders now in his unsponsored MAN. There's the punctured tyre on Mark Taylor's truck. It's not slowing him down. The double rear wheel helping. If that tyre goes bang and the rubber goes flying, you'll certainly know about it. Swinging the tail out slightly there is Gibbon. Here's the battle for 6th. They've dropped John McGuinness slightly, and Stephen Powell coming under fire from Steve Thomas. Up towards the right-hander, the rear side panel missing off the treble 3. Can Stephen Powell catch Terry Gibbon? He's got the windscreen wiper going for some reason. We've got 14 minutes of this race still to go. Here comes our leader, Simon Reed, in the Reed Freight Gemini windscreens Iveco. It's his lead gap that time through. It's 1.3 seconds, nearly 1.4 seconds over Mark Taylor now. He will be slowed slightly by that punctured tyre. There's the rear wheel arch that caused it, just sitting alongside the track on the grass. Nathan Smith has pulled away from Craig Reed now in third place. Nathan is going after Leeds. Another new fastest lap for Nathan Smith, 1:27.726. There goes Terry Gibbon. Does look good in the plain white, doesn't it, the MAN? A little bit of dust being kicked up by the race leader there as they come onto the exhibition straights. Oh, Mark Taylor's pulling into the pits. The puncture has slowed him. Now, did he get... he's been black and orange flag. The black and orange flag went out for the black and orange truck there. We just got notification of that through, so Mark Taylor was given the technical flag for that rear puncture. Obviously worried about the tyre starting to flail around and causing further problems, so they've pulled Mark Taylor into the pits. So that's put Nathan Smith in David's truck up into second place. There he is. Third is now Craig Reed. Terry Gibbon is fourth. Up to fifth is Stephen Powell. Sixth, Steve Thomas. John McGuinness is in seventh place. He's not come through. Have we lost John McGuinness as well? It's not been a great weekend at the wheel of Martin Gibson's MAN for the motorcycle legend. Black and white flag for track limits now being shown to Stephen Powell, the treble 3. He's under fire from Steve Thomas. Yes, John McGuinness hasn't come through on that last lap, unfortunately, so whether he stopped somewhere, we'll try and pick it up. There's Mark Taylor. The crew discussing what to do. Will they put a new tyre on? Can they put a new tyre on in the middle of a race? I've never seen a truck race with pit stops before. Leader's gone over the line. Another fastest lap for Nathan Smith, 1:27.018. He was 0.6 of a second quicker than leader Simon Reed that time through. There's Craig Reed in third. Personal best for him and for Terry Gibbon as well. So can they catch Simon Reed in the Iveco for the lead? There's Nathan Smith. It's Iveco from MAN. Iveco, MAN in fourth. Nearly 82 miles an hour average around this, just under 2 miles of Donington Park. 2.6 seconds was the gap. Now where's Simon Reed? There he is. Nathan Smith, you can see, he's pushing hard here. He wants a race victory. How long has he got left? Well, we're only just coming up to half distance in this race. He is catching Simon Reed. Simon looking for a double win. Mark Taylor is still in the pits. We're not sure where John McGuinness has got to, whether he's pulled into the paddock on the or around the Melbourne Loop with a problem. We saw him with suspension trouble earlier on, of course. But there you can see that gap is coming down. It was 2.67 seconds. It's less than that now. As the Iveco leads the MAN into the chicane. Let's have a look, see what the gap is this time through as they go across the stripe to complete lap number 7. 2.3 seconds out. Another fastest lap for Nathan Smith, 1:26.827. It's taken another 0.3 of a second out of Simon Reed. He's slowly but surely grinding the Iveco's lead down. I can't see John McGuinness's number 101 MAN anywhere. So I assume he's pulled into the paddock through the Melbourne Loop. There's Craig Reed in third, Terry Gibbon fourth. And Powell and Thomas, the only other two trucks left running. There's just the 6 left now. Because Mark Taylor's in the pits with a punctured tyre. And Jock Borthwick retired at the end of lap 1. It's all about the two leaders. Simon Reed, the big man from Stoke. The beard to be feared, some call him. You'd to look at him, you think he would be on a Harley Davidson perhaps rather than driving a truck. A very successful driver with his Ivecos over the years, both in the UK and overseas. Swings his way through the chicane. Coming up to complete lap number 8. The gap was 2.3 seconds between first and second place. It's come down a little, 2.2 seconds now, so only a slight decrease in gap this time through. Still working on Jock Borthwick's truck there in the pit lane, so we hopefully see him come back to do a few more laps. These two 5.5 seconds clear of Craig Reed in third place. It's been great to have the Reed brothers back out. They even brought some of their road-going heavy haulage trucks along to display in the paddock, including one of them you'll have seen if you were tuned in yesterday, with a steam locomotive on the back. Yes, really, a steam locomotive in the paddock at Donington Park. I would love to have seen that taken for a lap of the circuit. That's never been done before. Might be a bit too heavy for the track surface, possibly. First time, well, we've seen Red 5, Nigel Mansell, do laps of Donington in the past. That would have been the first time a Black 5 had done a lap of the circuit, if you know your steam locos. But in answer to what our director's just said in my earphones, yes, I am the biggest nerd on the planet sometimes, thank you very much. People who know me know I'm a locomotive enthusiast as well as a racing enthusiast. If it's got wheels and an engine of any kind, I'm there. Here come your leaders. Now what's the gap this time? 1.8 seconds. He's taken another few tenths out of Simon Reed's lead. Just under 7 minutes to go. Terry Gibbon gets the black and white flag for exceeding track limits. Simon Reed, a little bit of a slide there out onto the curb. You'll be able to see Nathan Smith closing in his mirrors. Coming towards the closing stages now of our International Truck GP. Simon Reed can hang on in front here. I don't think there's an overall winner crowned at the end of the event, but Simon would have 2 wins to 1 each for Mark Taylor and Jamie Anderson. Jamie, of course, a non-starter in this race. So he would perhaps claim the unofficial overall spoils. Looks like he's pulled away a bit from Nathan Smith there as well, as they come out of Coppice. See as they cross the line. We saw Craig Reed there in third place as well. Stephen Powell has a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, so that will possibly drop in behind Steve Thomas. He's got to stay more than 5 seconds clear of the Scania. There's Powell. I think he is more than 5 seconds clear of him now, actually. 1.49 seconds is now the gap. It comes down again. Another 0.3 of a second. You can see he's lapping just that slight quarter of a second or so quicker each lap. He's grinding that lead down. It may not be enough to catch Simon Reed, but Craig Reed gets the black and white flag now for track limits. First time penalty has gone to Stephen Powell, but he is, well, he pulled away quite considerably from Steve Thomas on the last lap, actually. And he's over 9 seconds clear now of the Scania. Nathan Smith continuing to close in, slowly but surely, on Simon Reed. Smith is coming, says one of our commenters on YouTube. He certainly is, and Simon Reed knows it. Yes, he's within almost a couple of lengths there now as they come down the straight. The gap was 1.492 last time through. Only 6 trucks left running in this one, but it's all about these 2 at the front of the field. Got to get the exit to the chicane absolutely right here. It's down to less than a second now. 1:26.702 was Smith's lap that time through. That was half a second quicker than Simon Reed. Now, Smith is really attacking. There's less than 4 minutes of this race to go. Can Nathan Smith do it? There you can see how the gap came down on that last lap. He's taken half a second out of Simon Reed, and Simon is responding. Look, he's starting to push on as they come down the Craner curves. He's got to be so careful not to run wide at any point. He knows Nathan is there, hungry for his first ever truck racing win in Father David's MAN. Simon Reed on his local circuit in the Iveco, trying his hardest to stay ahead, the heavy freight contractor from Stoke. But look at Nathan Smith. He's got the lights on in the windscreen there, just at the sides of the screen, the headlamps, to try and intimidate Simon Reed. Simon's a tough character. He will tough it out. Less than 3 minutes to go now. So we'll get 2 more laps out of this. Can Nathan Smith do it? Can he get past the Iveco ahead of him? He's almost on him as they come down to the chicane. We're in for a grandstand finish to the weekend here at Convoy in the Park 2025 in terms of truck racing. Reed gets his foot down out of the chicane. Over the line they go. 0.849 of a second is the gap. Personal best for Simon Reed. He's responding to the pressure. 126.968, 126.891. Smith closed in, but only very, very slightly. I think he's going to just come up short here, Nathan Smith, unless he can pressure Simon Reed into a mistake. So got 2 laps to go, including this one. Down the hill into the old hairpin. Little bit of a twitch there from Nathan Smith in the DS Commercials MAN. He's got to push as hard as he dares here to try and force an error from Simon Reed. Into McLean's. Can he do it? Can Simon Reed hang on? Can Nathan Smith find a way past the Iveco? Gets the tighter line there, Nathan, through Coppice. I don't think he's going to be close enough into the chicane this time. Tries to move up on the tighter line there. Doing last lap this time, the last lap of truck racing this weekend at Convoy in the Park. And Simon Reed trying his hardest to hang on for victory. The last lap board goes out, 0.87 of a second in it, so no real change in the gap there. In fact, Reed was slightly, very slightly quicker on that lap by a couple of hundredths of a second. So he's responding to Nathan Smith's pressure. They're way ahead of Craig Reed, who's about 9.5 seconds back in 3rd place. Down the Craners for the last time. I think Simon Reed has just about done enough. He's going to take an audacious lunge into the chicane for the last time for Nathan Smith if he's going to try and pull off a surprise victory. A wonderful duel it has been between these two, with Nathan applying the pressure and Simon soaking it up through McLean's. If he doesn't get alongside at Coppice, and he isn't going to, it's going to be all on the chicane. He's got to come from a long way back here. Simon Reed has just got to get the exit to Coppice absolutely right. And gets his foot down. He's pulled away from Nathan Smith. I don't think Nathan's going to do it. He'll move to the inside. He's going to come from way back. He's not going to do it. He's right there on the tail of Simon Reed. I don't think he'll get alongside out of the chicane. And an absorbing duel in our final truck race of the weekend is going to be won by Simon Reed in the Iveco. 2nd for Nathan Smith. 0.386 was the gap. He tried his hardest out of the chicane but couldn't quite get there. Craig Reed will complete the podium in 3rd. And a deserved round of applause for both of them from the audience. Terry Gibbon is 4th in his MAN. We wait for 5th place to come home. It's going to be Stephen Powell. He's got a 5-second penalty pending, but I think he's more than 5 seconds clear of Steve Thomas. There's the Scania in the background. Well, we lost Mark Taylor into the pits. He was flagged in with that puncture. We lost Jock Borthwick early on. We lost John McGuinness as well. But the other 6 putting on a fine show. And Nathan Smith showboating. We'll have to name him Sideways Smith. Look at that. Needs to be in one of the drift cars. Steve Thomas comes in, and he was only 7/10 off Steve Powell once the penalty was applied. Steve just did enough for 5th. And a chorus of air horns heralds them round on the slowdown lap. The truck racing comes to an end. One more car race to come. There's your provisional results. Simon Reed, the winner, 0.38 of a second, the eventual margin. And Nathan Smith got the fastest lap. I really hope we see Nathan out in the British Championship next year. He's driven superbly this weekend. Craig Reed in third place ahead of Terry Gibbon. And Stephen Powell in fifth. Steve Thomas, the final finisher, in sixth. We lost Mark Taylor, John McGuinness and Jock Borthwick, and a couple of non-starters as well. But thank you to all our truck racers for their entertainment in the British Championship and the International Truck GP. I love Callum's comment here. Last bend lunge like saloon stock cars, maybe. If you tried to do a last bend lunge like that in a truck, you'd end up in the next town, I think. Thanks for all your comments coming in. Certainly one of the most enjoyable races at the weekend. And a further penalty for Stephen Powell. He actually got a 15-second penalty. That's why he was so close to Steve Thomas in the end. He still keeps fifth, I think. But that brings the curtain down on our truck races this weekend. And then we move on to our final race, which is the OT Publishing Coupe Cup. Oh, the trucks have made their way around to Parc Fermé, so let's hand down to Pointy and Ian.
Well, it is a sight. It is a sight we thought we would never see. Pointy.
Again.
You running.
Twice.
Oh, John, almost you again. Pointy, there you go, take it.
Oh, thanks, Ian. Oh, shouldn't have run. Come to me, John. Right, so there we go then. Quite an action-packed International Truck Prix there for the last race of the weekend. We look round and see some very early damage on Simon Reed now, which is that early contact with Mark Taylor. But of course, Mark Taylor coming off considerably worse from that impact. Here comes now Mark Taylor, speaking of the devil. Let's see, they can hope they can stay apart on this occasion. Craig Reed over in the distance, massive bump with him and Jock Borthwick earlier on in the weekend. So it's great to see him back out as well, because that could have really gone either way. But I think the real, we've not even got him in yet, but I think the real guy, so hopefully we'll have a wander up in a moment and try and speak to him, Nathan Smith, son of Dave Smith. 2 trophies each now this weekend, which is just great to see. There was a bit of camaraderie, a bit of a joke between the two, father and son rivalry almost, as we see most weekends of course on the GT team with Stuart and Michael, but it really was all to play for these two. I don't think we're going to get any drivers at this stage. I mean, let's just walk over to him, come on. A shame of course though for Jamie Anderson, that damage to Neil Yates' MAN earlier on meant that he couldn't take part, which would have almost inevitably been another great result for Jamie Anderson. But of course, in the right place, holding off the attacks and managing to make it stick, we've got Mr. Simon Reed. Are you ready? You feeling better? You're fresh? Are you wiped off?
I'm fresh as I'll ever be.
So tell us, try and give us a blow-by-blow of what happened early on in that race with Mark Taylor, the coming together, and why you think he eventually dropped so far back.
Yeah, well, Mark had a tyre go, and I don't know, to be honest, we went come all the way down Craners and everything was all good.
And then, to be fair, we went round the bottom of Cranes up Starkeys, and then round the top corner, again, we went together. But then, between the two of us, we'd slipped up. Mark had come across, and we were just a general tussle. But I think I took his tyre out, and then from then on, I'll be honest, I thought I'd done a spring or something because the truck's doing that. But, you know, it carried on braking, it carried on steering in a straight line, so I just dealt with it. And then I saw, obviously, hat off to Nathan. He clawed me in then, and then, to be fair, as always, I suppose I work a little bit on thrill of the chase. But if someone's chasing you, or you're chasing someone, you always find another gear, don't you? But
you do indeed.
it was just, I was just hoping something wasn't going to backfire, resulting to the vibration. But it all stayed together, the old girl did, and we come across the line, and jobs are good.
Another great trophy for Simon Reed. We've lost. Have we got Craig? Has he done one now? Has it disappeared? He's gone. Craig. Right, he's done one. He's done one. 0121, do one. If just for those of you that aren't from the Midlands, as we'll hear Craig now use the word meowed, won't we? Meowed?
Yes, meowed.
Good
Yeah,
meowed.
yeah, that's it.
Last race of the weekend for the trucks.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that one?
Good. I had, well, just same as the last race, my brakes went red hot and I just couldn't. I'm pressing the boost button down the straights trying to cool it down. Then Jack said to me, blooming track limits, so I'm trying to keep it as tidy as I can. But I thought I'm not going to chuck this away, but I just couldn't press on just because of the track limits and my brakes were 550 degrees. So,
but I mean, the fact we got another couple of races out of you this weekend after that smash we saw yesterday. Have you enjoyed yourself in the international?
No, I have. That was that paid for the job, So I'll go home and fix my truck now.
Yeah,
so,
fix your truck and back to babysitting trains probably.
That's it. Yeah. More trains, and then that pays for fix the trucks.
Oh my goodness, man! Looks like we've got some fans over here. Wave hello to the fans.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. So we'll be back next year, hopefully.
100%.
And what's next for Team Reed, obviously, with regards to racing?
We've got, I've got my FIA truck at home, which is a bare chassis. I've got 5 weeks to build that for Zolder.
Loads of time.
Yeah. And then hopefully you might see us at Le Mans with the FIA, and then onto a Rama, depending on how we feel like.
Of course, Le Mans, yes. The thing that everyone's talking about, if you haven't seen the footage from Le Mans last year, head over to the BTRC YouTube channel to watch all the action from all the races, because we did stream the lot.
Yeah. No, it's mega, to be fair. I was sitting in Jock's trailer watching the British, to be honest with you. Yeah.
No favouritism though.
No,
I think we all behaved quite well that weekend.
Yeah, definitely.
Makes a change.
It does, yeah.
Right, Craig, I'll let you go. Thank you very much for being with us here at Donington this weekend. Let's wind this up now, and as I say, a massive thank you to all of you guys, the truck fans at home on BARC Live, watching us on YouTube, of course, with the British Truck Racing. Loads more racing action out on the circuit for you, so I'll hand back to Dave. Thanks for joining us here at the British Truck Racing.
Thank you, Pointy. Well, cars are making their way out onto circuit then, and round for the start of our final race of the day, which is the OT Publishing Coupe Cup. Their 45-minute pit stop race. Identical 2-litre Hyundai Coupes. The grid lines up as follows. Nathan Williams, Adam Jones on the front row. Second row, Ben Wilkinson and Sean Jones. Hazim Zaki and Wayne Rocket and Alex Kersley on row 3. Wayne Rocket starts that car. Andrew Holmes and Matthew Watson on row 4. Paul Smith and Mark Jones completing the top 10. Row 6, car number 88 will be started by Ash Miller, sharing with Harvey Kersley, son of Alex. Ian Brunning alongside. Row 7 will be the number 21, Simon Smith and David Jarvis. Then Roger Owens alongside. Car 51 will be started by Paul Lorry, sharing with David Whedon alongside Darren Ford. Row 9, Jake Carpenter and Tim Prince. 10th row, Spencer Hirons and the Callaways. We don't have a starting driver for that one, I'm afraid. And Mark Ridout and Gary Hobbs start at the back. Let's see if Ian was able to catch up with anyone before this race got underway.
So one of the most interesting stories from the paddock this weekend is Andrew Holmes. You haven't been in the race car for 2 years now, and until this morning the car wasn't even ready to go out on track.
No, my prep was as per usual quite last minute. We were working on the car all week, and then when we got here I asked the series director John just to give it a little once over, and he found a couple of bits that I'd missed. So we were running around it last night and this morning trying to get it done, but it's happy, it's running, it's performed well in quali, so I'm happy with that.
And obviously before this morning you haven't actually driven the car either. It's a new to you car. So talk to us about the challenge of when you jump out onto the track in a car that's completely new to you, that wasn't really ready until this morning. It's obviously it's a big challenge, it's a big step.
Yeah, I mean, it's still got a cobweb in it from the prep, because that was sort of like we'll clean it up, last minute job. But my team have done a really good job to get it clean, especially Lauren. She's done really well to get it looking nice and fresh and get the vinyl on it. Yeah, so getting out on circuit, we've got to do a minimum of 3 laps to qualify to get into the race without any problems. So the initial bit was, let's get around these 2 laps, let's not fall off. And then it was, right, let's see what it's made of. And yeah, I was trying, let's put it that way. But it's weird to get back into a car where you don't know what the balance is going to be like. You've never raced the car itself. Everything's alien, everything's new. So it's just about feeling what you've got under you and trying to make the best of it.
Obviously qualified 8th, which is a fantastic result for your first time back as the car starts up. So qualifying 8th, what's your expectations for the race?
I'm hoping to go forward, but there's some good names ahead of me. So yeah, if I come back in 8th, I'll be happy. I'll be even happier if I get a bit further up.
Absolutely welcome.
Thanks to Kieran Mogg there. We had to crash out of that one because the cars are on the grid and ready to go. The black and white's number 50 of Nathan Williams on pole. The grey and blue car of Adam Jones alongside him. They've divided up the wins so far this season between them in the sprint races for the OT Publishing Coupe Cup. Let's see what happens over 45 minutes. We're underway and down towards that first corner. Well, Ben Wilkinson makes a super start from the second row of the grid in the white number 10 car, and he's going to lead the way into Redgate for the first time. Into that first corner they go. They start to sort themselves out. Pick them up as they go down the Craner curves for the first time. Or was that Ben Wilkinson, or is it Hazim Zaki, the number 19? I may have misread the number there on that car. We'll pick it up as they come down. Yes, I think it is Ben Wilkinson who has the lead. Nathan Williams in second. The rest of them make their way through in the sunshine. Somebody's off on the outside there. That's Adam Jones, I think, that's run wide in the 43. I thought he was heading for Mansell's Wall there by the bridge. He's rejoined a bit further down the order. So that's one of our possible favourites in trouble there, I think. A bit tricky to see the numbers on 1 or 2 of these cars. So if I misidentify any of them, I apologise in advance. Nathan Williams, we know, is in second place. There's Jones up in third. The number 17 car, watch for Wayne Rockets. He's won more races than most. That's the red, white and blue Gen 3 car. It's his first time in that car today, so he's still getting used to it as they come down into the chicane for the first time. It is Ben Wilkinson, number 10 by the look of it, who has got the lead. Big lock up there from Rocket. Nearly clips the back of the car ahead of him there as they cross the stripe for the first time. It is Wilkinson who leads from Williams. It's the 88 car up in third place, the black car there of Ash Miller and Harvey Kersley. That car's gained 8 places on the opening lap. How on earth has Ash Miller done that? That's brilliant. There's Adam Jones, number 43, so it wasn't him who ran wide. I do apologise there. It's Hazim Zaki in the blue, number 19, in third place. So the white car of Ben Wilkinson leads the way. Made a super start from the second row of the grid, but round the outside goes Nathan Williams. He takes the lead coming into the old hairpin. Good move there by the man who has pretty much, along with Adam Jones, dominated this series this year. But Ash Miller, and sharing with Harvey Kersley, the young gun, is one to watch here to say the least in the first of the Kersley Motorsport cars. He's flown through the order in the early stages up into third position. Hazim Zaki is in fourth place. I think it's Wayne Rocket still in fifth. And the 43 of Adam Jones, the grey car with the blue bonnet, is down into sixth position. He's got back ahead of Wayne Rocket there, the number 17. Matthew Watson, the pink car, is next in the order. And also having a phenomenal first lap is Mark Ridout. He had problems in qualifying started from the back of the grid. He gained 13 places on that first lap and he's up to 8th. My goodness. I think that's the silver car that we can just see behind Matthew Watson there as they cross the line. Rocket's lost a bit of ground there as well. In fact, I'm not sure Wayne Rocket's come through unless his transponder's not working. We'll look back in a moment as Nathan Williams leads. Miller is now up into 2nd place. There's a lot going on. Well, you wouldn't think this was a 45 minutes enduro race. You'd think this was a 5-minute sprint, wouldn't you? The way this lot are going at it. Ben Wilkinson then goes down to 3rd. Ash Miller is through into 2nd place. There is Ben Wilkinson, the Bezo Motorsports number 10 car. Had a great start, but has dropped back from 1st to 3rd. And here come their pursuers up the hill into McLean's. Not sure what happened to the 17 of Rocket there. They were up there in the top 10. It's come across the line in 14th place, according to the TSL timing screen. Zaki still 4th, then it's 43 Adam Jones in 5th position. Wouldn't believe it, but Nathan Williams is in his first season of car racing. He's only done sim racing up to this year, moving into the real world, and he's taken the majority of the race wins. Adam Jones back in 5th place there behind Hazim Zaki in the number 19. 6th across the line, that's Mark Ridout, the silver and red car. Started at the back of the grid, he had problems in qualifying, but he's coming through into 6th place now, ahead of Matthew Watson. 32 Mark Jones, no relation to Adam and Sean incidentally, is in 8th place. I think it was Sean Jones who ran wide at the old hairpin onto the grass on the first lap, not Adam. Sorry for that missed call. Ian Brunning is 9th, and 38's Darren Ford, currently rounding out the top 10. A long way to go yet. There's number 16 we heard from earlier on, the blue car. That's Andrew Holmes. Down into the right-hander, up the inside of the 38s. Darren Ford in the Lightning McQueen lookalike goes out wide and loses the spot. 26 is Roger Owens, battling it out with the 17 of Wayne Rocket. He must have made a mistake at the chicane, the way he dropped back earlier on. 47 is Sean Jones, one of our novices. The 51 car, watch for Paul Lorry in the purple and white car there towards the back of this group. David Whedon, of course, is sharing with him. Number 1, the white car, had a spin in qualifying and was nearly hit by David Whedon. That's the Callaways. We don't know which of the Callaways, Paul or Jonty, started this race. The yellow number 6 car is Paul Smith towards the back of this group. A little bit of damage on the front of Sean Jones's car there as he makes a move to the inside. Whoa, he locks up there, he's going to lose it. He's hit the tyre stack. Look out, wallop. Oh dear. Well, we might not get to see David Whedon race because that's destroyed the front end of Paul Lorry's car. He's going to try and limp it into pit lane. Look at the state of that. Luckily, he's able to limp it away. That's very much the end of Paul Lorry and David Whedon's race. The front end of that car is destroyed. Now let's hope that there isn't too much clean-up needed. We don't want to see a safety car. Sean Jones was involved there as well. I think he's headed for the pits to number 47. Yeah, he was the car that spun and got hit. That's a great shame to lose 2 fairly potent challengers early on there. Making the move there, number 6, Paul Smith, on the inside of Gary Hobbs, the other yellow car there, the yellow tiger striped car. He starts at the back, he pulled up in qualifying at the Craner Curve, started at the back. So Gary Hobbs from Hayling Island, Paul Smith from Milton Keynes. Here's a couple of Generation 3 Hyundai Coupes. Wayne Rocket is at the wheel of one of them, being chased by 38 of Darren Ford, and we are going to have the safety car. As Ben Wilkinson runs wide there coming out of the chicane, but the safety car is being scrambled because of some clear-up needed, I presume, down at the chicane. Gives us a chance to take stock of things. Of course, Kieran Mogg is going to be down in the pit lane for us when the pit window opens. That'll be 15 minutes into this race. Now let's have a look again. Watch the number 47 car, Sean Jones. He loses it under braking as he tries to take Roger Owens. He spins into the tyre stack, and Paul Lorry unsighted. Bang! That was a big impact. Straight over the front wheel. Luckily, both cars limped into the pit lane, but there's debris to be cleared up down there and a check for fluids at the chicane as well. Look at the state of Paul Lorry's car. That is destroyed. Not very coupe shape now, certainly. Kieran Mogg, I think, is down there in the pits to get some reaction to that incident. We'll come over to Kieran when we can, hopefully get some reaction to that incident. We hope that Paul Lorry, it was who started that car, is okay, and Sean Jones as well. So 2 cars out of the race already. We're down to 20 runners. Your leader is Nathan Williams, ahead of Ash Miller. See the yellow and red striped flag out there at the chicane, warning of a possible slippery surface. They make their way through the chicane, to be picked up by the safety car. There is the Hyundai safety car. I've only seen it once previously today in the junior saloon cars when Lexi Powell went off at Coppice. Ash Miller absolutely flying in that black Kersley Motorsport car. It's Harvey Kersley Jr., who will take over that car later on. The amount of gravel on the circuit there as well. Ben Wilkinson is third. It's Adam Jones in fourth, and Hazim Zaki is fifth. Let's head down to Kieran in the pits then.
Yes, thank you very much. We're down here with Sean now. Talk to us about what happened just then.
Oh, that was horrendous. I lost it under braking, spun, and Paul had nowhere to go, and just met in the middle. So there we go. Yeah, not good, but best ever qualifying, followed by worst ever race. I think that's probably the best way to say. But hey ho, I hear Paul's all right, so that's the main thing. I'm all right. I'm standing here, so yeah, there we go.
So your son's still in the race. He's had a bit of an iffy start, but he looks like he might be able to gain the positions.
He can't buy a start. He is terrible at starting. He needs, if he's got a weak part of his racing, it's his starts. So if he could start, then maybe he would win more races. So,
well, fingers crossed. There's still a long way to go.
Yeah, I'm hopeful. I shall be I'll be cheerleader now.
Absolutely. Well, commiserations, and hopefully you can get some good results.
Well, Rubbins racing, as Jason Plato used to say.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you very much. Right, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Kieran. Good to see that the drivers are okay after that incident, and some sweeping up of fluids needed there. That's the reason for the safety car, is to clear the debris away from the chicane. Safety car has picked up Nathan Williams, the black and white number 50. Ash Miller coming through for second, 8 places gained on the opening lap alone. Ben Wilkinson in third, briefly led at the start. Then Adam Jones in fourth place, son of Sean. He's gone ahead of Hazim Zaki in the navy blue car there. Behind him, it is Mark Ridouts from the back of the grid. Matthew Watson in the pink car is 7th. And 32 Mark Jones in 8th. Rest of them make their way through. Just look at the damage there. Paul Lorry is lucky. Car's about a foot shorter than it was. Well, David Whedon, BARC official, took a day off from officiating at this event so he could compete. That's the car he was supposed to take over. Race Coupe Cup says on YouTube, get the hammer out, John Winter, and fix that car. I think you'll need more than a hammer to put that right. That's going to need reshelling. Plenty of support for Hazim Zaki on our YouTube feed at the moment. Good to see fans cheering the drivers on. Let us know who you're supporting in this race. A lot of them are relative newcomers. This series, it is a series, not a championship. There's no points on the Hyundai Coupe Cup. But let us know who you're supporting. It's aimed at novice racers, those learning to race, making their first steps into saloon car racing. Identical 2-litre Hyundai Coupes. Well, any generation is allowed, Gen 1, 2 and 3. And they're kept as standard as possible, with only safety equipment really being allowed. No real performance mods for these coupes. Great to see so many of them here. The 22 cars on the grid. So they make their way round behind the safety car. Tim Prince at the back of the field there in the Gulf liveried car. And just ahead of him is Jake Carpenter, who's in yellow and purple. I'm not too sure if that's the car that Michael Evans usually races. He races in purple and yellow. Been with the series for a number of years, along with his father Alan. The pit window is going to open in a minute. And when it does, with the safety cars still out, everybody's going to make their pit stops at the same time, aren't they? So at 30 minutes to go, the pit window opens. Well, we mentioned Dave Whedon was due to be in this race, and I think he's talking to Kieran down in the pits.
Thank you, I'm down here with Dave Whedon. Obviously, you were supposed to be jumping in the number 51. You've taken a day off from BARC to do this, and unfortunately, it's ended prematurely.
Yeah, it happens. It's motor racing, isn't it? So the main thing's Paul's all right. The car can be fixed, but it's how it goes, isn't it? Just one of those, really.
And how was qualifying earlier? Obviously, like I say, jumping out of the marshal, not the marshals, the scrutineering upset, not the scrutineering, you know what I mean? Thank you, that's the one, race control. It's a hot day. Jumping out of race control into the car for that session this morning. How was it out there today?
Qualifying was really good. We weren't last, that was the aim. And we were looking forward to a good race. I think we would have put a good race together, but it's just one of those things, isn't it? I mean, I'm really lucky that Paul's obviously let me drive his car with him this weekend, and we did some testing on Friday. This is my favourite circuit in the world. I love pre-war racing. This pace is really important to me, and just to be able to drive around here this weekend at speed, and you know, I've enjoyed myself. I'm not going home upset. Things happen. It's motor racing, so you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Can we see you out again?
Yeah, hopefully. We'll probably try and do something else later in the year if we can get the car back together, and you know, definitely 100%. But it's nice to be able to play with the Coupe Cup guys. I've been coordinator for nearly 8 years now. This is the first time I've raced with them. They're all brilliant guys. There's great camaraderie because it's not a championship. You don't fight for points. So there's no silly moves, silly overtaking, silly racing. Everyone, you know, well, apart from what's just happened there, but you know, it's by far one of the best series to race in the UK, especially if you're a novice or you want to start racing. They're forgiving cars. Everyone, it's like a giant family. And so, yeah, why not advertise it when I've got the chance?
No, absolutely. Well, obviously, unfortunately, it's ended prematurely, but hopefully we can see you back out later in the year. So thank you very much for talking to us. And back to you guys.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks very much, Kieran. Bad luck to David Whedon there. Looking forward to seeing David out on track. We saw him race earlier this season with the Track Action Race Club in a Peugeot. Well, the pit window is open. One car came in a couple of laps ago. Spencer Hirons, number 65, came in. I think that might have been before the pit window was open. We're probably going to see a swathe of cars come in now. It's going to be everybody in while the safety car is out. So they won't lose as much time. It's a minimum 90 seconds from pit in to pit out on your stop. Obviously, some cars will be changing drivers. And if they're not changing drivers, the driver has to get out, open the door, get out, close the door, open it again, and then get back in again to simulate a driver change, if you like. Everybody in. Look, thought that would happen. The 88 of Ash Miller has stayed out. Adam Jones has stayed out. Mark Ridout is still out there. Ian Brunning, Wayne Rockets. Anybody else staying out? Yes, the Callaways are. We don't know who's in that car. We didn't get the starting driver for that one. And 3 more cars towards the back. That's Hobbs, Carpenter and Prince, but everybody else is in. Look out, John, our cameraman. There is Ben Wilkinson in the pits. Now here's how it works. Door open, belts off, jump out, close door, open door, jump in. And there's Lightning McQueen again. He was a Saxo earlier, now he's a coupe. That's Darren Ford's car. Pit stop timing going on. There's number 16, Andrew Holmes. The AMH16 Racing blue machine. The number 21 there as well, the orange and white car. That's the car of Simon Smith and David Jarvis. We don't know who started that one, unfortunately. We didn't get the starting drivers for every 2-driver car. There should have been 5 of them out there. Pretty vacant racing, it says on the side of the car. There's Matthew Watson, the pink machine. The number 6 of Paul Smith from Milton Keynes. The car looks a bit battered as well. Loving the eyes on the front of that car. Googly eyes make anything funnier. And the helmet design even matches the car for Matt Watson, the number 12 from Norfolk. Bit of a squeeze out of the pit lane there. It's very busy down there. So Ash Miller's going to be leading. Roger Owens comes in the 26. Andrew Holmes, mind our camera, as he leaves. Six car is worked on. 21. There goes Mark Jones, no relation to Sean and Adam in the number 32. Darren Ford leaving. Here comes the 21 machine. Number 6 of Paul Smith. Looks like he's going to find himself at the back of the queue because the bonnet is up. He can't get it going again. Kersley Motorsport looking after this car. They're looking on. What's the problem? Kieran will find out for us, I'm sure. Kieran's standing by there, I can see, but they can't get the car started. Looking at the electronics there. Is the battery flat? Let's find out with Kieran. Going for a push start in the end.
Unfortunately, Paul Smith has had a load of issues with that car today. Kersley Motorsport have been working on it, and they've tried jumping it, they've tried obviously push starting it and everything, as you can see at the moment, but yeah, they've had an awful lot of issues with it, unfortunately. They were hopeful they'd be able to manage to jump it during the pit stop, but obviously, unfortunately, it's not turned out that way.
And also into the pit lane this time comes the number 8 machine.
Well, thanks, Kieran. Bad luck to Paul Smith at Kersley Motorsport there. Electrical problems by the look of it. The car refusing to fire up after its pit stop. There's Mark Ridout in the number 70. He gets back in again. He's phantom driver change. Car for hire, it says on the side. They do have arrive and drive packages in this formula. So if you fancy a go at Saloon car racing, if you've got an ARDS licence, why not hire a Hyundai Coupe and have a go? Normally it's 2 15 or 2 20-minute races in a weekend, 2 sprint races. So how many cars haven't yet come in? Miller and Kersley lead the way. They have yet to stop. Adam Jones has come in. Mark Ridout we can see is in. Ian Brunning has yet to stop. The fluid's still being cleared up at the chicane. Wayne Rocket hasn't come in yet. There's Adam Jones leaving. He's done his simulated driver change. There goes Mark Ridout just behind him. He was just behind him on track as well. Their pit stop's exactly the same. This is the number 8 car of Gary Hobbs with the black tiger stripes. He had problems in qualifying. He pulled up at the Craner Curves behind one of the marshals posts. He started at the back of the grid. So by Prep and Paints. Checking his belts there, and away he goes. You can't drive off while still putting your belts on. You have to be belted in before you drive off. That's why the running start at Le Mans was abandoned, of course, because the drivers were driving off and not doing up their seat belts. So away goes the number 8, Novice Cross on the back. Now, is Ash Miller going to come in this time? They've still got 7 minutes to make their stops. Yes, he is. Ian Brunning comes in as well. Anybody else? Yes, the Callaways come in. Purple car there, that's Jake Carpenter, number 31, has come in as well. Has anybody not yet stopped? Wayne Rocket and Alex Kersley, they will inherit the lead of this race in the Gen 3 car there. Tim Prince has yet to come in as well, the blue and orange, number 44. Swing their way into the pit garages. Almost in formation there. Very nicely done. Driver change taking place between Ash Miller and Harvey Kersley. Let's move the seat there, I think. The car missing its rear screen. I hadn't noticed that. So no rear windscreen on the 88 car. Strapping in young Harvey Kersley, graduate of the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Door closes on Ian Brunning's car. Mechanic timing the pit stop. Gets minimum 90 seconds. If you go under that, you could get a penalty. And off he goes. I think that was Mark Chitty, one of the regular mechanics for the series over the years, who was doing the timing there. Safety car still out then. We've still got 5 minutes of the pit window. 2 cars that have yet to stop. And let's go down to Kieran Mogg in the pits, find out who he's found for us to talk to.
Yes, thank you. I'm down here with Ash Miller, who's just jumped out of the 88. That was one heck of a stint for you.
Thanks, mate. We've just got to be out there and go for it. Yeah. You know, you can't hold back from 11th on the grid, so make up as many positions early on as we can, and yeah, drove like hell.
And obviously, you've jumped in as a oh, there's a car coming in. You've jumped in as a sub and everything. This is your first race in the coupes and leading. Not bad.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of where I was. You know, the expectations are quite high. You know, sort of thing, but. Yeah, I was just, I mean, first lap in the car was qualifying today. Yeah. I had no idea what to expect, and yeah, I just gave it my all, you know.
Well, obviously you set your teammate up for a fantastic stint, so hopefully you can finish on the top 3.
Here's hoping. Harvey's a good peddler as well, so I mean, I coached him, so he better be, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good luck for the rest of the race. Hopefully we'll speak to you later on, and back to you guys.
Well, thanks, Kieran. We've got a cracking battle going on up in the McLeans at the moment because we're back to green flag racing. The safety cars come in, well done to the marshals. It is Hazim Zaki who has emerged after the pit stops with the lead at the moment, ahead of Wilkinson. Oh, we've got another car off. It's Roger Owens, rather. I was about to say Nathan Williams there because he's battling for second. But Roger Owens, the man from Kettering, has put his car in the gravel. He's out of the race. I hope that doesn't lead to another safety car. But Roger's out of it. Here's the leaders, and it is Hazim Zaki from Hemel Hempstead in the navy blue car who leads away. Nathan Williams battling with Ben Wilkinson for second place, and Matthew Watson in the pink car is in fourth place. Rocket and Kersley are still in the pits, as is Tim Prince, number 44. But over the line go the leaders. Zaki has emerged from the pit stops with the lead. As they go into red gates, and there is the 44 car leaving. I think that means everybody has now completed their pit stops. Yes, Rocket and Kersley have rejoined. So that's up at red gate. They're covering it with yellow flags. The telehandler is going to try and remove Roger Owens' car from the gravel, so hopefully we won't need another safety car. Okay, so it's Hazim Zaki, number 19, who's emerged with the lead after pit stops, and Ben Wilkinson is almost pushing Nathan Williams along there in second place. Fourth is Matthew Watson, so can Zaki hang on in front to take his first ever victory? Newcomer to racing this year. He's got the novice cross on the back of his car. So the order is Zaki, Williams, Wilkinson, Watson. I think it's Mark Jones, 32 in 5th position. 6th is Darren Ford, number 38. Then in 7th place is number 43, that's Adam Jones. Watch for him coming through. Smith and Jarvis, number 21 in 8th place. Mark Ridout 9th and Andrew Holmes 10th is how we see it at the moment. Waiting for the last couple of cars who've just come in to slot back in when they've completed their outlaps. Everything will cycle through and then we'll get an idea of who is running where. The pit window is still open for just under 2 minutes, but everybody has made their mandatory stop with the exception of Spencer Hirons. He came in before the pit window opened and has retired. Of course, the 2 cars we lost in the incident that brought out the safety car as well. So 14 laps have been completed then. One car being lapped there. I think that's the number 1 of the Callaways going a lap down. Paul and Jonty. I think it was Paul that started that car, possibly, the more experienced of the pair, and Jonty has taken over. I'm not 100% certain on that. Move being made there into the old hairpin. That was Paul Smith, number 6. They've got that car going again after its electrical trouble. Battling away with Adam Jones and Mark Ridout closing up as well. Paul Smith will be a lap down, I think, after having had to get a push start. There's a penalty for number 31. A big cloud of tyre smoke there, didn't see who that was. Number 31 of Carpenter, 10-second penalty for an out of position start. That's the yellow and purple car, I think. Jones and Ridout's nose to tail. That's for 7th place. Here are the leaders. 3 of them line astern. Matthew Watson's dropped back a little in the number 12 car. He's being reeled in now by the number 1, the Callaway car. That's a lap down. Mark Jones is 5th and Zaki under fire now. Hazim Zaki from Nathan Williams, looking to add yet another win to his list in 2025 in the Coupe Cup. He won every circuit they've visited so far this season. He's only been defeated a couple of times by Adam Jones. Nobody else has got a look in at the top of the tree. The Smith and Jarvis car is back in, the orange and white number 21. They've headed back into the pits. Ben Wilkinson giving chase to Nathan Williams. They're reeling in the race lead now. Nathan Williams almost up alongside Hazim Zaki there as they came through Schwantz Curve. And with the speed Nathan has shown this year, I think it's not a question of if but when he's going to try and make a move on Hazim Zaki for the lead. Zaki moves across into Coppice. Williams, is he going to try and go around the outside in the DKMS Cup? No thinks better of that one. Maybe he'll try and slipstream him on the run down to the chicane. Zaki tries to make his coupe as wide as possible. Under intense pressure from the sim racing star Nathan Williams. Ben Wilkinson lurking there in the number 10 behind them as well. This is great stuff. Still nearly 14 minutes of this race to go. Oh, the 31 of Carpenter goes off. I think he's blown up. Yes, he's blown the engine. Now, has that put oil down at Redgate? I think it has. Jake Carpenter goes up in smoke. Marshals will check that car is not on fire. Ditched it into the gravel. It'll be a yellow flag out at Redgate. He'd just got that 10-second penalty as well. It's irrelevant now. Here come your leaders, and Ben Wilkinson has dropped back a bit there. Did he hit oil possibly going into Redgate? Did he slide wide? We didn't quite see that. I thought he had. Wouldn't be surprised. I imagine there's oil down from Jake Carpenter's car. Either oil or coolant from Carpenter's car up there. Certainly fluids down. The yellow and red striped flag will be out. Yellow flags as well. Ben Wilkinson, we're told, did slide wide on that liquid there. Leaving 2 for the lead. Nathan Williams now free to attack. Hazim Zaki for the lead. There, the Smith and Jarvis car back in pit lane. They've got a problem. Jones and Ridout have got past Darren Ford for 6th and 7th. Through the chicane. One pool of liquid already cleared up there, of course. And now they're facing a possibly, well, you can see the trail of liquid on the outside there into Redgate. We need to take the tighter line here. Hazim Zaki still leads, and that's Mark Ridout out. Now, where has he stopped? That, I think, is the run out of Schwantz Curve. Another car retires. He was battling with Andrew Holmes and Darren Ford. So another car into retirement. Yeah, that's at Schwantz Curve, out on the right of the circuit. The 31 is towed into the paddock. They're dropping like flies after the pit stops. And there's still another 11.5 minutes to go in this OT Publishing Coupe Cup race. Their mini enduro held annually. There's Mark Jones and Adam Jones, no relation. They're running 5th and 6th. Your leader is Hazim Zaki still. There's the 21 car back in pit lane of Jarvis and Smith. They're out of it. Nathan Williams isn't, though. He's going to attack for the lead as they come out of Coppice. He might have a run here down into the chicane. He's got the inside line on Hazim Zaki. Can he get the lead under braking? He's got the line. He's surely going to get the lead down into the chicane, and Nathan Williams takes up the lead. Hazim tries to fight back. Nathan Williams gets his foot down out of the chicane. He's got the advantage now. 3rd place is Ben Wilkinson. Watson still there in 4th, just lurking behind them. Then the Joneses. There's 16 cars left running now out of the 22 who started. 7th is Darren Ford, 8th Andrew Holmes, 9th it's Gary Hobbs who started from the back. Miller and Harvey Kersley are 10th. We caught up with Ash Miller, the Australian, earlier on. Ian Brunning in 11th, then the old hands, as they were called earlier, Wayne Rocket and Alex Kersley, they're down at 12th. Paul Smith is 13th, still running after those electrical gremlins. 14th are the Callaways. And 15th is Tim Prince, so it's 15 cars left running. So of course, Mark Ridout has dropped out as well. But Hazim Zaki is fighting back. Andrew Holmes is battling away with Darren Ford as well. Has a bit of a lunge into the old hairpin there. But Lightning McQueen holds him off. Just under 10 minutes to go. A lot could still change in this OT Publishing Coupe Cup Mini Enduro. 15 cars remain. And Zaki is fighting back. He's got a run on the inside here, going into the chicane. Look at this. Hazim Zaki retakes the lead under braking. Fantastic into the chicane there. Plenty of our YouTube commenters cheering Hazim on. Here comes Nathan Williams fighting back. They're absolutely side by side over the line. Ben Wilkinson getting involved in this as well. What a cracking race between these three. Wilkinson has closed back up. Williams has gone wide. He's hit the fluid on the outside. He forgot it was there, I think. And Nathan Williams ran wide. Did he go into the gravel there? No, he saved it, but Ben Wilkinson's going to go through into 2nd place. So Hazim Zaki leads the way. Ben Wilkinson going into 2nd. They've got to be so careful on that outside line into Redgate with that fluid from Jake Carpenter's car. And Ben Wilkinson is up into P2. Nathan Williams has it all to do again. Zaki runs a bit wide there out of the old hairpin. This is tremendous stuff. Proof that you don't need a big budget to have a close and competitive motor race. Nathan Williams is all ready to fight back, and number 8, Gary Hobbs, into the pits for a 2nd time. That might be a penalty, actually. Yes, drive-through penalty for exceeding track limits. And number 8 has got that. Number 17, Rockets and Kersley have got one as well. Alex Kersley's going to have to come in. The former, well, I was going to say former champion, but there's no champion of such because it's not a championship. There's no points on it. But the unofficial champion could be the one with the most race wins every season. Look at Wilkinson locking up the brakes there. He's attacking Hazim Zaki for the lead now. Ben Wilkinson, who led at the start, he went through the middle of the 2 front row men. They're absolutely line astern, these three. They're covered by just over half a second over the line. Wilkinson has a peek down the inside, goes out wide. Remember that fluid's there. Oh, he's locked up. Cuts it back in. Zaki is there defending the line. The fans are loving this. I know quite a few of them who were here for the trucks have already left, but more full then because we've got one of the best races of the weekend here. Down the Craner curves into the old hairpin, another lock-up. Wilkinson's really pushing here in that number 10 car. Ran from Ashford in Kent. Azim Zaki comes from Hertfordshire. Nathan Williams in the number 50 comes from Merseyside. And Ben Wilkinson is going for it at Schwantz Curve. We don't very often see overtakes completed there because the next corner's the right-hander at McLean's. If he keeps his foot in here, this is going to be impressive. He's never going to get him around the outside into Coppice, surely. Zaki holds the lead on the inside, only just now. Wilkinson goes for the cutback, taking the Stuart Oliver line almost there on the inside of Coppice corner. 6.5 minutes to go. It's all about these three at the front. Watson's further back and forth. He's about 5 seconds nearly further back. Rounding up the top 5 is Mark Jones. Wilkinson throws it to the outside, throws the block on Nathan Williams. Zaki a little bit of a lock-up. They're pushing these cars to the absolute limit. This is magnificent stuff. Watson in 4th. Jones is 5th. Mark Jones, that is. No, he's not. Adam Jones has got through into 5th. I see there in the background. It's all about this lead battle. Just avoiding the fluids on the outside there. Further back, Andrew Holmes is 7th in the blue number 16. Ford 8th. Miller and Kersley 9th and Hobbs 10th. 15 cars still run. Down the Craner curves for the 22nd time. Still plenty of time to go in this race for Ben Wilkinson to launch an attack. He's all over the back of Hazim Zaki now. This is fantastic racing. Where can he get the nose down the inside? Zaki's having none of it. He's not giving an inch. Hazim Zaki can send his first win in UK circuit racing. He's never won before. He's a novice. It's only been Williams and Adam Jones who have taken wins so far in the Coupe Cup this year. Leader goes just a little wide there, coming through Coppice. The other two very tight to the inside. 5 minutes to go. Which side's Ben Wilkinson going to go? He was to the outside. He's going to try and get the cutback on the chicane. A little bit of a slide there from Zaki that time through. Now, is Ben Wilkinson going to try and get into the slipstream? They move over to the right-hand side to try and take the line for Redgate. Oh, Adam Jones heading to the pits there in the background. Possibly he's got a problem or a penalty. Drive-through penalty for Darren Ford as well. Nathan Williams has hit the fluid on the outside again. He went too wide there. So that's dropped him back a little. Managed to get the car around the corner. Now, Adam Jones hasn't got a penalty. He's got a problem, I think. He's headed into the pits. So Williams drops back into 3rd. Has that just sealed a new winner there? Could be a stop-go penalty, yes, for Adam Jones. We haven't had notification of that on the timing screen, so I don't know what that's for. Presumably a short pit stop. Meanwhile, Ben Wilkins throwing everything he's got at Hazim Zaki for the lead. Nathan Williams, this will allow Williams to close back up, of course. And this time Wilkinson could have a run here into Coppice. He's got the inside line. Up the inside. He's going to get through. They're side by side into the double apex right-hander. Zaki drifts a little bit wide. Ben Wilkinson surely going to get through into the lead. But Zaki holds firm around the outside. He keeps his foot in. They're absolutely side by side. Down to the chicane. Can they fit through side by side? This is fantastic stuff. Wilkinson late on the brakes, so is Zaki, and Zaki's going to hold it. He's held the lead through the chicane. Superb. Runs wide onto the curve. That's allowed Williams to close up again. This is thrilling stuff. Zaki still just about holds. I don't know how. I was certain Ben Wilkinson was going to be through there. He's trying to goad him into going wide. Look, onto the fluid. Williams up the inside now. Remember me, he says to these two. I'm not done yet. Back to the inside. And he's going to take Ben Wilkinson into the Craner curves for 2nd place. The 17 car comes in. That's a drive-through penalty. And the number 8 car has got another one as well. Still in the penalty box is 43 Adam Jones as Williams and Wilkinson go side by side. Wilkinson holds that 2nd place. And this is exactly what Hazim Zaki wants, because the harder those two fight, the more he can pull away. Bit of dust being kicked up there into the face of Matthew Watson in fourth. They're back on his rear bumper now, though. Here comes Ben Wilkinson. There's just over 2 minutes to go. 2 laps to go, I think it will be this time, in this pulsating OT Publishing Coupe Cup race. Andrew Holmes pulling over. He was in 6th position. Pulled over at Schwantz Curve. There'll be a yellow flag out there. Wilkinson gets the better exit from the chicane this time. He's up the inside, down the straights. They could go 3 wide here with a bit of luck. Wilkinson's got the lead. He got the overlap there coming out of the chicane. He's got the advantage. Can Zaki fight back? What can Nathan Williams do? Doesn't want to run wide there. He tucks back in right on the rear spoiler of Hazim Zaki. This is incredible racing. Got a couple of cars pull into the pits and rejoin further back, but we can't take our eyes off this lead battle. Down the Craners. Zaki back to the inside. He's going to have a lunge up the inside into the old hairpin. Wilkinson turns in. Nearly contact between the two of them. But Zaki's nicely positioned. I think there'll be a yellow flag, though, at Schwantz Curve, because that's where Andrew Holmes' car is. There he is. No passing through that zone. Green flag waves on the exit there up towards McLean's. Now they're free to race again. And race they will, right to the flag. Zaki up the outside. He's never going to go round the outside into Coppice. He's trying. He's trying. He leans on Ben Wilkinson almost. I don't think he's going to do it. Williams could go between the two of them here. 3 wide into the chicane rarely works. Wilkinson on the inside. Zaki, he's done this once. He's going to try and go around the outside of Ben Wilkinson again into the Robert chicane. Wilkinson just about holds the advantage. Oh, Zaki lost it there, goes over the gravel. He's going to lose 2nd place. Has that lost him his chance? He rejoins. 10 seconds as they cross the line. Last lap. What a showdown this is going to be. Is it going to be Williams versus Wilkinson? Is the Williams and Adam Jones dominance finally going to be broken? Is Ben Wilkinson going to win this? Bash into the back of him goes Nathan Williams. I don't think that was intentional. Zaki drops back just a little into 3rd place. What an incredible race to round off the day. For the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. The Toyo tyres are absolutely screaming on their limit of grip at the moment. Ben Wilkinson from Nathan Williams. I'm sure Nathan is going to try a last bend lunge into the chicane. Hazim Zaki's not finished yet either. They're a little more spread out this time. There's a back marker there as well. I think is Paul Smith. It's either Paul Smith or Hobbs, one of the yellow cars. Through Coppice, what with the last time. The clock is down to 0. What is Nathan Williams going to do into this final chicane? They're coming up to lap Gary Hobbs. Look out, Gary. Here they come. Ben Wilkinson from Nathan Williams. They're going to meet the back marker, I think, in the worst possible place here. Ben Wilkinson as late on the brakes as he dares. Through the chicane for the final time. I think Ben Wilkinson's done enough. The Williams-Jones dominance is going to be broken. Across the line they come. Ben Wilkinson wins it. Hey, look at his celebrations inside the car. He's overjoyed. Incredible. Wilkinson has won it. Williams 2nd, Zaki 3rd. What an epic race. Matthew Watson came over in 4th. It was Mark Jones in 5th. The rest quite a long way back. That's Alex Kersley in the 17. He's a lap down. They finished down in 10th, the past Masters car, I think we'll call that. You can see the celebrations on the pit wall there. Paul Smith comes over the line 11th place despite those problems. Darren Ford in the Lightning McQueen car is going to take 6th position. Ash Miller, who leapt through into 2nd place early on, handed over to Harvey Kersley. They're going to take 7th. The Callaways come across the line a lap down in 12th. Ian Brunning is going to finish 8th in the number 18. I'm exhausted just watching that one. What an incredible race. Gary Hobbs, who was about to be lapped there, he's going to be 9th, but there is the man of the moment, Ben Wilkinson from Ashford in Kent in the Bezo Motorsport car. He was absolutely beside himself with joy as he crossed the line. His first Hyundai Coupe Cup win. And what a way to do it in the Mini Enduro race, the feature race of the year. A race of attrition as well. Only 13 of the 22 starters have completed the distance. I'll give you the provisional result in just a moment. And then we will celebrate with Ben Wilkinson. Nathan Williams second. Well done, Hazim Zaki, an excellent third place. Ben Wilkinson the winner by 0.39 of a second after 45 minutes of racing, and Hazim Zaki at just 1.1 seconds further back in third. Those three after the pit stops that was about as far apart as they were all race long. Matthew Watson comes over in 4th ahead of Mark Jones, Darren Ford in 6th, Miller and Kersley in 7th, then Ian Brunning, Gary Hobbs, Rocket and Kersley Senior, Paul Smith, the Callaways and Tim Prince round out the finishers. We lost Andrew Holmes up at Schwantz Curve. Adam Jones pulled into the pits to retire. Mark Ridout pulled up at Schwantz Curve as well. Smith and Jarvis pulled into the pits and retired. We lost Carpenter with what looked like a blown engine. Roger Owens put it in the gravel. Spencer Hirons was an early retirement into the pits. And of course, Sean Jones and Paul Laurie involved in that accident at the chicane. Well done to the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. That was a superb motor race. Proves you don't need big budgets or heavily prepared cars necessarily for an excellent motor race. That was wonderful. Thank you, drivers, for the entertainment. We will hand down shortly into the pits with Kieran and Ian for the celebrations.
Thank you very much. Yes, very emotional scenes down here. As you see, Ben Wilkinson is out of the car and he's just having an interview with someone else. We'll just jump in with Nathan Williams. Nathan, that was one hell of a battle.
Yeah, it was really good. I think it started from the pit stop. I think we all three of us decided just to pit as soon as the safety car came out. I must have had a bit of a slower pit stop, came out behind the two of them, and then it was just a great battle from there.
Yeah, and talk about, obviously, with the positioning and everything, you had both of them trying to go side by side, so there wasn't a whole lot of room for you to be able to kind of think about a move. So you obviously had to bide your time and everything. Talk to us about how you kind of go through a process like that in your mind and how to choose your moment.
I think you just try and sit behind, keep enough of a gap, so like the eventual move I made for P2, you just wait for them two to make a mistake while battling, and then you can just get past one of them quite easily.
And obviously you continued your run of podium in every single race, so I know you would have obviously liked the win, but that's got to feel good.
Yeah, obviously you continue in the podium. I think Adam not winning it sort of keeps the series quite close again, so yeah, it's been a good day.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously you're doing all this for your dad, so obviously it's a fantastic way to keep up that for him.
Yeah, obviously we've had DKMS over here, the Blood Cancer Charity, who have been doing swab tests all day, and it's been amazing. We've got so many people signed up, and if anybody else would like to sign up, please just go online onto their website and they have instructions on how to do it.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again, and look forward to seeing you out at the next one.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. Right, let's have a quick chat with Ben Wilkinson over here. As you can see, he's down with his family of supporters over in the corner. He's absolutely emotional, as 100% deserved. Ben, that was insane.
Oh, what a race that was. I don't know where to start, to be honest. I just want to say massive thanks to my family for
getting me here. We lost my dad a couple of years ago, and he's the reason that we race. So yeah, for him to finally do it for him, to go from fourth, my best to finish to first in the endurance race. Yeah, I just can't say thank you enough to everybody. All the sponsors, Zero Partners, Atom, EFS, everybody's helped me get here. All the people behind the scenes, just everybody. Just a massive thanks to them. It goes to them more than it does me. So yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, what a way to do it as well. Like you really had to work for it out there.
I did. On the last, I was just begging for the checkered flag, and we had 9 seconds to go. I was like, oh no. But yeah, I just don't know what to say. I'm speechless, to be honest. I can't believe it. Can't believe it's finally happened. And finally on the podium, but also on the top step. So yeah, it feels good. It feels good.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, we saw your family celebrating at the end there as you crossed the line. They were all so emotional. So it means an absolute world to everyone. So massive congratulations for that.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, let's move on to Hazim Zaki. That was putting the flag on the bonnet of the car. That was absolutely incredible.
I'm ecstatic. Hey mama, how you doing? Look, this is not about me. This is about my boys here. Could you pan the camera to them? This is why I'm here. I would not have made it to Donington without these boys. Harvey, love you. Will Gibson. Everything I have is literally bought. Only thing I bought is the car. You know how expensive racing is. I've had this dream now for 7 years. 7 years, and that's why I moved to the UK. I'm from Egypt originally. Shout out to the homeland. Yeah, it took 7 years to be here, and I met these boys at work a year ago, and they made my dream into reality. I could not have done it without. This is not about me. I'm not celebrating me or the car. I'm celebrating my team. Thank you guys. Obviously, there's a lot of people that helped throughout the way. Back in Yas Marina Circuit, that's where I started sim racing as a kid, and yeah, made it all the way to the UK here. Found the cheapest race car I could find. I bought it and I said, boys, we're going racing. And ever since then, it's been preparing the car on my driveway. And yeah, finally made it to Donington. Hopefully I see all our brands. I've got a lot of stuff. Hopefully I'll be able to reach something like GT3 one day, LMPs, race all the major big tracks in the world. I mean, this is my first ever race.
I was just about to ask that. Obviously, you've got the novice sticker on the back of your car, but you were driving like anything but a novice out there. So that's really going to put the confidence in for the rest of the races.
Yeah. I mean, quali was the first time I drove the car. I managed to put it in P5. I do have some previous experience. Started go-karting when I was young. Couldn't afford anything major, just rentals. Moved to sim racing, done that professionally for 4 or 5 years. And yeah, then moved to the UK to study, did mechanical engineering. And then after uni, started working at Drift Limit. Shout out Johnny, Lily, Connor, all the boys. Danny, how you doing? And yeah, after that, I've been working there a year now. That's why I met all the people I know in motorsport here in the UK. And we built this car together. I mean, we bought it. It had everything. We just reserviced fire extinguisher, racing harness. Obviously, I bought the suit from Will Gibson. He's the main match chief, whatever chief you are. And yeah, he races legends. Crew chief, yes. A lot of racing experience. Shout out JC. Before quali, JC sat me down, gave me a lot of solid advice. I had a lot of doubts, because if you want to wait for 7 years to race, you get a lot of doubt. Am I good enough? That sort of stuff. But I think future is bright, and I hope to see you again, man.
No, 100%. Well, obviously for a first race, that was absolutely amazing. So can only expect good things.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. All right. Well, what a fantastic way to end the day. As a whole team celebrates. Ian, what a day it's been.
Kerry, it's been a little bit emotional, that, wasn't it, for Ben and his family? Amazing. Did you enjoy it? Enjoy that?
It's been fantastic. It's been a lovely day for it as well. The races have been amazing. Every single category has been fantastic. The atmosphere has been brilliant. What a day it's been.
It's been a great week. Pointy's had to leave because his head is burnt as well. I've got it on the back of my neck a little bit. I just want to say, if I can as well, a massive thank you, of course, to the marshals as ever, to all the teams, to all the drivers, to the BARC for all the organisational work they do, and of course the security community, everybody here at Donington Park. A massive thank you as well to the unsung heroes. Remember, all the broadcasts that we bring you is completely live and free for you to tune in and watch. We just ask you to hit that little like and that subscribe. But a big shout out to the team who bring you those pictures as well. They literally spend 2 days in fields for you. So a massive thank you to John, who's been holding the camera for us and put in about 40,000 steps a day. Thank you, John, for all that you've done. Started the weekend, John. You know, he's a cat. He started the weekend with 9 lives. He's used 4 of them this weekend. So down to 5, but, you know, we'll get him at Snetterton maybe. And a massive thank you to the team out in the field, of course. So we've got, I'm doing this off the top of my head, so bear with me. We've got Jake, we've got Zolly, we've got Catherine, we've got Ray, we've got Andy. Massive thank you to our producer Elliot, of course, who directs us a wonderful job. Massive thank you to you, of course, Kieran. A massive thank you to Dave Goddard and, of course, Pointy. Thank you so much. We'll be back live at BARC TV, I believe at Alton Park on the 6th of September. And I think the only thing to do really is to hand back to Dave Goddard for the final word. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Thanks, Ian. It's going to be a short final word because I've barely got any energy left after that incredible race for the OT Publishing Coupe Cup. Start off by saying thank you to all our volunteer marshals, medics, recovery crews, race control staff, scrutineers, everybody else here at Donington Park for their services. We couldn't go racing without you guys. Thank you, as Ian has already said, to all our camera crews out in the field this weekend as well. And to Elliot, our director. Big thanks to Ian, Pointy and Kieran down in the pit lane and Parc Ferme as well. Thank you to all the drivers for their entertainment. Been some superb racing. That Hyundai race just was the cherry on the cake this weekend for me. And to all the backup crews and mechanics for keeping the cars running in the pits as well. That is about all from Convoy in the Park 2025. The Convoy has already started, you can see, on the way home. There's a bit of a break on BARC TV now until the 6th of September. As Ian said, we're at Alton Park on that occasion with Caterham for a one-day event, and we will see you for that one. But that's about all from here at Donington Park. A wonderful weekend it has been. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. We'll see you at Alton Park next month, but it's goodbye from Convoy in the Park. 10-4.